Global infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the NintenByte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the NintenByte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, NintenByte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm NintenByte. Oh baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
NintenByte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the NintenByte Podcast. Season 3, episode 66. That's right, we're on Route 66 today. We got a lot to go over, some great topics today. But, before we get to that, let's introduce everyone here. First off, our special guest today. This is the first time on this year. It feels like it's been forever. Sunbro Nation.
It has been a while, and thanks to NintenByte Podcast crew for having me back. We got a lot to talk about. We're like into the Switch 2 generation now. I think last time we talked, we were like, it launched, but I feel like so much has happened since then, and the amount of good third-party stuff that's been hitting. Not to mention, people can think what they want in the last few directs. I think they've been solid, but now that we're around the corner from Nintendo's big holiday 2026 direct, I'm glad that that's one of our topic we're diving into tonight. So excited to be here. Thanks for having me back. Looking forward to talking to you guys.
Hell yeah. Let's see if this works. We got Birdman. No. Oh, wait, it didn't work. Hold on. I know why it didn't work, man. No. Oh, wait, it didn't work. Hold on. I know. It was good to do an echo. All right, go.
What's up, guys? Salutations. It's another Wednesday. Excited to be here. Excited to be back with Sunbro. It's been way too long, dude. Glad to have you here. Excited to talk some Nintendo, some video games. You notice a change of scenery. I'm at a hotel in San Diego, so I apologize if my sound is maybe a little bit worse than normal. And I won't be in the comments because I am on my phone. I don't have a laptop to travel with and do this sort of thing. So if you guys are trying to reach me, ask me questions, I won't see unless you guys super chat into the show and we go over it at the end of the night. Or you guys know where to find me on YouTube or Twitter. You can hit me up. But anyways, yeah, excited to be here. And yeah, let's rock and roll, guys.
All righty then. Next up, let's just see here 1 second. Okay. Next up, we got.
You need practice, bro. This is bad. This is just embarrassing at this point.
Hey, it's better. At least I could hear it.
Look, okay, let me explain what's going on since this is all screwed up. My Rodecaster did a firmware update 10 minutes before the show started, and it wiped all my settings. So I have nothing set up correctly. So that's why you didn't know it was weird. And I was like trying to get this stuff working directly on the Rodecaster, and then it didn't. And then my audio routing's all messed up. You know what? We're here, though. How's it going, Thunderstash?
Hey, happy to be here. I'm in LA right now. I'm also in a hotel. Right when I got here, I got on the Wi-Fi and did the old internet speed test to see if I was going to be able to do it here. I had to go somewhere else. To my surprise, it was like 300 to 400 download and 300 to 400 upload. I'm like, whoa, that's awesome. I want to stay at this place every time. So yeah,
Life easier, that's for sure.
yeah, happy I could be here. Otherwise, I was going to go post up at a cigar bar or something. And it sounds nice, but also don't want to take your laptop home smelling like cigars.
Okay, I just have to know. I'm going to hit this button and try it this way.
I'm Nintendo Prime, bitch.
No, see, it cut off See, there's always something wrong about trying to. It's fine. How you guys doing? I'm Nintendo Prime. We're going to have a good time. Sorry, all the sound effects. I'm trying to actually add sound effects to the show, but as my audio equipment got reset, it is what it is. All right, guys. Our topics here actually.
Wait.
What? I know.
You didn't introduce Eric.
You just hold on. Can you calm down for a fucking second?
No, I can't. That was very offensive.
Okay. Let me continue now. Let's bring it up and then bring it back down. Just breathe in, breathe out. I'm talking to myself, by the way. I'm the one that's riled up right now. I've had a very hectic time to get to this show over the last 2 hours. It's been insane. But I'm here. So, fine, Eric. Hi. How you doing? I guess I couldn't make you the last one after I introduced the topic, so I was going to go to Eric to pick the first fucking topic. But whatever. How's it going, Eric?
Good. Sure. I'm used to it by now.
You're spicy.
I'm spicy. Yep. I don't talk anyways, so.
Jeez. Yeah. All right. I'm just going to leave that one alone. Topic. We got some topics today. We're going to talk about some GOATY contenders in 2027 gems, why we do what we do, some direct predictions, and then maybe a fancy little dealer's choice. We're just going to let Gamebird have that dealer's choice since he's got nothing to look at anything because he needs his phone to be here. That being said, let's go to Eric. What topic would you like? Since I was going to have you introduce yourself to pick a topic, but doesn't like how I run the show.
Then he runs away.
He's got to clean off the cream. That's the problem.
Yeah, right. I guess before Sunbro has to run away, let's do why do we do what we do?
Hell yeah. That'll be a fun one. All right, Stash, which topic would you like?
I'll take the Game of the Year contenders and 2027 gems.
All right. That means I'll take the direct predictions topic. So, Eric, what the hell are we talking about?
We are talking about why we do what we do. This topic was submitted by a fan of the show, True Dude. What made you start creating content, and how did you come up with your usernames? Well, I mean, I'll start because I'll be like stupidly fast. Nate asked me one day if I wanted to do a podcast, and I said, why not? And that's pretty much it. And the sock puppet is because I don't talk, and Spice Lord is because I handle spicy food pretty damn well, as you guys have seen in the past. All right, so that takes care of me. Sunbro, you want to go ahead and kick her off?
Yeah. So it's a fun story for me, man. This was like, I grew up prime age for YouTube. I'm 33, so like right whenever I was getting into the workforce at 16, I was watching MKBHD videos, getting into phone tech and all of that stuff. And I've like consumed content on this platform for so long, and it's always something that I had in the back of my head as like, that just seems like such a cool thing to do, but I could not wrap my mind around how to get started in any of it, or even looked into it for years and years. And you guys probably remember when 2020 happened, like all jobs were kind of on pause for a minute. Things were changed. You're at home more. I was like, man, I think it's time to like, if there was ever a window, like, I think it's time to like buy a camera and just see if I can do the basics, just. And so the very first video I ever made on my channel, which you can still go back and watch, is a Demon Souls remake trailer reaction. And I didn't even know how to like put B-roll, like I didn't know how to download the trailer and put it into the video editor to talk over it. So the only thing I figured out how to do in OBS at that point was to let it play in real time and try to like commentate over like my initial reaction to it and stuff like that. And this ties into the name pick for my channel. So my channel is called Sunbro Nation, and it's funny because I ended up being a Nintendo focused news channel, but Sunbro through and through is a reference to From Software and the Dark Souls games, because there is a Warriors of Sunlight Covenant in there. Me and my good lifelong friends that we've all grown up playing video games together all got into the Souls series around the same time and played through Dark Souls. I started on 2, just fell in love with it from there, then went to 1, then to 3, Bloodborne, everything else. And somewhere along the way, because we thought the Warriors of Sunlight Covenant was so cool, we started calling each other Sunbros in our own crew. Like, what's up, Sunbro? How you doing? We would call each other that as a nickname. And so when I was thinking of channel names, and that's like the gaming series that it had immersed me at the time, I'm just like, okay, I'm going with Sunbro Nation, and we'll start. And then I started doing some like PlayStation tracking content when it was really hard to find a PS5 and stuff like that. And I was just like really struggling to like find the urge to want to make those videos. And there was nothing else from Soft coming out like regularly. And I was like, I want to make more videos than what this is allowing me to. And then the next thing was there was Zelda 35th anniversary rumors that were being talked about online at the time. And I was like, I really like Zelda's, I love the FromSoft games, but Zelda's like what made me a gamer, like through and through. Ocarina of Time, like my reaction to that game being remade was like, so like it hit me on such a deep level, because that was the game. I played the SNES like all the time growing up. That was the first console we owned. And I was super into like Mario All-Stars and Super Mario World and the Donkey Kong Country games. But like the moment when I knew I was going to be a lifelong gamer and like I would never give this hobby up was when I was playing through Ocarina of Time and riding on Epona through Hyrule Field and seeing that world and that immersion and beating a temple and a dungeon and a boss. And I was like, this is it forever. So Zelda was always like one of those franchises that I was like, man, I could talk about this for like endless times. Then there was Mario stuff going on. And I was like, I kind of want to talk about I'm a huge Mario fan my whole life. I need to do this too. Before I knew it, all my video ideas were becoming Nintendo related. And so it was pretty apparent to me that while I love FromSoft and Dark Souls games and everything about them and their gameplay style, it was like, this is not the channel direction for like the regular content that I want to produce. I want to make Nintendo related content. And so I think about 5-6 months into the channel, it was just a pivot to like what's going on in the Nintendo news cycle. And so from that point forward, I've never looked back. I mean, I've been trying to get it to the point where it's my full-time income entirely. I still work a regular job. Fortunately, as time has gone on, I've been able to put less focus on that, more on the YouTube channel. And there is a realistic world where I'm getting close to this being entirely the full-time path. But yeah, man, it's been a really cool ride. Like I've enjoyed all the connections I've made along the way. And then it is one of those true gigs that, as this continues to snowball over time, it's like the thing I want to do anyway. The thing that I'm motivated enough to come do after working a day job is like come sit in front of the camera, share my thoughts and opinions on what's going on with Nintendo stuff. Like I will never get tired of doing this. So it has become that dream path as I've gotten more into it. And I didn't know if it would go anywhere at the start, to be honest with you guys. I mean, it was like one of those things where I didn't even need to have the views on the videos to really keep me going, because I fell in love with it at a certain point. But it felt so weird starting off, and to now think like it's something I look forward to every day. I encourage anybody who's like on the fence about trying it, or, just giving it their own 2 cents, give it a shot. Like, the worst you'll find out is that you hate video editing to the point where it's not worth it to make videos. But like, or maybe you just hate talking to a camera to the point you can't get past it. But I'd say you should answer the question mark in your head of if it's worth it or not. because you might just find that. And I've always been kind of naturally interested in video editing. I was making Windows Movie Maker, like Dragon Ball Z AMVs way back in the day as a kid. So like it kind of did like track with some of my interests and stuff naturally. But I just found that the more I've gotten into it, the more I've just fallen in love with it. And to the point where then it becomes like a viable career path one day. It is like living a dream in a way. So not all the way there yet. There's lots of progress towards it, but yeah, that's it. And I mean, I'll still talk about, PlayStation and FromSoft news, and it's pretty exciting right now that that Dusk Bloods is coming to Nintendo Switch 2 as a Nintendo exclusive. That was probably one of the biggest like loud reactions that Nintendo got out of me out of that Switch 2 event. I could not believe it that a FromSoft exclusive developed game is coming to Switch 2. Just like literally a year after launch. So it's kind of cool how those paths are intertwining a little bit now. But yeah, that's the reason for the name, and that's why I do what I do. And I don't foresee myself ever stopping. I think the channel revenue could go to zero, and I would still just have to keep it as just a passion project, like always and forever. It's become that for me. So
can I say something? A couple things real quick. First off, praise the sun, my friend.
Let's go.
Fellow sun bro. Second, I gotta commend you, man, because my biggest struggle by a landslide is consistency. I've got a wife, 3 kids, and a full-time job. It is so hard for me to find time even for like rest and relax. There's really no time for rest and relaxation. I'm also a very creative person, so when I have long droughts, it affects me personally, it affects my mood. Like I have a constant itch to make content and to create. So I got to give you a lot of props, because to have a full-time job and whatever else you have going on in your life and still be able to be as consistent and as successful as you've been on the platform, man, that's a special thing, man. So keep going.
Well, thanks, dude. But I will tell you, just to give you some credit back and some slack, man, the one missing piece of the equation that we don't have in common is, as of right now, I have no kids to raise. And I honestly think as soon as that is in the equation, I can see it being like, it almost has to be full time before I get there. And that's kind of this window. Me and my fiance are getting married at the end of this year. I feel like I have like a year or two left before we're really serious about like this is happening. And so, I've had that time clock in the back of my head. Like, if this is ever going to be full time, it has to be full time now, because I cannot imagine spinning an additional plate. You know what I mean? Well, it's already like there's no relaxation, and that's without kids in the equation. So, dude, I get it.
I can't tell you the number of times of the wife, babe, what do you have going on tonight? I don't know. I was going to work on a video. Oh shoot, I'm stuck working late, and the kid, our son has a dentist appointment or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's tough, but
thanks, dude. I appreciate that. Seriously.
You could always pull a Thunder Stash and just be like, who needs sleep?
I'm not wired like that, man. Nowadays, if I get less than 6 hours, I might as well not even try for the day. It's rough.
Yeah, Gamer, do you want to just keep going? And
yeah, will you give me? So, what was the question exactly? How we got our channel name, and what was the other half of it?
What made you want to start creating content, and how did you come up with your username?
Okay, I'll start with what made me want to start creating content. So, man, I never initially there was no goal or dream to make a Nintendo channel. When I was in high school, I started taking classes. I want to say in 10th grade, I started taking film production classes, learning how to use Adobe Premiere and editing. I was also in theater for most of my life, and I really wanted to make short films and make films and do a lot of stuff with the comedy. I had moved back to LA, where I'm from originally, and I was doing some live improv shows out there for a while and trying to meet people, trying to do a bunch of different creative things. I was auditioning for a while, and I absolutely hated auditioning because you're forced to endure so much bullshit for roles that like you don't even care about, like you have to, they say pay your dues, you have to do tons of free work, and it's very degrading and very grueling. And I decided, I was like, I just want to do my own stuff. I just want to make short films and shorts and funny stuff. My second challenge was finding people to do that with, reliable people or friends who had the same interests as me. So obviously, my second biggest passion was Nintendo and video games, and I had been a follower since back in the day on IGN, and I used to listen to NVC when it was Pear and Altano and Zach Ryan and Jose Otero and all those great people. And then I got more into like the YouTube side, and Andres Restart's channel was one that I used to listen to all the time because he did Zelda discussions. And I think at the time he was pretty small. I was like, man, you know what? Like, this is something I could do solely on my own. I absolutely love Nintendo. I've been a fan since the NES. I'm well read on the subject matter. Maybe I could do this and I could put a little fun spin on it. So I just went all in, and my first two videos aren't necessarily Nintendo related. I did like two unboxing videos. They're still available. One of them is for my big Majora's Mask that's in my set. I think the other one might be Wind Waker, Ganondorf, the first four figure statues. And then I started leaning into like doing a little bit of Nintendo news and speculation and little video game discussions here and there. Once I got comfortable with that and learning kind of how YouTube works, I started incorporating the little skits, which have stuck around since then. And it's just been a blast. And one of my favorite things about it is I'm getting to be, sorry, I'm on my phone. I just had a pop up. I get to be creative. I still get to challenge myself, especially when I'm doing my skits and, when I made the intro for the podcast, ways to channel my creative juices. And I've got to meet so many amazing people, whether it's the viewers who are here every single week, the people who comment on my videos.
Yeah.
Well, we'll let him get that sorted out. Why don't we toss it over to the stash man here who's not having a problem with staying alive right now. In fact, your internet's amazing there.
Yeah, it's awesome. Well, guys, how to get started. Kind of a long story, but I guess this is the perfect time to tell it. Perfect format. So, I've always loved video games. I've been playing them my whole life. I was born in '85, the year Nintendo came out. I've been playing video games since I was 3. I have 2 older brothers. I played with them. So since '88. I was a long time Nintendo Power subscriber. Still have all my issues. In fact, I was just talking with someone. I can't actually talk about this conversation, but I can talk about like some parts of it right now. But we're talking about Nintendo Power, and I still have so many issues, and I have a lot of them framed in like float frames. I have like the Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest Nintendo Power issue, which was volume 2, that was taken off of newsstands back in the day because so many parents, specifically moms. In fact, like if you look back at all the old articles, it'll say it was moms. You'll never see it say dads, but it was moms that wrote into Nintendo, super upset because it's the cover is Simon Belmont holding Dracula's head, severed head with blood everywhere, which is awesome. So Nintendo Power,
Can you guys hear me?
lifelong.
Yes.
Yep, you're back.
Okay, now.
I have no audio.
Oh, it sucks to be you. Anyways, keep going, Stash.
Yeah. All right. So that subscribed to EGM back in the day, of course. In fact, I kickstarted the EGM compendium. which we should be getting pretty soon here. I think next month finally. For anyone who read that, Game Pro, Game Informer, official Dreamcast magazine, all that good stuff back in the day.
We can hear you.
Can you hear us? No.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude, I have no sound. I'm gonna leave and come back. I don't hear you guys at all.
All right, man. Sorry, Stat.
No, you're good.
What are we gonna do? Technical issues to our audio listeners.
Yep.
He's on a phone at a hotel, and I think he actually tapped something to screw it up to begin with, and now he's just trying to get back.
Yeah, so whole life been doing that. There's two things I've always done in life: it's play video games and play basketball. I'm still doing that, both. I would say competitively at 41 years, getting older. I'm still doing it, still love it. For the longest time, I wanted to work in the video game industry. Again, since I was a kid, I wanted to go to E3. Since the first time I had saw like E3 in Space World, which was in '95, when they showed Project Reality, which was the code name for the Nintendo 64. And that stuff was all highly impactful for me. I always wanted to go to E3. I plotted for years of how I could somehow sneak in. I was always like trying to think of ways that I could somehow go, because it's like I can get down there. I'll make the trip, but I got to figure out how to infiltrate the facility, basically, because I wanted to go so bad, and I did finally get to go, which I'll talk about later. But lifelong endeavor. Then the internet came. I was on the IGN bus as soon as it started. In fact, back when it was N64.com. So this is way back in the day. It was N64.com. Then it was IGN64.com. Then eventually IGN.com. And again, this is back when Bear Schneider was there, Fran Morelba, Matt Casamassina. This is back. This was in '96. AOL really became mainstream in like '95. And when I got on the internet, I was going to IGN probably like 100 times a day, refreshing pages for more news. So like, this is amazing. Normally you have to wait till the magazine comes in the mail. And don't get me wrong, the magazine is a very hype moment when it's around the time when it's supposed to be coming in the mailbox, to the point where you're checking the mailbox every day, walking down to it, hoping your magazine's there, because that's how we're getting news. That was the only way back then. So IGN, and then of course, over time, planetgamecube.com with Billy Berghammer. Loved Billy and his content over there.
Open mind, and to my surprise, I found myself having fun.
And
after the first.
Who's watching a Sunbro video at the moment?
Yeah, right. It's not
That
me.
is my bad, guys. That comes through on the
watching yourself.
StreamYard.
Yeah.
I'm editing a video. Yeah.
You might have to change audio channels for that.
Okay. Yeah, my
That's
bad.
funny.
Same audio channel. I'm like, hey, Sunbro is talking, but he's not talking.
All right, my bad, guys. Go back. Sorry,
Yeah.
Stash.
Very good. So with IGN, used to live on the IGN boards. If you guys remember that was the message boards called IGN boards. Same thing at Planet GameCube. I was at Planet N2000. I was always on that website. The good old Nintendo Dojo. You guys remember NintendoDojo.com? Right?
No.
That was a classic one. There were so many great fan sites back in the day. This is back in the day too, when like GeoCities was a thing. The GeoCities websites. I miss those days of the internet back in its infancy, when it was really like the Wild West. So throughout school, get into high school, and I was really considering going to DigiPen, which, for those unfamiliar, DigiPen is like the minor leagues for Nintendo. And you go to DigiPen, you do a good job. Back then, the belief was there's a good chance you could get called up to the pros, which is Nintendo, right? And my parents got divorced in 96, year Nintendo 64 came out. So I was 12 years old. And I remember my mom watched the podcast too. She knows this story. But I remember wanting to get financial aid, right? Because that's the only way this was going to happen. And my parents didn't want to submit their income information for financial aid. And I had explained to them that this goes to a neutral party. Neither of you are going to see either of your income information, right? This is me trying to go to school and make a great life for myself. I need you guys to participate in this, right? Put the bullshit aside and, let me try and go do what I wanted to do, my dream, right? And so long story short, that did not work out. They did not do that. They didn't participate in that. And so I didn't get to go to school. I didn't get to go to school at all. I didn't go to college. And I do get asked that from time to time. But yeah, I didn't go to school. And a lot of my friends thought I was not going to make it. They thought I was going to be living out on the streets for real. And because back when I was going to school, there was this belief and they were really pushing it hard. I don't know if they're still pushing it hard or as hard on kids. But the push was that if you don't go to college, you're screwed in life. You're absolutely screwed. You will get nowhere. And they pushed it like so hard that I could very clearly tell, like intuitively, my intuition that like, you guys sound like you're all scripted here. Almost like how we were talking about physical games, right? And how it seems like all these websites are by script coming to Sony's aid and saying the opposite and making it sound like we're crazy for wanting physical games. It was the same thing. It was just the classic brainwash stuff. And that was a big red flag to me too. And I'd had a few older friends go to school already and remember them saying like they had such a hard time getting a job and they're in like massive debt. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna hold anyways. Because I can't even get approval. So I'm gonna hold. And ended up working at Islands restaurant. So for anyone who lives in Cali, it's really big out here. There's one down the street from me. And then 10 years went by. I moved up into management. They moved me around from locations in Arizona. There's 85 locations here in California. So moved me up and down the coast to fix the locations that were struggling. They give me a laundry list of things that were wrong. And for anyone who's worked in the restaurant business, it could be anything, man. It could be labor, it could be your liquor, beer, wine cost. A lot of times it was literally morale and the vibes, the culture. The culture was the big one. And those things that you can't quite put your finger on, but they know it's wrong and they need me to fix it, kind of thing. So okay, so I did that. They moved me around everywhere. It was great. Did that for 10 years. Thought about getting into streaming in 2012, 13. Built my own PC. Did everything I needed to do to like have the graphics card and the amount of memory that you need back then, and was going to start streaming. And again, for anyone who tries to do this, if you're going to try and do it and not work, I would not suggest that, which I'll get into later. But it's if you try and do that, like you're going to need to have a lot of money saved, and I'll get into that later as well. So I was starting to toy around with that. I ended up going to a Christmas party with my cousin at Loan Depot. That's LOAN Depot, not Home Depot. Just want to make that clear because a lot of people think I'm saying Home Depot. It was Loan Depot. They're the second largest lender in the United States. I worked for them for 10 years. I came in there as a junior account manager, which is like your host at a restaurant, right? It's the entry level position. I didn't know shit. I worked there for 10 years. I got 11 promotions in that time, became the director of operations. And I said, you know what? If I ever stop working here, I am going to go do what I want to do after this, because I have now managed for roughly 20 years. And I'm not even that old. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, so I'm going to go do what I want to do after this. And that's kind of where it all started. That was in 2023. It was around September 2023. Like Sombro said, I'll tell you what, when I was in school, guys, we had the Apple II computer with Oregon Trail and Word Munchers and Claris Works. You know, not Microsoft Works, it was Claris Works because it was Apple. And, you know, outside of school, I don't use Apple, you know, iPhone, of course. But as far as computers, I didn't use a Mac or anything. But we didn't have classes where you can learn video editing or any of that stuff. I had like 2 computer classes in school that you could take. One was computer typing with Miss Harding. I remember her name because I used to mess with her all the time. And I also, I actually shouldn't say this on, shouldn't say it on the podcast. But she used to take nail polish, black nail polish, and she put it over all the keys on the keyboard. Because, of course, you know, it's computer typing. You're supposed to learn how to type the right way, not look at the keyboard. So, of course, you know, I'd go in there with nail polish remover and use it on there and pass it around. Just do stupid things to mess with her. I can't say the other things that I used to do, though, to make money. But I'm sure y'all have an imagination of what I might have been doing back then in a computer class to make money. So we had that, and we had one other class where the teacher, you know, is telling you, okay, now you're going to click file, and then you're going to click save as. And I'm just like sitting in the back playing this was in middle school, playing my Game Boy Color with my warm light. So that's what we had for computer class, okay? So when I started, I knew absolutely nothing. I had never used Photoshop. I wasn't really on social media at all because I was managing and I was forward facing. At my age, when you're a manager, everyone wants to try and catch you doing something wrong. Everybody. There's a constant microscope on you. And it sucks. But that's how it is when you're young and you're a manager. And I didn't have a mustache. So I looked very young. To the point that when I was at Islands, they didn't want to promote me because they said I looked too young. They said, we'd promote you to a regional manager, but you just look too young. And that's actually when I decided to finally leave there. Because I'm like, I cannot work for a company that says something like that. All right, so back to the fact that I knew absolutely nothing. So I want everyone to know that don't let that be a reason that you don't do it. Just know that you're going to have to really seriously persevere. Okay. And nobody's going to give you the answers. To this day, nobody has given me the answers. There is no guide out there that tells you how to do it. There's going to be a lot of YouTube videos that say this is the guide on how to do it. Some of them will give good advice. Most of the time, it's not going to be the advice that you need. It's not going to be the instructions you need. And when you listen to it, it's going to sound foreign to you until you've actually done this for a few years. And then maybe if you go back and watch it, you'll be like, oh, yeah, you know what? That does make a lot of sense now. But I remember when I was starting out, I had no idea what this meant. Again, wasn't on social media. And the reason why is because like I can't be on my phone. That was my whole point, is that when you're young and you're a manager, you have to really lead by example. And when you work in a restaurant business, for anyone who's worked there, do you want your staff hanging out by one of the terminals on their phones, or do you want them hanging out around their section and getting, connected with the customers that are there, or the guests that are there to eat, talking with them, making sure people got the refills, doing your side work. You want them doing that, not on their phone. So as a manager, if I'm on my phone, I'm setting a bad example. So honestly, when I'd get to work, the phone would go into my desk. Would go into my desk drawer. When I got to Loan Depot, I did the same thing. I wasn't on my phone. I'd have all these text messages. Where are you? Why aren't you answering? I'm at work. I don't do that when I'm at work. I never have. I can't. You literally can't do that as a manager. So I don't know what you expect. But all communication has to be when I get off work. So point is, I didn't learn social media. I didn't get into it. I wasn't making videos on my phone. So I had literally no experience, zero. And not only that, I sort of despised it. Because like I'm out here working my ass off. And I think most of these videos are stupid and I think they're brain rot, and I still do. And I just saw a report come out yesterday from, I believe it was Harvard, and I sent it to Michaela, my lady. And it said Instagram Reels, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Facebook, whatever, Shorts. They did a study on it that they've been doing for a long time. And come to find out, it is very damaging to your brain, AKA brain rot. That's why I don't like it. And again, this is why I stayed away from social media for so long. Okay. So I didn't learn that. I didn't take drama in school. I had zero interest in it. If I went back to high school today, I wouldn't take it. Still have zero interest in it. I'm not here to act. I'm just here to be myself. That's it. This is the same person you'd see if you saw me in person. So basically all the things that I feel like I see on YouTube, I'm doing the opposite of, and I had a very opposite way of doing things. I made my money. Let's say that I made really good money in mortgage. I've had some people even say in my comments before that I've had people accuse me of trying to screw people over in mortgage. These are it's like, first off, I didn't work in sales. Okay. I'm not here selling interest rates. I'm not a licensed loan officer. I'm literally the guy that gets you the absolute best deal every single time because I know my company can afford it. And I know my owner's got a super yacht. So I don't care. I'm going to get you the best deal. I'm going to save everyone the most amount of money. That's what I did. So mind-boggling to think that. Yeah, guys, it was a very interesting way to do this, right? When I tried to do it in 2012, 2013, I did not have enough money to actually do this and do it right. And so this time around, let's just say I did. I had enough money to go do it and take the risk. Still a risk today. We don't make a lot of money. We don't make much money off of views. We really don't. The way, and again, I'll give you guys a restaurant analogy. The money you get off views is like your hourly pay at a restaurant. You don't think about it because you don't make much of anything. It covers your taxes, hypothetically. That's about it. Like your views, you just really don't make much money at all. Any money you make's got to come from, I guess, things like super chats and stuff. But really, it comes from deals, like brand deals, promotions, all that sort of thing. That's really how you make money at, I think, where we're all kind of at as far as our channels. That's the best way you're going to make money. So point is, you don't make money doing this. You don't make much. I don't speak for everyone, but I speak for myself that I do not make much. I literally do this for the love of the game. It's been an uphill battle. I'm not a journalist. I have no intention of ever being one. In fact, I don't like to be grouped in with journalists. I really don't like to be grouped in with influencers or content creators. I just really don't want to have any sort of label on myself. I'm just Steve, and I'm here to talk about video games. Let's keep it simple. And the reason why is because there's just stuff I don't want to be associated with, which is a lot of the reason why I review games. I didn't like the direction video game reviews were going in, to the point that it was upsetting, pissed me off, and I'm like, you know what? These people don't know how to review games. The shit they're complaining about really bothers me, and I feel like we're going down the wrong path. And the only way to fix it is to do it myself. And I know I'm probably not going to make much money, but I'm going to feel good about what I'm doing at least. So that was a big reason why I got into reviewing games. And for anyone who's watched the podcast for a while, you guys know. You guys have heard me talk about it. You've heard my grievances when it comes to video game reviews and video game media. At the same time, with content creators, there's stuff that bothers me. I don't like the clickbait bullshit. I don't like the lies and propaganda. And I'm not pointing fingers to anyone here on the podcast. Okay. Just heads up. I've talked about it a lot, and I say it a lot in my reviews. When I listen to a game review and I hear the whiny voice coming from a man, I have a hard time accepting that. When a dude's complaining about all these inconsequential things, like, again, the blurry texture in the distance. So I'm going to drop the score on this game. It's just stupid stuff like that again makes me further believe in the brain rot theory, that people's brains are sadly rotting, and mine's not, thankfully. I'm a DARE kid still. For anyone who grew up with the DARE program, I'm a drug-free American. I try to eat right and put good things in my brain, and put positive things in my body, positive thoughts. So yeah, when I see this stuff out here, I'm just like, this is unreal. And these are the dudes, the guys and gals influencing the next generation. I'm legitimately concerned. And so these are all the reasons why I do what I do. I love what I do. Again, it's not for the money. It's literally for the love of the game. And the amount of money we make is just, I don't even know what I'd call it outside of abysmal. But that's why I do it. And guys, if you ever decide to do this, just make sure you have a job still. Do this as a hobby because you love it, and let it be something that, honestly, I think if you have a job that you're working full time, and when you get off work, you're excited to like work on a game. You know, hypothetically, if you want to review games, you're excited to work on a game. You're excited to review a game. This is like a really good, clean, fun hobby to have that will keep you busy and keep you out of trouble, especially at a young age. Like, if you're excited to get off work to go work on a review and you're not like going out to the bars or you're not doing something else that people do at, you know, the younger ages, that's a good thing. And if you start making money from it, right, then it's like, okay, cool. Now I got some money for maybe some video games, can start funding that. And the money I was spending on video games, maybe I can put that in my savings account now, or I can save for a car, save for a house. And then before you know it, you end up making more and more money because you've continued to work at YouTube and you've continued to grow. And there's something to be said for having a job and doing YouTube versus just doing YouTube and hoping you make enough money. And it has to do with the pressure that you put on yourself. And people can tell when you're making a video and you're stressed. They can tell when you know you need to make this money, and if you don't, you're screwed, kind of thing. And it's probably not the best look for you, and it's probably not the look you want either. So I say that have a job, make that money, do this for fun, and if it turns into something else down the line, go all in. You know, like Sumbro was talking about it. He wants to get to the point where, you know, I've watched Sumbro. I've watched you for so many years, you know. I've watched you really perfect what you do now. And yeah, I think you've done it the right way. Like you've grown very naturally. You've continued to have a job, and your tone in your videos is great. It's just yourself, man. It's who you are.
Thanks, dude.
You could tell there's no stress when you're talking. It's like you got a job. You're good. You're doing what you enjoy. That's how it should be, and that's how you're going to probably find the most success. So I'm going to stop talking because I want to talk forever, but just know that my path was not straight. I probably did it in the opposite order. Most people are going to do this when they're teenagers, when they're early 20s. I didn't really start until I was almost 40, but now I'm doing what I love. I am here in LA, and I'm allowed to say this as part of my NDA. It's okay. But, you know, I'm here with Sega. Sega invited me out here. I will be playing games tomorrow. And I'm actually, might as well. I don't know if it's going to come up again, but I'm allowed to say what games I'm playing. I just can't talk about them. I'll be playing Alien Isolation 2, Sonic Pico Park, Shinobi Art of Vengeance for Switch 2, Metaphor Refantasio for Switch 2, which I reviewed on my channel. Love that game. Total War Warhammer 40,000. And then I saved the best three for last. Stranger Than Heaven. Very excited for that game. Crazy Taxi.
Ah, dude.
Oh man,
Yeah.
God damn.
And then this one's for you, Bird. I'll be playing Persona 4. So look, I'm super excited. This is my joy. This is my joy in life, man. And I'm so happy to be doing this. And I'm really happy that I was accepted into, you know, the gaming community, content creator sphere, because this has been like literally the love of my life, my whole life. Hey, look, I'm 41, man. So for 38 years, I've been loving every minute of it. I never stopped playing video games. I've been hardcore. Hardcore is how my whole life when it comes to video games. So to be able to go out to events like this, to be able to like go to events like Summer Game Fest, or to meet with Nintendo, like I have, and to even like work with Nintendo and Square Enix and Bandai and Sega and all these companies that I've played their games my whole life, and I've bought their games, and I've spent a lot of money on them, on video games. Keep in mind, I've had a job since, well, if you don't count the lawn mowing business, I've had a job since I was 12. So I want everyone to know that I paid for all these games. It wasn't my parents. I don't want people to think I got shit handed to me. But at the same time, I want you to know that you can go out and get a job too, and then buy whatever video games you want. Because my mom saw the addiction early, and she made it really clear that, hey, if you want to buy these video games, you're going to need to get a job. Because it's either pay for the basketball league that you're in, or video games. I'm like, well, I'm doing both. Looks like I'm getting a job. So just remember, guys, you can go out and get a job and go do this and buy whatever you want and start learning at a young age how to, manage your money and buy video games. And I'll tell you what, those games I bought when I was a kid that I still have, they are all worth a lot more money now. And thank you to Sony, but not thank you, but because of your physical game announcement, I think they're going to be worth even more. Because the retro game market's already going up from what I'm seeing. I'm like, oh, wow. I wasn't expecting that. So that's cool. But that's it. If you guys ever have any questions, I want everyone to know that my DMs are always open. I do get questions from time to time. And I do have a video on my channel when I got to 100K where I really laid out how this all happened. And then I need to answer it, how I got my channel name, right?
Yep.
So, I played basketball my whole life, right? Growing up here in Phoenix, Arizona, my favorite player, Charles Barkley, Dan Marley, Thunder Dan. Okay. I shoot my threes. And again, anybody could tell you, there's still a lot of people who talk about it today. Even in our basketball leagues, I would pull up from a few feet past half court in a game. This was back long before Steph Curry was doing stuff, and just pull up and drain them. And that's how I got the Thunder Steve, because Thunder Dan used to do that, right? Then my channel, I started that, and I just used what my PlayStation username was, and Xbox, it was Thunder Steve 85. And then
forgot that was originally back when I first talked to you. Thunder Steve, Thunder Steve 85 was actually the channel name. Yeah.
Yeah. And 85 for the year I was born. And then Mike Odyssey, he honestly had an idea about a channel name. He mentioned Thunder Stash. And I thought about it, and I think this was before one of the podcasts. So, I'll definitely give Mike a shout out for that. It was before the podcast, and he mentioned Thunder Steve or Thunder Stash, and he was kind of talking about it a little. Mike went to school for branding.
He's got a way with names. Guys, NintenByte was actually Mike's idea.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Because I was trying to come up, I said I wanted. I was just talking to him when we were ending the Nintendo Prime podcast before we were setting up NintenByte. I was like, okay, we're doing this new show. Do you have any? Because I knew about his background. I was like, do you have like any good ideas for a name for a podcast that isn't tied to my channel? I don't want it tied to me because it's a different show. We're all gonna own it. We're all gonna stream it. What do we like? I want something that's separate from my brand but recognizable to Nintendo fans. And he's like, 1 second. How about NintenByte? I'm like, like bites in the game.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, dude. He's good with that stuff, man. And even his branding, like his branding for Indie Mania and how it ties in wrestling and WrestleMania. Yeah, smart. Yeah, so he had that idea of Thunder Stash. And I thought about it for a little bit and then decided Thunder Stash Gaming. So I'm like, I need to have gaming in there so people know what this is, even though it's not necessary. Because I mean, look, Sumbro Nation, you don't have gaming in there. Prime, of course, you have Nintendo's name in there. Gamebird, you got game in your name. Some channels, they don't have to do it. I thought I should put gaming in there. And the rest, you know, I obviously got the logo made, did all that stuff, worked on that, refined it. So the naming's tough, right? Did you guys have a hard time coming up at first with your names? Because it's like when you're filling out that form, right, to sign up to do this, you're like, God, you know, like once I make it, I gotta go with it.
It's scary, and you might be
It
filling
is.
out like the Facebook page, the X account, the Instagram.
I'm the worst
Yeah.
with names. Like some of you guys already know the story on my name. Just wait till I get to it because it is really fucking lame. I'm so terrible with naming.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And even in video games, when they're like, you know, like you're playing an RPG and it's like, name, you know, what do you want to name this character? I'm like, I'll just take the default name. I don't want to think about this. I don't like coming up with names. Just give me the default name. So yeah, it's then you also have to make sure that name's available on, again.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
not like some
some-
really
some
big
bro was
active
saying
channel
that.
using the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like I couldn't get Thunder Stash Gaming for X for Twitter
Yeah.
because somebody had it. So it's Thunder Stash YT for YouTube. So yeah, it's kind of tough when it comes to that. But yeah, I think that's the story. There's so much you can say after all these years, but I've talked enough. Hopefully that helps the listener. Great question though. Great question. It was fun to hear your story, Sumbro, too. Good to know that you struggled the same way I did with OBS. I did the same thing. I'd put a video in there
Yep.
and record it, and then I'd start doing my review over it. I can't believe you and I both did that because to me that sounds nuts now that we did that.
Yeah, dude.
Like I don't know how else to do it.
Well, I was like looking at the settings and I was like, I think I can add like a media thing. And then that was like the only way in
That's
my
what I
mind
did.
that I could possibly have my camera with a trailer. I couldn't, there was no other way in my mind to do it. It's crazy to think back to that time, you know?
It is crazy to think that. But that's the thing is that, again, you just don't, there's no guide on how to do this really.
Yep.
You just have to figure it out, man. If you want it bad enough, you'll figure it out.
All right. Well, we should toss about the Gamebird since he got cut off. You know, maybe we got to Andres restart this to get him
Dude,
his story because that's like right where it cut off.
oh my gosh, dude, I had no idea that it was cut off, and I can't see very well because I'm on my phone. I'm on my glasses right now. I have a new pair of glasses that are ready for pickup. I'll be getting them on Friday.
Thank God.
So I was just like yapping, and then I realized I squinted and I saw Thunderstash talking, and then I got really confused. And so I was like, wait, guys, am I presenting or is Thunderstash presenting? Because I can't hear Thunderstash. And I just see Thunderstash talking and doing this. And I was like, hello, hello, hello. And then I realized
trying to make
I
hand
wasn't
signals.
even in it.
When you came
Yeah.
back, the audio was working. I'm trying to make hand signals. I'm like, got it.
Yeah,
man. Fix it.
I didn't even realize. So I'll be super quick. You guys are saying that I left off saying that I would watch Andres restart. Is that where I left
Yeah.
off?
That's where. That's
Okay. I watched a ton of Andres Restart. His channel was super small at the time.
Yep.
Probably around like anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000. And I was like, you know what? Like my number two, almost number one, is Nintendo and video games, and I've loved Nintendo since the NES, my first console ever, with the hand-me-down golden Zelda cartridge. And it's such a huge part of my life, a huge part of my childhood. And I also felt very well informed on the subject matter. It was something that, like, my whole childhood, like, I wake up, I go online and check the latest gaming news, check out the latest, gaming magazines. But it was always, I always followed the whole industry close, but Nintendo was the passion, and it will always be a passion. So for me, when I had struggles kicking off doing some of the more creative stuff as far as like short films and making movies and learning that stuff, I decided, you know what, I need to do something that I could do myself. That way I'm fulfilling that creative side and also nurturing something that I love. And listening to great YouTubers like you guys, obviously, and Andres, who was a big one at the time, I was like, this is such a strong passion. I can combine the two things that I love more than anything. I don't have to worry about others. I can handle it all myself. I can make it what I want it to be. And so I did my very two first videos just to get some practice, because even though I had learned in school editing and filming techniques and acting and all that stuff, I hadn't really done.
Oh, why your editing is so much better than anything I've ever put out, ever.
Please. But it's the YouTube thing is still so different than that. Like sitting in front of a camera and just talking about something that you love is still radically different. And there was a learning curve. So just to get my comfort with it, I did a couple unboxing videos with a couple Nintendo statues. It was the Majora's Mask first four figures and the Wind Waker Ganondorf first four figures. After that, I think I did, what's up, guys? My name is GameBird Classic. This channel is going to be dedicated to all things Nintendo. And I was just ready for it. And because of this, it's my favorite thing I've ever done in my whole life. Not only have I gotten to challenge myself in different ways than I ever expected creatively, again, because this is different than just making your own little short film and stuff like that. But I've gotten to meet so many incredible people and have incredible experiences. Obviously, last year's PAX is a huge highlight for me on my YouTube journey. Everyone who tunes in every single Wednesday, people who tune into my videos and show support to me, all the people I've met, Sunbro, you're a great example, Andres, Rogers Base, Super Metal Dave, so many great Nintendo creators. I don't want to leave anyone out. So when I say that, I mean all of you, each and every one of you. And of course, the crew here, amazing friends that I've built amazing memories with. And it's awesome because we have, Nate, who gave me this wonderful opportunity. Thunderstash, who he's got all the best reviews and best recommendations, and he knows my taste in gaming. So, occasionally he's thrown me little games. Bird, is this one on your radar? Because I know this is something that you'll love. And oftentimes it's something I've never heard of. So that's really cool. Eric, who was just in town, and we got to meet up and hang out and have dinner. It's just been such an amazing journey, and it's getting better and better. And we've got PAX coming up, and I'm so excited to dive into another vlog, which again, for me, guys, you all know, I love challenging the creativity, and the vlog is such a great way for me to do that and tell a story, share the games, share the crew, share the experience, so that hopefully it feels like the people watching are hanging out with us. But honestly, for me, it's about my love for video games. It's about my love for Nintendo. And it's my love of just being creative and hanging out with like-minded individuals who share a similar passion as me, a passion for video games, a passion for Nintendo. And I don't know, it's like Stash said, I never came into this for money. I came into this to just creative expression and talk about something that I love and passionate about. I get little change thrown to me each month, and that's always nice. That's always nice, and the support that the fans give. But honestly, I like being here every Wednesday for the fans. I know they enjoy it, and I like being here to hang out with you guys and talk video games. What better subject is there on this planet to talk about than video games? To me, as far as the naming goes, it wasn't too bad. Once I decided I'm gonna do Nintendo YouTube stuff, I hit the drawing board. I must have any weird idea, even if it was like the shittiest name possible. I just write it all down, and then I'd go through and cross out. Don't like it. Doesn't roll off the tongue. Game Bird Classic was probably, like, no lie, was like the maybe within the first 5 names that I came up with. It's a play on words. So obviously, when I came up with my channel name, my favorite controller of all time at the time was the Wavebird.
Nice. Arguably one of the best, if not the best of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was part of it. Then we had the Game Boy, the Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy Color, the GameCube. So much game in the Nintendo space. So then it was Game Bird. There's another play on bird. It's my last name. I am the Birdman. So it was a bit of a play on words. And then the Classic was because Nintendo had introduced its Classic line with the NES Classic and the SNES Classic. And so you'll notice the font that I use for Game Bird Classic is very similar to the font in the Nintendo Classics line that says Classic on those. And my logo was the easiest thing ever because I knew I wanted to incorporate bird into my name immediately. So every name that I wrote out of the 100 or whatever names had some variation of bird in it. So I knew I want a Super Famicom controller with wings. That's what I knew. That was the first thing I knew. And then it was building the name off the controller. And that's how I landed on Game Bird Classic. So.
Good story.
Funny how you went with the SNES controller with the wings when you're
yes
Wavebird.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing: is that the Wavebird's listen. There's a lot of favorites within this whole package. The Super Nintendo is my favorite console of all time. The Wavebird was my favorite controller of all time. I needed the bird. We got the Game Boys, the Game Cubes. It's all encompassing. But yeah, there's a lot of little Easter eggy things within the name and the logo. So, but yeah, honestly, guys, if you love games and you're curious about doing this, I couldn't recommend it more. Not just for the opportunity to talk and share your love and passion for video games, but also the opportunity to meet great people. Like I said, I've met so many amazing people here. Look at Stash. He has contacts now from Sega and Bandai and all sorts of groups. So you know exactly what I'm talking about just the opportunities that arise just from doing something you love. And you don't have to be, guys, you don't have to be big to do it. I have the smallest channel. I know, Eric, you don't have your own channel, but I have the smallest channel here. I don't even have 4,000 subscribers. And the experiences and the memories and moments that have happened for me, like, are unforgettable. So you don't need to have 100, 200, 300, 400,000 subscribers to get something special out of this. I'm just saying. Not everything's money. There's a lot more rewarding things that come with it.
Well said.
Mm-hmm. I will say though, you may have to have some thick skin because some comments can get pretty nasty. But
go ahead, Eric. Sorry, but I'm glad you brought that up because I want to piggyback off it whenever you're done.
I'm glad you did too.
Don't get me wrong. The generally positive ones tend to outweigh the negative ones, but those negative ones, some of them can get unhinged. So I will say, you do have to kind of have some thick skin if you want to do this though. Just so everyone's aware. Go ahead, guys. Hop in.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say on that real quick. I think that is worth knowing, and it's also worth knowing that you really have to almost prepare your mindset for the unfortunate reality that people on the other end of the keyboard or the phone, they're not really looking at you, the person that's pouring their passion into this and in the internet. They don't know you from anyone, and whatever shitty day they've had or whatever's going on sideways in their life or whatever toxic pull they've just unfortunately fallen into online, they'll direct like all that. You might be like the 8th YouTuber they watch for the day, and they're actually mad at like the last 4 that had said something similar to like you struck a certain chord, and then they just like unleash all their frustration towards you. Like, that's a reality of what happens, and it's just such a human nature thing to take it as like they saw my content and hated what I am trying to do here so much that you feel vulnerable reading that at first, but you really do have to understand that that's not a reflection of your work. And it's also the unfortunate part about human nature is that you might have read 10 positive comments and that 11th one was negative, and now you're just laser focused on that one person who's having a shitty day, who's trying to make you feel bad and bring you down to their level. And it's not, you should there it's a tough balance, because you should read comments to see if there is an overwhelming majority of people telling you, hey, this is like, you're doing something here that's not resonating with people. Like, you should be able to get called out on things. It's not to say that you shouldn't, but it's a real slippery slope to try to not fall into reading the comments. And then now you're low key in your mind catering to the people telling you to do things a certain way. And it's not even your channel anymore. You're going in the direction of what you think, or you're afraid that somebody will call you out on something, so you won't even touch that topic anymore. You won't even give your authentic opinion about a game anymore. Like you cannot read into it like that. And you have to, I've met some people in my life that I've literally tried to encourage, like, dude, you have the best personality for YouTube. You can go on and on and on and on and just tell stories, and they're entertaining. Like, you should be doing this. And I'll never forget, one of my closer friends told me, he was like, dude, I've thought about it a lot. He was like, I cannot get past what the comment section would like. The minute I see a negative comment, it would send me into like such a spiral in my mind. And so I'm like, so listen, if you know you're that person, and if something is directed towards you and you would take it that personally, I backed off recommending it. I'm like, listen, if that's where you're at and you know that's a you thing, then that's fine too. It's not like you have to have that thick skin. You either have to develop it over time and have to be okay with the fact you're going to have to go through that, or if you're just like, I can't take that type of, negativity, it is going to ruin my day, like, actually, then the internet might not be the space where you want to openly post your opinions, because it's just, the reality is there's too many people that have fallen into this, whatever the zeitgeist is of the online negativity. There's a percentage of them they're always going to come out after people that are just, regardless of if you're doing things right or not. So it's worth knowing.
I call those people my number one fans. I'm like, they have to be. They have to be. They're there for every video.
One of the best at responding.
Little do they know they're helping you, believe it or not.
Stash, you want to go ahead quick and throw what you're thinking out the negative comments?
Yeah. Guys, yeah, it's great that you brought it up, but I'll just say that it's like anything else in life, right? You got to filter out the negativity. I get some crazy comments. I do, but you'll never hear me talk about it, and I'll never post about it. I'm friends with a lot of content creators. You see them post about the comments they get. Sometimes I feel for them. I do, I'll read what they post. I'll laugh. This person's insane is what I'm thinking. It's just like, it's a variety of things. When I see some of these comments, insanity is one of them. Brain rot, of course, another one that's pretty high up on that list of things that I'm thinking. But you got to remember, they're not out there doing what you're doing. They're not putting their face on camera, putting themselves out to the entire world, because that's what we're doing. When you think about it. And just keep that in mind that people are always going to talk trash. But actually, like, look at these comments, and you should be able to tell pretty quickly that these people that are leaving these crazy comments are they're unhinged people.
Yeah, oftentimes it's a cry for help.
Yeah,
That too.
it is. Mental health is a serious thing. One thing I've seen a lot too is that people have taken out their frustration. And I say frustration, I guess they're like made up, manufactured frustration with Nintendo on me in the comments. Like they'll leave comments on videos for like a review. It could be for a PS5 game. But they want to come to me to complain about Nintendo as if I'm the president of Nintendo and I want you to hear all these things. Like I had somebody leave. I think if I were to copy and paste their comment and put it into a Word document, probably would have been 8 or 9 pages. Not even kidding. Insane. I could tell, like, okay, please tell me you didn't like freehand type this. I hope to God this is like something that maybe you're copying and pasting on multiple different Nintendo YouTubers comments section, hopefully. But again, if you just type this out just for me, wow. Thank you. As Gamebird said, you must be my biggest fan if you're willing to take up all that time out of your day to do that. 2,
Hell yeah.
if you didn't write this comment, you probably could have done something productive. It could have like made you some money so you can go buy some video games. Or maybe go play your backlog. I don't know. Do anything productive in life. Touch some grass, do some yard work, clean your room, make your bed, brush your teeth, comb your hair, do your laundry, go grocery shopping, do some meal prep. Anything is more productive than what you just did. So just keep in mind when you see these negative comments, just know that these people are not right in the head. And if you're religious, as I am, say a prayer for them. That's it. That's all you can do. Okay?
All right. And on that note, then, I will say one more thing quick. Can you guys come up with a little bit more original insults besides, oh my God, look at these fat guys sitting here talking on... Congratulations, you're about the 80th person that has called me fat. Woo! All right, on that note, we'll get over to Brian.
Be original.
Yeah, right.
I see the same hate comments to me every day. Like none of it's original. Like now, because I asked for help because of medical stuff going through. Now it's we're not out there begging for money. I'm like, cool, man. I'm glad you're not going through a medical emergency that you can't afford. Congratulations. I'm happy for you, man. I'm really, really happy for you. Like, I don't want anyone to go through my shit. Oh, get a real job. Okay, cool. Thanks. Got anything else? Anything original? Oh, shut up, fatso. Yeah, okay. Oh, I wish your son would die. Yeah, you crossed the line there, but God, you're a sad little man. like you can't take any of the shit serious. And I've had death threats and stuff. And it's like, guys, I'm talking about video games on the internet. If you can't keep your cool about somebody talking about video games just because you don't like their opinions or you don't like their stances or they got a fact wrong or whatever, dude, you need to get the fuck outside and touch some grass. It just is what it is. You don't know what life is about because you're on the internet behind a keyboard, behind a username. It's probably not your real name, of course, because most people try to hide their identities online. And you're acting all tough and high and mighty to content creators that are putting themselves out there, by the way, in a way that you're unwilling to, which is totally fine. You don't have to be anonymous. I get the idea of being anonymous. My real name's been on the internet since I was 12 years old. We'll get to that story in a bit, but it's like, guys, it's not that serious. This is supposed to be fun. And maybe you're having fun saying negative comments. That just tells me more about your life than mine. That's why on my streams, I play that 3F song. Yeah, if you're not fucking me, feeding me, or financing me, your opinions don't mean shit to me. It's not literal. Obviously, you guys don't have to super chat and support me for me to care about your opinions, but it's more so for the people hating on me. Like, if you're just going to say all this negative shit, which adds nothing to my life, then what the fuck are you doing? You're wasting your time. You think you're wasting mine. I'm enjoying this and laughing at you. Because I think it's funny that you take this shit that serious. But remember, the internet's not a real place. Real people, but not a real place. All right. And by the way, half the internet's bots anyway, so I can't even say it's real people.
I was going to say real people, that's debatable.
Yeah, like if you're on camera showing your face and I can tell it's not AI, all right, then you're a real person. Okay, so just get to my story here. I'll keep it as brief as I can because it's really long, just like Stash's, and I'm going to get to the Cliff Note version here. So yeah, grew up playing a Nintendo fan since I was 4 years old. Nintendo had an NES. My dad had an NES. Punch Out. Screwed him up on Mike Tyson. He was really pissed at me because it was the first time he ever got to him. Sorry, Dad. Because back then you couldn't just like save. You lose, you're back to the beginning. Sorry, Dad. He went to the bathroom and I grabbed the controller because I thought it looked fun. I got yelled at pretty good. Remember, I'm 4 years old. A little weird to be getting yelled at by my dad for touching something I thought was cool because he was playing it. But hey, it's all right. I growing up now and understanding that game, I get it. Okay. My dad was in the prime of his gaming life, and he was about to get this accomplishment. I get it. Maybe give the kid a little bit of slack. He did apologize for it as I got a little older and I brought it up. He's like, "Oh yeah, I did pop off a little too hard. He's sorry." I'm like, "Thanks, Dad." Anyways, so as we transition through, at 12 years old, I was introduced to Ocarina of Time, right, 1998, and that game. So what happened was I was playing the game. And I don't like to use guides. I didn't really have any money to like buy like players guides and stuff, but I was struggling a little bit. Just because, up to that point, I played like mostly like multiplayer games, like Quarterback Club, sports games and stuff like that. So I played other stuff, but it's been like arcade multiplayer style games, even Mario, like, okay, yeah, but like multiplayer style Mario. So Ocarina of Time was like my first action adventure sort of game that was in 3D, which was like this big deal back then, transitioning to 3D. I love the game, but I kept getting stuck and I had such limited time because I was already playing 5 sports at 12. So I didn't have a lot of time to game. So I'm really frustrated that I'm not making progress after like 8 months in this game. I was like, I asked my parents, can I get the player's guide? Those were such a cool thing back then. Now we realize as adults how much was wrong in those guides, but back then we didn't give a shit. That's how you get game help if you need it, or you call the Nintendo hotline to try to get game tips. I tried that, but it charged way too much to my parents' phone bill, so I got in trouble. So I stopped doing that.
I did it one time and got in trouble. Never did it again.
Never did it again. But we did technically have internet. So I was like, well, let me look up stuff online. And at the time, there was like no guides. You couldn't find shit. And like the ones that were there looked like they were written by a 2-year-old. Now at the time I'm 12, so what the fuck do I know? But it looked worse than my English. And I'm 12. So I'm like, you know what? Plus it's on like these shitty sites. Why don't I just make my own website and put some guides up as I play through this game? So that's what I did. And I was kind of enjoying writing guides. Fast forward, and just like Stash and a lot of people, I loved gaming news. I was always trying to get the latest gaming news, IGN, all those websites back in the day. And I always had the dream of going to E3. It was always one of the coolest things. Like when G4 TV would talk about it. It was like, that's what my only window in, because you really couldn't consume it on the internet because it was so fucking slow to load anything about E3 on the internet. So you would just get it in the magazine updates. And then if you were lucky to have G4, you could watch G4 on cable TV and maybe catch the right gaming show on there for them to actually talk about E3. Because TV time was limited, right? We had a couple TVs, and it's like, yeah, I'm always going to get to use them. So if I missed the time, we didn't have DVR back then. So it's like, well, then I miss it. It is what it is. Maybe I'll see a rerun later, but I don't even know when a rerun's coming. We don't have TV guide. I don't know what's going on. I eventually figured out when certain shows were on, like the Adam Sessler, Morgan Webb, and all that. I eventually figured out what time that was on regularly every week. So I would try to like ask my parents, hey, can I just have like this half hour to watch this one video game show to get the news? And that was kind of neat because they was giving me faster updates on magazines and stuff. Anyways, had a passion for playing games, had a passion for talking about games, had a passion for covering news, or at least talking about the news with my friends on the playground and getting into all the old school debates and the console wars and, debating graphics and story and gameplay and controllers, people laughing at the N64 controller. And I'm like, have you held one? It is weird because you need 3 arms to use all of it. But none of the games really use it that way, so you don't got to worry about it. You're either using the D-pad or you're using the control stick and the trigger. It's pretty much how these games work. I know, guys. There's some that use both. I get it. But the point is that, it was just options. And so all those debates, kept doing the website, called it Zelda Domain based off of Zora's Domain from I knew I couldn't just call it Zora's Domain because I'm like, man, just call it Zelda Domain. I knew about Zelda Fitzgerald at that point. So I was like, Zelda can't be a copyright. I'm not going to get in trouble for using the word Zelda because they can't own the word Zelda. But, if I do Zora's Domain, I'm like, oh man, Nintendo might own that. Maybe they'll take my website. I had no idea what I was fucking. I was 12 years old. I just didn't want Nintendo to come after me. I just wanted them to know I love their stuff and I'm trying to help out fellow gamers. Okay, fast forward, did that for a long time, led to me working at Zelda Informer, which was right out of high school. Pretty much right out of high school. I did that for 10 years and I started YouTube at 30. So it was right out of high school. I was about to spin up another Zelda website that was way better, way more intuitive. We were going to innovate game guides on the internet. And then the owner of Zelda Informer reached out to me. He's like, hey man, so we got this website. We got a bunch of writers and we've seen all your work on your stuff. We think you should run this place because you'll be additive and be able to have a team to help you do all the things you want to do. And they were only getting 200 viewers a day at the time. So they had kind of they had gone viral on a couple things on dig.com. If you guys remember that website back in the day, then N4G. So they would get kind of big on one piece, but they kept none of their audience. So I joined and instantly I realized that because I was on Facebook at the time when Facebook was first coming out, I was for college only. Started realizing when I talked about video games on Facebook, people would click on things. And now I'm running a news team, an editorial team on this website. What if we start building some stuff on Facebook for Zelda Informer and see if we could start? So I was learning very early in social media, hey, you can use this to drive people to the content that's good and matters rather than, because there was even fake stuff on Facebook back then, but it wasn't too rampant because it was mostly just college kids screwing around on there and trying to hook up with chicks. It was a weird era of Facebook back then. And if you know the history of Facebook, you can go watch that one movie about it. It started with Hot or Not and a bunch of stuff. So it's no surprise that it was kind of a place for college kids to kind of meet each other and maybe hook up. It was a little strange time back then. But obviously Facebook evolved and all that from there. Then it became open to everyone and it completely changed what Facebook was at that point. Anyway, so ended up being able to build some followings over there. They eventually added pages. We made a page, started to build that up. Meanwhile, I'm just running this team and we get really big. By the time Skyward Sword came out, we were the #1 traffic Zelda website on the web. And that's a huge deal because we were competing with Zelda Universe, Zelda Dungeon. Those websites are still around. But we were getting all the top search results. I started being an expert in Google SEO and all that stuff. Did a ton of research into it. Meanwhile, guys, I'm working a job this whole time. I was working since I was 15. I had a job my entire adult life, except for one small 9-month period I got laid off. And it took me a bit to get back on my feet. But anyways, so I've always had a job and ended up working at Zelda Informer for about 10 years. And then right before it was about to be 10 years. So at this point, the website was bought out by Zelda Dungeon. The owner sold the place, which really didn't sit well with me because me and the owner of Zelda Dungeon didn't get along because our walkthroughs were infringing on their walkthrough rankings. So really did not like me because I guess I was infringing on his livelihood because I guess Zelda Dungeon for him was a full-time job at the time. Anyways, got let go there. And then I talked to the guy and I said, hey, man, can I have the YouTube channel? We have a Zelda Informer YouTube channel and you have a Zelda Dungeon one and you guys go look it up. It's a huge channel. It's almost 200,000 subscribers. And I'm just like, you're not going to use the Zelda Informer channel. I know your plans. You're going to close Zelda Informer, merge it into Zelda Dungeon like it doesn't exist and move on with your day because all you were really doing was buying out a competitor. Let's just be honest. And he's like, yeah. He's like, so you're not really going to use the Zelda Informer YouTube channel? It's like, no. So we negotiated a way for me to get that channel. But obviously in the agreement was I can't use the name Zelda Informer, obviously, for obvious reasons. So that channel already had some videos on it. I had experimented with video content and experimented with like video podcasts and audio podcasts because I did like discussing things. So podcasts were like a big thing for me. Anyways, at that point, I already technically was running a Nintendo Prime podcast. Just to kind of go over the name, because this is at the very beginning, I literally could not, for the life of me. I suck with naming. I mentioned this earlier, and I'm coming from a background of traditional websites and Google SEO. So I'm like, I got to come up with a name that's going to pop in Google. That was my whole thought process. I got to come up with a name that's going to pop in Google. So I'm like, well, okay, I went from covering Zelda. I want to, I can't just cover Zelda exclusively. It's part of my exit contract. So I'm like, okay, so I'm going to be covering all of Nintendo or maybe all of gaming. I have no idea. But I'm like, well, I can't be like gaming something. That's not going to, no one searches for that. Like, it's got to be more specific. I knew you had to be more niche than that. So I was like, well, maybe if I use the word Nintendo, because I've seen other websites and other places use that word and not get in trouble at this point. So I was like, okay, so Nintendo's going to leave you alone if you're using the name Nintendo. Okay, so let me put Nintendo in the name. So, totally original, right? Just because I wanted Google rankings. I'm like, God, but I can't just call myself Nintendo. Then they might get mad at me. So I'm like, what? Okay, it's got to be Nintendo something. And I was just like, randomly shopping on Amazon one day, and like I just got a Prime account and I saw the Prime logo and I was like, Nintendo Prime kind of has a nice ring to it. To this day, a majority of people that watch my channel think it's just based on Metroid Prime, which is ironic because I was a big Metroid fan and actually founded the Metroid Wiki, but it was like, but that's not even what was on my mind. So it kind of worked out that obviously that is a Nintendo related thing, but that's not actually what it's Amazon Prime. Anyway, so really lame. And I thought the name sucked. I knew I sucked with names. I'm like, you know what? I made Zelda domain work. I can make Nintendo Prime work. Whatever. Did not realizing that YouTube's different. I knew nothing about YouTube. Google SEO, who cares about that when you're on YouTube? That doesn't matter. You've got to build a brand. I didn't understand about building a brand because I had spent my whole life building a Zelda brand. And so I didn't know how to build a brand on YouTube. I didn't know the name really wasn't that important. It was just more so, I like, as an example, because it's called Nintendo Prime, kind of locked into covering Nintendo. If I want to cover other stuff, it ain't going to do shit on my channel. I know because I've tried. That sucks. Like if I had been like Player Essence, who came up with like a more unique name, yeah, Sumbro Nation, if he ever wants to pivot and start covering some stuff that's not Nintendo, look, it's not a big deal because that is just a game franchise it's a reference to. It doesn't necessarily mean that's all he plays, right? So he can span out from Nintendo if he ever wanted to one day.
You need a second channel, PlayStation Prime.
I don't have time. That's the thing. I don't have time to make more videos. So, anyways, and trust me, people will say, "Oh, when are you do PlayStation Prime? What do you do?" Dude, I'm barely getting content up here. Let's calm down. Let's calm the. Because I'm working full time doing this YouTube stuff on the side. And the thing is, I didn't know if I was going to like YouTube. I was just really sour about the Zelda Informer stuff because that was my life passion at that point. From your 20s to age 30, like, dude, that was my passion project. And then it got ripped from me. And then I realized I don't want to work for anyone on a passion project. I want to do my own shit. And I knew YouTube was this thing that just kept coming up. I wasn't really a regular YouTube watcher, but I'm like, it just kept coming up. And then I got to achieve my dream at Zelda Informer of going to E3 in 2016, which was beautiful. What a year to go when you work at Zelda Informer, Breath of the Wild, the giant booth. My God, that's the only thing I played, by the way. I just kept, you guys there. We just kept going round and round in circles at the Nintendo booth like the entire time we were there. It was wild. I mean, we might have checked out a couple games elsewhere on the final day, but for the most part, we were there getting all the Zelda footage because, like, dude, it was the entire opening area of Breath of the Wild. And if you remember, guys, that was new for Nintendo. They had never had an intro area like that ever. So there was just so much to discover that, like, we wanted to get all the footage and discover everything we could. We put up a video beating the Stone Talus, and it popped the fuck off. Because I'm like, hey, we got video footage of this. Let's put it on YouTube. It got like 300, 400,000 views. And I'm like, oh, shit. That video got the channel monetized. I'm like, oh, shit. This is like, I remember when I was happy to get a million views in a month on Zelda Informer. And now, yeah, we peaked at 11 million, but I'm like, dude, this video made more than Zelda Informer made at its peak. Okay, Okay, so the money is better on YouTube because I've been used to the traditional ad where you make like pennies, like it's like 12-cent CPM on a website, and that's only if it's not an ad block view. So it's like super hard. That's why you see these websites where you turn off ad blocker, they're so stuffed with ads because they make fucking no money from them. It's really poor. But YouTube was just different. The ads were different. They weren't as intrusive. I know it's gotten worse over time, guys. But they weren't as intrusive, and yet the revenue share was so good. I'm like, okay, cool. So because I was making a little money at Zelda Informer, but I was like, you know what? Let me just try this YouTube thing because I have a little background in acting, right? I was a theater kid. I was at leads in school musicals and all this. So I was like, I probably would be okay in front of a camera. You guys go look back at my video when I say, oh, I changed this video to the Nintendo. Dude, I'm no confidence. And it didn't matter what my background was. My background wasn't being on camera to nobody. My background was being on stage. I can play with a crowd. Stash saw that in person. I can play with a crowd. I'm great with crowd work.
Dude, it was unreal. It literally it was just you and I there, right?
Yeah, it was just you and me. Everyone else went back. Yep.
Yeah, and all I was thinking is like, I can't believe I'm the one who gets to see this. I wish everybody could see this. It was wild.
Yeah.
It was very entertaining.
Some of the karaoke performance, you can see clips of it over on Gamebird's vlog if you go there. Look up our vlog from PAX last year. Anyway, so I already was really good at that. I was in show choir and all this stuff, so I already knew how to work a crowd and not really give a shit about what they say or what they look like. I got over those nerves a long time ago. But man, alone in a room with a camera is just not the same thing.
Yeah.
And you don't even know what you're doing with the camera. I was using like webcams at the time, not realizing that some of them, like the C920, the famous webcam from the late 90s, early 2000s that like everyone had, it was like top quality. Dude, that's what I was rocking for like my first like year on YouTube, not even realizing just how shit it is. Then I remember like the Brio came out and I'm like, oh dude, 4K. What the fuck is 4K? Then I had nothing but problems with it. And I'm like, okay, now I'm running the tech issues. So now I'm like, I don't know shit about any of this tech, any of this audio, any of this video stuff. Anyways, long story short, turned out I really enjoyed making content. And then one of the things I enjoyed the most was talking to people after I did the content. Because here's the news. And let's discuss. I'm going to be out in the comments talking with them. This is fun. And then someone said, hey man, why don't you try live streaming? Then you could talk to us in real time. And I was like, I don't even know how to do that. Let me figure this shit out. My first few live streams sucked ass, but people had a good time just talking to me about games. I'm like, dude, this is sick. Let me figure out how to game stream. Started streaming Splatoon 2. They started playing with me. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, super chats just started rolling in. Like, what the fuck is this? I don't know what this is. Why are you super chatting? Well, on screen it says, if we do like $20, you'll do a shot. I'm like, that's not supposed to be serious. Fuck it. I'll take a shot. Let me go grab my shit. All right, let's line up. So that's when the shots began. It was very early the shots began on stream. Not suggesting that's what you guys should do. Obviously, not great. And to be fair, I haven't had any health complications from any of it, but genetically, my family's a little bit strong on the drinking end and not so much in having anything bad happen from it to your body. I don't know why. I think it comes from my grandpa. He was a heavy drinker all the way to the end and never had any medical problems from drinking at all. Crazy. And I'm talking like he would have like 4 vodka Gimleys a day, but his vodka Gimli in like a pint glass, it's 99% vodka with a splash of lime. That's not how vodka Gimleys are supposed to be made. That's how he preferred it. So it's just pure vodka with a hint of lime. Let's just be honest. 4 of those a day, every day of his fucking life for like 80 years. Well, not 80 years, but like 60 years, whenever he started drinking. And now he was a military man. That's probably when the drinking really started, was in the military. I don't blame him. He saw some shit, right? He saw some combat, even in the Navy. Like, he's like, yeah, dude, I saw shit. Like this, people died in front of me. Like, it's not, there's a whole story there about that. So anyway, so yeah, it was really interesting. Then, my dad also never really had any complications from it outside of the fact that, it made him angry. So obviously he eventually went completely sober, to get his life together, which I'm really happy for him. My uncle, he's just still a fun-loving guy to this day. If he's on booze, you're going to have a good time. And it turns out when I'm on booze, you're going to have a good time. Because it turns out when I'm not on booze, you also have a good time. So, just who I am. Like, it just makes me happier and freer. It just gets rid of the worries in my head and just lets me be me more. So actually, when I'm actually drinking, outside of, when you get drunk and you're slurring your words, it's actually just me unleashed with no worries in my head. And it's nice. It takes me back to being a kid when I used to act that way. Anyways, not trying to encourage you guys to be doing 4 streams a week and drinking all the time. Obviously, not a smart idea. It ended up not negatively impacting me, but for you guys, I got lucky. Don't be me. Okay, it's not a suggestion, but it just turns out I just really loved interacting with people. I really loved making content. Like this new way of making content was crazy. YouTube back then was weird. Like Nintendo had programs. You couldn't post trailers. You could use still images and screenshots. They didn't care about that, but no music from them, no trailers. You do that, we're taking your channel out. We have this content creator program you can join and use some footage, but hey, we're going to jack 30% of your revenue after Google's already taking 30% of your revenue. So 60% of your revenue is just gone if you're going to cover Nintendo. And that's if you want to use footage that makes your videos better. So that was wild. And then they wouldn't even let you use certain games. Like, you want to talk about Smash? Yeah, fuck you. You can't use any trailers or any gameplay footage of Smash. No, you can't. All the most popular games you couldn't use footage of. It was always like ARMS. You can use footage of ARMS. Cool. Well, I want to do Mario Odyssey. Yeah, no, not Odyssey. No, you can't do Odyssey. Well, why? You just can't. It's not on the list. Well, I'm asking you why it's not on the list. Like, it's a really popular game. You'd be getting a lot more attention for it if you would let us use the footage. Dude, talking to Nintendo back then was wild. I already had contacts at Nintendo because of Zelda and Farmer. So I was like trying to figure this all. Like, what is going on, guys? So like they had explained it to me in the program and they showed me the website. And like, hey, we'll tell you how it works behind the scenes. I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. And you just fast forward and I just kept doing it. And guys, as Stash said, Sumbro, Gamebird, gotta have a full-time job when you're doing this shit. Don't ever go into YouTube thinking that you're gonna do this for a living. Because if you get to the point like I am, where I actually am doing it for a living now, I think I'm the only one on the show that makes like a full-time wage doing this. It's just, I don't suggest anyone follows my path. I made a lot of mistakes along the way to get to here, but you can't go into this YouTube thing ever doing it for any other reason than you just love it. For the love of the fucking game, as Stash said. Because the money can come and go. I've talked about before, like I might have to leave YouTube someday, if I make a decision to switch career paths. And like, if that ever happens, I'm still gonna be doing the podcast every Wednesday. And I'll still get some videos out when I can. I'm not actually going to permanently leave YouTube because I love doing this. I just might have to cut back how much I do, which is understandable. And I've had full-time jobs. Even when I went full-time on YouTube, I've had a couple temporary full-time jobs to try to help me out here and there because, I took a risk. It wasn't working. Then it started working. Then there was a break. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to get a full-time job. So things are more stable because I got kids, I got a family. But right now, I don't have any other job. This is it. This is my income. And I do make pretty decent money. If you ever, you'll probably never see the actual full metrics because I hate showing them because people start judging you about like, because like I asked for help with my family and it's like, dude, that's not my actual money. It's not what I actually make, what you see, right? There's a shit ton of taxes the more you make, which is insane when you run a business. Like the massive jump in taxes I saw last year just really just fucked with my head. So I'm like, what the fuck? How did I go from having like, 5 to 6K in taxes to fucking 40K in taxes? What the fuck happened? Like insane. So like, then you start to think, and I didn't plan for that. So, the tax man, it is what it is. I'm paying them, but it's like, guys, this is just weird. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So I've had to learn a lot more about accounting again and all that stuff and get up to speed because I'm not going to pay anyone to like do it full time for me. I can't afford it. Right. So even paying them around tax time to do it for me. I'm like, no, I need to like just learn and learn and learn. And at the time, and Stash had a lot of experience, but like we didn't really know each other that well when this was going down. And we were doing the podcast, but it was like, yeah, okay, I'm just going to figure this out. Right. And I did. And what I did when I realized, man, dude, I owe way more than what I paid in. What happened? I just, I went on TurboTax and I'm like, this time I'm going to pay for the big expert, like the top package, grab protection for me as well. Like they'll protect me from any bullshit that I fucked up. They'll pay the lawyer fees and stuff. Let me just get this taken care of. And then I talked to him. He's like, hey, I don't just want you to do my taxes. I actually want you to walk me through this stuff and like give me some advice on how to manage this myself because I'm not going to pay for this every year. You want like $250 to $400. I think I could do it myself. I just need someone to teach me. And I don't believe all the things I read on the internet because I don't know what's true and what's not. The internet can be really hard at times to verify when you don't have experience in a certain field. I hadn't taken an accounting class since high school. So my level of accounting didn't understand like the tax brackets and all the big changes that come when you get past a certain threshold, how much you want to spend on the business to stay below certain thresholds, all this stuff. I didn't know any of that shit. I knew there was write-offs, but I didn't know that, I owed like X, 20,000 more in taxes. I'm like, well, Nate, if you had spent an extra $6,000 on equipment or other things on your business last year, you actually would have dropped all the way down to 20% instead of 40% taxes. I'm like, Jesus, really? He's like, yeah, let me explain how this works to you, because every sole proprietor has to learn this at some point, because you're going to fuck yourself, and you're going to fuck yourself really bad if you keep doing this, because you're never going to catch up on your taxes. And eventually they're going to come after you hard and take everything. And you're like, okay. Like, what's that point to do that? Well, so you're small potatoes. It's probably not till you're over $1 million owed to them that they're going to finally show up at your house. But as long as you stay in communication with them and you're making even an effort to pay, even if it's just $10 a month, they will leave you the fuck alone for the rest of your life. In fact, sometimes they'll eventually write it all off because they know that you're paying what you can and you're trying to pay on these back taxes. And as long as your current taxes keep being good every time, they're just happy that you're paying it. And I guess sometimes the government will just, at one point, just say it the fuck off. Like, hey, we're happy you made a mistake. You learned a lesson. You've been trying to pay what you can. You're running a business. We don't want to put your business out. Happens with a few other things out there. I didn't know that. I didn't know the government would ever write it off if you would just make an effort and consistently do that for a while. So I don't know if they're going to write it all off. I'm trying to pay as much as I can because I'm trying to be honest with them. Like, no, I can afford a little bit more than $10 a month. I'm going to give you what I can afford. Anyways, set all that aside. The point is, don't go into YouTube doing this shit to make money. Stash talks about how shit the money is. The money's not shit for me, but it's not shit for me because 60% comes from my community. Memberships, super chats, super thanks. You guys are big supporters. And
It's the ad revenue that stinks.
The ad revenue that stinks. Now,
it's like working hourly for restaurant business.
Now, I'll say the ad revenue is way better on a video than on an article on a website, but it's still not great unless you can get like to a consistent point. Like Sunbro probably makes okay money on every video because he's at 20, 30,000 a pop most videos. Sometimes you get to a big one that goes for 50 to 60. I've had videos like that. I know what they make. That's not what I get every day. I'm getting around 10,000 a day. But I know what I'm going to make roughly on that 10,000. I'll just tell you guys right now, it's usually around 40 to 50 bucks I make on that 10,000. But you combine that with doing some live streams and some other content where the community comes in, and next thing you know, like you made an extra 100 that day, something that's 150 a day. That's not too bad when you start to add that up 7 days a week. And then you just keep building on top until eventually I was able to do it full time. And now I'm sticking with YouTube. I already committed to my community for another 3 years. Before I decide if I'm going to continue trying to make this a full-time job, because it is. I don't live comfortably. I need to live comfortably at some point in my life. I'm not going to be paycheck to paycheck heading into my fucking 60s with no retirement, because I keep having to dip into what I had to cover shit that I couldn't afford when I lost jobs. So the point is, do this for fun. Do this for a passion. Don't worry about what people think about you. Do what you love. Stay within TOS. I'll just say that. Some people, you might want to check the TOS. Honestly, if you're just a mature enough person, you'll probably never cross the TOS anyways. But like, there's like things like if you decide to do giveaways like I do, well, there's rules around that. You gotta make sure you kind of follow those. Like you can't give someone an entry technically for subscribing to your channel, because they want to de-incentivize that. But you'll hear Mr. Beast do it all. Oh, subscribe to the channel. You can have it where the giveaway is meant for your subscribers. So you could say, hey, you have to be subscribed in order to enter. You are allowed to do that, but you can't say subscribe to enter. No. You have to be subscribed to enter. The wording actually really fucking matters. It's all the legal mumbo jumbo semantics about this bullshit. Anyways, my MCN now that I work with told me we'll keep up to date on those and let you know anytime the rules change and what you have to change about it. And because obviously, giveaways are allowed on YouTube. The biggest fucking creator on the fucking planet's doing it all the goddamn time. Right. So like, it's obviously allowed. It's just, you got to follow the regulations. And I'm sure Jimmy at Mr. Beast and over there. He's probably dealt with some of this too, or he's made some mistakes and talked to YouTube about it and like, hey, sorry, I'm not trying to like break the laws or anything or your rules. Anyways, as an example, I was breaking rules technically for a while because I was like, hey, you have to go by the age of your country in order to enter. So like some countries you can enter giveaways at 13. Now it doesn't matter. Because I'm running it from the US, I have to always say it's at least 18. It doesn't matter what country they're from. So now you'll hear me say a lot, guys, hey, yeah, you gotta be 18 or older to even enter. I don't bring it up all the time because I don't have to, but I have to have it somewhere on the giveaway page mentioning that you have to be 18 or older to even win. Oh, to win, sorry. They can enter below that, but to win. I can't let anyone who's not 18 or older win. It doesn't matter if it's from another country where it's legal to enter. I thought that did matter. It doesn't matter. Anyways, I love this shit, guys. I love it. I'm the only one here probably making a full-time wage. And I'm the only one that this is it for me. This is how I pay all my bills, my whole family. Supports a family of 5. Obviously, the only reason that happens is where I live. Cost to live here is pretty cheap compared to a lot of the country. If I lived anywhere near a big city, I'd be fucked. Absolutely fucked. But here we are. And I love it. And we're going to keep it going. And I think we're going to keep it going to this next topic because I just want to get Sumbro's thoughts on this one topic. So, guys, we're going to skip right over to the direct prediction segment because I want to get some Sumbro Nation thoughts on this. Oh, my God. You stink cheese over there. You bastard. It's Gamebird. Gamebird's having a fun time drawing photos. All right, guys. So this topic, it came originally from Pokey91, but we're going to start with LCC Gaming's part of this because this is obviously what people want to jump to first with Nintendo Direct predictions. So LCC Gaming said, oh, by the way, to mention, some people ask me like, hey, how are these guys submitting topics? If you remember on my channel, I put a member post up now every week as a member perk for you to submit topics for the show. Doesn't mean we're ever going to use them because some weeks we have a lot of stuff we got to talk about. But on slower weeks like right now, yeah, we'll grab those member topics in. Sometimes I'll even go to older ones just to see if there were some good ones we didn't go over. So anyways, LCC Gaming asked, what does the panel think the final game reveal will be for the next Direct? And I would say he's saying reveal. So obviously how Nintendo orders the reveals, like if they end with Ocarina of Time's gameplay reveal, like, okay, like technically that game's already been revealed. So I don't think that's what they mean. So what's that big game? You know, they always seem to have one at September Directs. What's that big reveal that probably is for next year? So what do we think it is? Let's go to our guest Sunbro for this one.
Well, I'm going to get the easy answer because it may not happen, to be fair, but since I'm going first, and I think a lot of people probably had this one in mind. I already see it in chat from one person. But I think that they're going to do the 3D Mario glimpse, like a tease like Ocarina of Time. Like, I don't think we get a full idea of what the game has to offer. I don't necessarily even know that we see much gameplay, more cinematic and more a look at this new Mario character and maybe a tease of like the world and setting that it's in. And it's the slow pan. It's the, we know 3D Mario's coming and they slap a 2027 on there,
Sumbro, are you thinking kind of like how they first showed Odyssey? Because if I remember correctly, it was like the city, you see people crossing the street and it's like zooming in, taxi drives away. You see like
it was an ad for Switch. They didn't even explain it. They just Mario's in this random ad for Switch. And we're like,
what? You see like the sewer cap, like that, and then he bursts out and throws his cap.
Yeah, I've
never
seen Nintendo do a game reveal that way. That was the Switch 2 thing in October of 2016.
Yeah,
when they did the reveal of the console, like they told us it was coming, they told us the date, and then literally Mario was in there. Everyone's going wild, like, what is this? Nintendo's never revealed the game that way before.
Yeah, that is almost odd even for them, and I don't know that they've done it really again since to that level. But I'm kind of picturing in between that and more so Ocarina of Time remake. Like they're gonna play up the fact that this is a big deal. It's 3D Mario, intro into it slow. Set up the world, the setting, maybe tease. I don't know that to really buy into these rumors, but I do wonder. Like once upon a time, we were hearing stuff about if the next 3D Mario might have something involved where he goes to other Nintendo franchises worlds, And I can kind of see them working towards that with the direction of the movies that they're going, because with the Galaxy movie and bringing in Fox, you could argue they're only going to go Fox, Pikmin, and here and there. But let's be real, Nintendo's kind of on a path to Marvel Cinematic Universe. And so maybe they want to intertwine their franchises a little bit more, and the next 3D Mario would be a way to do that. So maybe there's some slight teases to that, but I'm really more picturing like the show closer being the fact that 3D Mario is a thing. It's coming in 2027. We don't get like an early or late. It's just 2027, and that's it. And that's the show closer game. I actually don't think that they're going to close on Zelda's 40th. I know we'll get to the rest of the direct prediction things in a minute, but I think that they will close on something new, and I think that it will be 3D Mario, personally.
All right. Let's go to the Game Bird Classic. You going to call
Damn
for
it.
Classic here?
Damn it. Well, before I go, I want to ask a fun question to Sunbro while he's here, because he chose Mario as the big one more thing reveal. Do you think it's possible for 3D Mario that we get some sort of design change this time?
Yeah.
Because I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Obviously, we got a design change. We've got two kind of design changes this gen with Fox and DK.
DK, and they're both like their old school counterparts.
Yes, I've
They
been
go back
thinking
to the
about this.
original art style of Mario.
Yeah,
and, like,
do they do do they do something kind of throwback and gorgeous, like I think like DK almost has that Pixar look a little bit, but I wonder if they do some sort of like Pixar-y throwback version of Mario. But yeah, that's cool that you think so too. I've been kind of leaning into that.
I think it's on the table, man. I think Nintendo's getting to the point where they're realizing with the tech that they have now that whatever the original artist vision was for their characters, they can actually make a reality to the T, but just, modernize it a little bit. Like you said, Donkey Kong, a little bit more Pixar style, like that flair is definitely inside there. But yeah, I think we're going to see them look kind of slowly more like movie characters, but more harkening back to their original design.
Right.
At least it's going to be like sprinkled in there, Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think that's likely.
Absolutely. I'm going to go a little bit more risky with mine just because Sombra already picked Mario. I mean, I do think that's the logical step, so I'm going to go a little bit more wild. Again, I think Sunbra's pick is the most logical. I think we're all ready for it. We've all been waiting for it. I think most of us, I mean, we're all in Fantasy Critic. It was one of the earliest games I drafted. I fully believed it was coming this year. So Mario just makes a lot of sense. But I'm going to change it up, and this is something we've talked about on the podcast a lot. Maybe it's hopium, wishful thinking, but listen, a bird's got to believe. We've got the Zelda 40th going on. We know that there's going to be, whether this next Direct is Zelda-focused, whether there's just a big Zelda segment in the Direct, we're going to be getting all the Zelda goodies. I just love this world, and I mentioned this last podcast and the one before. I love a world where we get that big deep dive kind of gameplay. We get to see everything that's new and is going to make the Ocarina of Time remake super special. And then they let us know before we go, we got one more thing, and I love, love, love the idea of a teaser showing that the follow-up to Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, the remake is now in development. I just love it. It's just so epic to celebrate that 3D generation of Zelda that's so important to Zelda fans. It's this golden era of bringing Zelda from 2D to 3D. And not only was Ocarina of Time revolutionary for what it meant to be this open world adventure game at the time, but look at Majora's Mask and the time mechanics and all the NPCs being on a different schedule. And like, we had nothing like that on console. That game was so unbelievably ahead of its time, both of those games. So,
dude, well, and to your point real quick, Gamebird, they go together. You can't do one of them without the other, because that, even though they are technically different games, it is one has the grand adventure, the multiple dungeons.
Yeah.
The marquee, many boss fights. and the time travel mechanic, and then one of them has an up close look at what's happening in the world to such a level that characters are on a schedule. They are falling in love with each other. They, are all questioning their mortality, or what's going to happen with the moon crashing into, the end. It's just, you have to have both of those games go together. So I do agree with you that at some point, I would be incredible if it came this soon, but Nintendo will do a Majora's Mask remake, but it should be in the same breath of marketing Ocarina of Time, because those games it's a yin and a yang.
That's the thing. It's that pairing of it. Listen, people are going to be hyped for Ocarina of Time remake. Like who are we kidding? It's one of the most next to Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. It's easily the most important game for most Zelda gamers. Nostalgia wise. So pairing those together is gonna just amp up that hype for Ocarina of Time, knowing that you're getting the whole package. You're getting that whole generational run of Zelda. I also think that I feel like from a timing perspective, this year would make a lot of sense to tease the next mainline Zelda, because it's been how long now? What year did Tears of the Kingdom? 2023. Yeah. So we're at 3 years. This feels right for the next Zelda tease, but we all know, and Nintendo's been pretty candid about this, that the more advanced your hardware gets, the longer game development time takes. So I could actually see the first tease for the next mainline maybe being next year. Just because of that. We don't even know the scope of what the next project's going to be, and these two games is going to give Nintendo, it gives them more time to learn the hardware and learn and experiment and push things to their maximum. But I think you have the better prediction, but I'm going to be a little bit wild because I want it so bad. I'm going to say Majora's Mask gets teased, and they announced that we're getting the full package to celebrate this monumentous game series. That's mine, Prime.
The way they tease it is just the moon in this ultra realistic format.
That would be great.
God.
I think they tease it with the Happy Mask Salesman.
Yeah, and there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. They do something cool with the Song of Healing and the Happy Mask Salesman, and then ends with that laugh, and it says now in development or something.
Yeah. There you go. I still, that with the ultra kind of somewhat ultra realistic, look that they're doing with this, I kind of want to see what that moon is going to look like.
Yeah, that's what's crazy is Majora's Mask, especially Majora's Mask, but even Ocarina of Time with this ultra realistic look, they're going to have some legitimately scary looking things. By the time we get to, the Redeads, and not even the Shadow Temple, God forbid,
Dude, what's the name of the creature I forget the name of the creature with the big lips, the albino with the giant the bottom of the well.
Yeah. Were you talking about the one that the hands are up in the room?
Yeah, the hands are up and it's got the long neck. Yeah.
Somebody in chat needs to say it, because I don't know off the top of my head. I do not remember, but yeah, that creature specifically, good God, imagine, with that kind of art style that they're going for, I'm surprised it's going to get away with the E10 rating, it sounds like. So, because that stuff's going to be made of nightmares. Not to mention, King Bongo for the Shadow Temple boss will be incredible to look at. That's what I'm still so excited that we have so much Ocarina of Time to look at. We've been on months of this, knowing this game exists now, with only seeing child Link's sleeping, setting in his home. That's all we've seen.
Yep.
So we have everything else to look
Which
at.
is nothing. It's nothing. Literally nothing.
Yeah. It's insane.
Eric, what do you think? What are you thinking, man? What do you think is going to be the big one more thing?
Part of me is hoping that it is Luigi's Mansion 4.
That's a good pick.
I remember playing Luigi's Mansion. I believe it was at E3. Luigi's Mansion 3. I believe it was at E3.
3 is so good.
Yeah, it was so good. and I kind of just I fell in love with that game series. And yeah, I'm just hoping that that's really what comes next. I wouldn't be surprised if it's either one of the ones that you guys said. Wouldn't be surprised if it was a Zelda trailer. But yeah, there's quite a bit of things that could actually be announced.
Well, Eric, to your point, they're an increasingly reliable source in Special Nick had heard about Luigi's Mansion amiibo, and I have to go back and look again. I know Andres Restart made a video about it, but I'll have to. There's actually a couple things I want to go back and look that were like kind of at the time like, oh, these are interesting teases, but as Special Nick has continued to like in the Switch 2 era, I don't recall a miss so far, and he's had more accurate info than many other sources in terms of like, oh, not only did I hear that Ocarina of Time was a big budget, and he was saying this well before Nate the Hate and other sources, but I also heard it was getting special edition themed hardware, and now we have leaks of the retail boxes, you know. These are the kind of things that, in addition to the one being, I think, the only source that talked about Mario Galaxy 2 right before it was revealed for the 40th anniversary. Like, there were rumblings about that happening, but he was one of the only ones. He said Metroid Prime 4 would have like a bigger open area than we've ever seen in a Metroid game before. Look at the desert. So I really think whoever his Nintendo source is super plugged in, and he specifically has talked about a Luigi's Mansion amiibo, and I don't know if it was for this year for sure, but regardless, I do think that we're in reveal timeline for the next Luigi's Mansion, especially when you look at the sales of 3. It did fantastic, so they're absolutely doing 4. It's not even a question.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a question of when, not if.
Correct.
And I could see them, revealing Luigi's Mansion 4 and then dropping it, right around Halloween.
Yeah. That would be a good game to tease 2027, but that it's not coming soon in 2027, and you're building it up for October of next year. That actually does make sense.
Or even this year. What the hell?
I mean, that would be incredible.
Insane.
But I mean, stranger things have happened with Star Fox being revealed in a direct presentation that Miyamoto announced 10 minutes before it went live.
Right.
So nothing's off the table here with Nintendo nowadays.
Yeah. Somebody in chat said they think Splatoon 4 gets revealed. It depends on who worked on Raiders.
That's good. That's a good question. I don't know if that's primary Splatoon team or if they're starting to spin them off.
Mm-hmm.
This is a side rant, but I kind of have a theory that Nintendo, with when they talk about expanding their teams and growing organically within the company, as opposed to them doing the acquisition thing like a lot of other companies have done, and they've done some acquisition, but they're very limited on it. I really think, as they're expanding their headquarters and doing all this stuff, and we just saw Donkey Kong Bonanza. Like, my theory is that they're at this point right now where they're having like a Mario A team and then the Mario B team, or the younger minds, and you kind of lead them off with one veteran, and they're now the Donkey Kong 3D studio. And I think something similar could, we could have Splatoon Raiders just came out, but the core of who developed Splatoon 3 is actually already working on Splatoon 4. And then Raiders was this true spin-off project of the younger minds of the team and stuff like that. If you start to look at a lot of these Ask the Developers things, that's what Mario Wonder came out of. It was like a bunch of brand new minds that were young into Nintendo development, and they literally challenged them. You don't have any timeline on when you need to get this game out. Just make it the most creative, crazy, new, revived 2D Mario for us. And they did that with Wonder, So
Thank God, because I was so over New Super Mario Bros.
Dude,
I was so over it.
By time I enjoyed New Super Mario Bros. U when I first played it, and then I realized it was really just an HD version of the Wii game, but it was still really good. But whenever you pair that up with all the DS releases, and you start to realize like it was the same game, just put in a few different packages. It's like
The New Super Mario Bros. Wii U had one great thing about it, and they do it once in the whole game. and it's the Starry Night level where it's
Oh.
like, man, like why isn't there more creative stuff like this in this game? Why is this just
Yep.
one level?
Dude, exactly. I think I it's funny you say that because I really was getting to a point where I was like, I guess 2D Mario, it's still fun, but it's just getting to that point where I'm never going to feel that hook set in with it again. And when Wonder came out, I had the most fun I've had with the 2D Mario game since Super Mario World, hands down. And that was Super Mario World on the SNES is still one of my top favorite platformers, 2D platforms of all time.
It's my favorite Mario game of all time. I think it's perfect. I literally think the game is perfect.
Yeah, I think so too, man. I really do.
There's
The secrets in the stages, the way that
dude, I rave about this. I go on Super Mario World rants, and I specifically talk about how I played so much of that game and discovered so many secrets to only be shocked years later when I pick it back up with a buddy and he shows me something I've never seen or heard of before. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me that this existed in this game. And the soundtrack and the perfect pixel art that looks good and holds up today. That game's perfect.
I didn't know about the orange overworld for the longest time from finding all of the secrets. Yeah, I thought I had them all. I guess I just at some point I'd missed something. And I found that out years later after, growing up with the game thinking I was a master at it. So yeah. It was
and you know what?
Kept on giving for me.
We're a minority. We talk about this on the show a lot. We're a minority because I love secrets. I miss secrets in video games.
Yep.
Secret unlockables, secret paths, secret missions, secret levels, secret bosses, all that stuff. And I know we live. It's a combination of things. We live in the age of the internet where like
you can look that stuff up.
Or not even that you can look at that stuff up. Even that like media, they've got their articles. How to unlock the secret ending, the 3 secret endings. It's like, oh, I guess there's 3 secret endings in this It's like right there in front of you. And obviously I feel like we're kind of a dying breed of gamer in that I feel like everyone wants everything everywhere all at once, So I feel like with Smash, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on the Switch, the biggest bummer for me with that game was that you start with everything.
Yeah.
There's nothing to unlock. And people celebrated that, but for me I'm like, oh, well that kind of takes the fun out of it.
Yep.
Even in Smash, I miss like completing a target practice with a specific character, and then another character will show up. Or if you leave your Smash Brawl on for 24 hours, Mewtwo shows up. Like that sort of stuff. Like you'd be on like at school and some kid tell you about it and you're like, bullshit, no way.
Yeah.
And then you go and try it and it's real.
Dude,
I love that stuff.
The challenges that they came up with in Melee that you had to go through, like all the different.
Absolutely.
What do they call that? I can't remember the mode off the top of my head, but some of the things got absurd towards the end, and then to
Subspace?
No, not Subspace. Melee on the GameCube. There was it was akin to a single player mode, but there was no story. And it was like
it was challenges.
Just challenges. It was like you had to beat Giga Bowser, and you were like, they put you in the most unfair circumstances, and you had to do these insane challenges, and to get them all and to unlock, I think there was 500 trophies. And the amount of like different side things you had to go do to unlock all that stuff was incredible. And then Subspace took it to the next level in Brawl. I can't believe that we haven't gotten like a single player, just expansion on that. That's Smash Ultimate is the ultimate version of Smash Bros. Minus that single player adventure because they did not do it with
next Smash Brothers. Mark my words. I think we're gonna get an ultimate version of Subspace.
I sure hope so. That'd be incredible.
I think the smartest thing for the next evolution is to do a soft reboot for the series. I don't think you do Ultimate 2, Ultimate 3. No, you reboot it. Introduce smaller roster characters we've never had before, which I know is people are gonna be like, what characters? But those characters are there. There are plenty of characters still. And you have a killer because it's the premise. Like the subspace was so cool. That was the best thing about the Wii Smash Bros. And people love story modes. It's the one thing everyone was excited about with the new Mario Tennis. It's the one thing everyone was hoping we'd get in Mario Kart World. Give it to us in Smash. Make it unbelievable. Give us a reason that all these characters are in the same universe duking it out, or these toy versions of the characters are. But Stash Man, we got a little sidetracked because you guys disappeared, but what's your prediction for a final announcement in the next Direct? You can have fun with it too. I had more fun with mine. I think Sun Bros was very, very plausible.
Yeah, mine's been the same. 3D Mario.
Yeah.
I know that was Sun Bros too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I literally have on my bingo card from January a box art mock-up that I made of Super Mario Multiverse.
Nice.
Yeah, like literally we're on the same page. I think we're going to multiple different worlds within Nintendo.
Yep.
I think that's the next evolution.
It's got to be, right? Like, what else
Yeah.
could it be? Yeah.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. It's fresh. You're not going to run out of material.
No.
I mean, to give everyone a comparison, I think this is a good one to think about. Is look at how Kingdom Hearts has done it with Disney. You get all these different worlds within Kingdom Hearts, right? That are Disney IP, and it's wild to think that we're only on the 4th mainline Kingdom Hearts, going back to 2000. Was it 2001 or 2?
One, I think. Yeah. Well, it might be. It's 1 or 2, but yeah, right at the beginning, turn of the century. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're at like 25 years. Kingdom Hearts came out when I was in high school, and my 20-year reunion was 3 years ago. So long time ago. But the thing is that they've had 4, and they're not even close to running out of locations to visit in these games. So now look at it with Mario. All the different Nintendo IPs, all the different worlds Mario could go to. You got the obvious ones. You got Hyrule, right? You got games like Kid Icarus. That would be interesting. You got to think, what about third parties? Would that ever be on the table? I don't know. But there's just so many different places you can go to across all the Nintendo IP. So that's what I would like to see. I think as well that it would be a glimpse. Okay. They want people talking about it for a long time, just like we are right now. They want what we've all done, Ocarina of Time.
Yep.
They gave us a very small tease. It's been discussed, debated, dissected over and over, and it will be until we see more. And they're going to do the same thing for 3D Mario. At the same time, 3D Mario is not the focus at this Direct. This is a glimpse of what's to come in the future. The focus is Zelda. It's Zelda's 40th. This is a celebration. It's a big party, okay? And so all they want to do is let you know, hey, we know what you're thinking. Yes, it's coming. Very small glimpse. We'll talk about it again next year at the February Direct. That would be my prediction. Okay, what was the next question?
That was the only one. So I can't see the topic, but that's the one we all answered, and then we kind of just shared some of our just gaming opinions. But I do want to ask you guys, because I mean, I absolutely obviously love the idea of a Mario multiverse, and I love the idea of some form of Nintendo Kingdom Hearts project. Can you guys imagine if Square teamed up with Nintendo again, like they did with Super Mario RPG, for some sort of? Obviously, it's not going to be Sora and the crew, but some sort of project or new franchise that's got like this square center protagonist and features all the universes, Nintendo universes. And I mean, guys, that spans so much stuff. It's not even like, it's so easy to think of the Marios, the Zeldas, the Donkey Kongs, but like this expands now into the Xenoblades and the Bayonettas and the Astral Chains and so many universes that we haven't seen in forever. Like Earthbound and Ice Climbers and all that good stuff. Is there a world where something like that could happen?
It could. I'll just say that I still think, if you guys already know, I predicted this a long time ago.
I know you're going to say.
It's going to come to pass. It is. We are going to get Super Mario RPG 2.
RPG 2.
That would be awesome.
There's a reason they brought it back. And the only thing I've heard people say that won't happen is that, Square's doing all their games on, every console now. So they're not going to do that because that would be an exclusive. And my answer to that every time is that when Nintendo calls, you answer the phone. Period.
Yep. Agreed.
Yep.
Agreed. And I think so. We are also seeing kind of this interesting thing, if you think about it, maybe more in the scope of like the remake with Star Fox, of it being a Star Fox 64 remake, but that was Valon Studios and Nintendo had their producers overseeing some stuff. But I think Nintendo's in maybe more of an era now than they have been in recent memory, where they're willing to bring in some other minds in the gaming industry with their IP, and like see what you guys can do type of thing. And yeah, they're going to have their overseers and see how it goes and stuff. But I think if there was ever a time for it, it might be now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I
think that makes sense.
Are we still kind of on the general talking point of just direct predictions in general?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you have the
let's
notes?
move on to the part of another idea. What are your predictions for September Direct? Realistic ideas and out of this world ideas, along with what week do you think it is going to be?
Okay, cool. So if it's okay with you guys, I'm gonna give my 2 cents, and then I do got to bounce out after this.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
Okay, so I actually think that let's just answer the what week is it going to be first. I think we're getting one early September, and I'm not going to say a specific week, but if it's not the very first week, which it very well may not be, I think it's no later than the week of the 7th, which would basically give us the 8th, 9th, or 10th. I actually think that's because of Ocarina of Time. I tend to believe the leak that it's a November 12th game. There's Amiibo hitting store shelves that day. Not Ocarina of Time related, but Nintendo has a proven history now where we've learned about some of these Amiibo dates via leaks and things early, and they cross promote their Amiibo retail launch with a big first party game launching. Mm-hmm. We know that November 12th, there's going to be brand new Amiibo hitting retail store shelves. So I tend to think that that's Ocarina of Time. So I think they want 2 full months of marketing ramp up for it, start to really layer it in Nintendo style. And so I think that they kick it off within those first couple weeks. But on the direct predictions end, I do have a section. It's Zelda's 40th is going to kick it off, but I want to actually kind of save that for right after my just quick fire third party predictions, because I think we're going to see some pretty cool third party stuff there. So Doom: The Dark Ages, I think it's finally time to see that confirmed. It's obviously going to come to Nintendo hardware at some point in time. It'll be there, I think, at the September Direct. Crimson Desert, as much as the developers have half confirmed it already, that it's probably coming out early 2027 or something like that, we probably get a first look reveal officially for it there. Not to mention we've seen a bunch more rumors from Kiwi Talks and other people. It just seems like it's not. We know now that game's deep into development. It's not just could it possibly happen. It's like it's functional and they have to optimize. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Nate the Hate recently put out like an update around that he knows it's coming. It is still coming. It's also a foregone conclusion that studio would want it to be on Nintendo hardware. It's been an extremely successful game, and it just screams hybrid console when you play that. Like it deserves to be, optimized for something like the Switch 2. The RE 2, 3, and 4 HD remasters natively finally on Nintendo hardware. I think that's strong candidates for the next September Direct. Halo is probably there, and it may be the campaign evolved, or it may be Master Chief Collection. But there is some new rumors about a Halo amiibo that I saw in one of Nate's videos from Special Nick, and we just talked about Special Nick earlier and his increasingly reliable track record, so I do buy into that as well. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced. It's obvious it's coming to Nintendo. Ubisoft need more time to optimize. Wasn't their day and date, but it'll be coming. And then Rockstar, I'm not going to say GTA 6 as much as I think that will come at some point in 2027. I don't think it will be revealed at the September Direct, but I do think that there's a chance that Red Dead Redemption 2 is finally revealed for the Switch 2, and that's at the September Direct. Okay, switching over to first party stuff. Well, I'm going to close out with first party that's not tied to Zelda's 40th, but separate from that, we do get a GameCube NSO roadmap update, I think, because we're literally out of games past Pokemon Coliseum. So that'll be added in, and then we know no more GameCube games. And at least how they did it with the N64 was the first couple, they gave us like a couple roadmaps, and then they just started going the month-to-month random drops. So I think they give us one more roadmap of GameCube games, and they're like, hey, Double Dash is the big, headline game that's going to come with online play. But maybe we'll see like Star Fox Adventures or Assault or some Mario Party games. Like they're going to just at least give us an outline of what's coming to GameCube NSO. I think that'll be at the Direct. To switch over to Zelda's 40th, this I think opens the Direct personally. And I think it kicks off very similar in form and fashion, even though it's hard to predict Nintendo repeating themselves. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But I actually think that Zelda's 40th kicks it off. Similar to how Miyamoto was on screen to open up the last September Direct, Aonuma is there to open up this one. They're going to talk about that they have a bunch of different stuff planned for Zelda's 40th. Maybe we started off with the movie stuff first, and we get like the cast reveal of the movie and a first glimpse at a trailer for the movie. And then it goes into, this is the gaming stuff we have planned. And my big out there prediction that may or may not come true is that they might have more than just Ocarina of Time as part of the 40th anniversary celebration. Not necessarily that it'll be ready to go right away. Maybe it's like a top-down 2D Zelda that we learn about for a 2027 release, but it's like they would almost treat that as the Yoshi game that they teased as part of Mario's 40th, where, hey, this is a big game in the Mario universe, but it's not our main thing. Or they may do like the more simple route, which is, hey, we're finally giving you Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD, but it's for the Switch 1 and it's coming out like next month. It's literally coming out in October. And we're just revealing it right now. But that's for our Switch 1 Zelda base. Now we're going to talk about Ocarina of Time. I can see stuff like that being there. And so that's kind of my more out there prediction. I want to play it safe and say it's just more Ocarina of Time. But because Zelda's 40th and the 40th is a big deal, I do think that's possible that they do more than just Ocarina of Time. The hardware will absolutely be there. So we get the official reveal of the special edition themed hardware and the Pro Controller, which will probably launch a week or two before Ocarina of Time does. So extremely early November, essentially. Have it on their holiday store shelves. Games not bundled in, I don't think. They could slap that sticker on there and say it comes with it for $550 or something. But if I was betting, I'm going to say it's either $510 or $520 full retail for just the base console, because they add a slight premium on those special edition themed hardware. And then we close the 40th anniversary section with Ocarina of Time remake gameplay blowout. They're showing us all the ins and outs of how the mechanics work. We're going to get a good idea of if it's 1-to-1 or if they're expanding the gameplay in the world, all that stuff. And then just to close out my first party predictions quickly, I think Smash Ultimate is actually going to get a Switch 2 edition with a Volume 3 fighter pass. I think that's the Smash thing that Kiwi Talks was teasing, and it's not a brand new. We're not ready for the brand new yet. As much as I would love to say, oh, we're going to get the reboot, it's around the corner. Sakurai is going to take his time with that. He just put out Kirby Air Riders. The man's talented, but I don't think we're ready to learn about the next one. So by design, the Smash Ultimate Switch 1 version has not been updated because we're going to get a Switch 2 edition. Then we have Mario Kart World DLC. I think that's pretty much a lock. It might be saved for next year to kick off like a February direct, but I do think there's a chance we get the DLC outlined, like Wave 1 kicks off in February of 2027, and then it's going to be Wave 2 in the summer and Wave 3, you know, kind of how they did it with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with the booster course pass. But I think they're going to announce that early on enough to keep people buying Mario Kart World throughout the entire Switch 2 generation, because that's clearly what they're going for. They're trying to copy paste the success of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And then I think those Metroid leaks are real. So I think that we're going to get a Super Metroid remake, and we've had a few credible names chime in on that. And well, we had that comment that was interesting, but then we also had like Andy Robinson from VGC when the Metroid Ravenous leak hit. He was like, it's not the only Metroid 2D project or whatever. Like there was very much an insinuation there's something else that's going to be a quick drop that happens for Metroid 2D. And so I think it's Super Metroid remake, and maybe it's pixel art. Who knows? And then Metroid Ravenous may or may not be there. That sounding, I don't remember where I saw it, but that's sounding like it's maybe a later into 2027 title, which could be the case. And if it is, we may or may not see it here. I would like to think that they reveal Metroid Ravenous and then say, oh, also there is a possibility. Red Dead Redemption jokes. I just got
to get that up while you were here. I'm like, that's specifically for some, bro. Let's get it out.
That was funny. I had to read through it, and I was like, oh yeah, that is talking about me. That's great. Yeah. And then so I think that we may see Metroid Ravenous, we may not, but either way, Super Metroid remake, and we maybe get the teaser for Ravenous coming out in 2027. And then on that same comment that leaked a lot of Nate the Hates list ahead of time, they talked about a new Wario Land game, and I wonder if that's just a real thing that's going to be. You know, probably not all this is going to hit at the September direct, but these are kind of like the big rumored things that could happen. Eric, you said Luigi's Mansion 4 is a show closer. You know, if I think that's like a coin toss in my mind of like it could be here realistically the September direct. It might be time to tease it for a 2027 release, or they may hold it closer to their chest for something like a February one. And then I already said, you know, earlier the closeout comment was the 3D Mario is how I think it closes the show. So to be clear, I don't think all that stuff hits, but I think a lot of it does. And there's just going to be certain things that are missing and saved for a February and a summer direct next year. But I think most of that stuff are pretty safe bet predictions off of what we know. And if you're paying attention to the leaks, rumors, and just using some logic with where Nintendo's going, that's what I got. So
sweet.
I'll
have to listen
see.
Back later to actually listen to it. Well, just to let the crowd know, whenever you see me vanish from the show for a bit, I'm dealing with my kid's condition. It is what it is, guys. I'll always dip the fuck out if I have to. Hopefully, everyone's understanding of that. All right,
absolutely. Well, hey, Nate, I was gonna say, guys, thanks for having me on. I do have to get off; it's my stopping point, but. It's been a pleasure chatting with you guys again. I will try to make it back on sooner next time than how long it's been this time, because I really always enjoy it whenever we get to sit down and talk games and all that good stuff for a lot of time uninterrupted. It's a good time. So thanks for having me back, and I will be back in the future, hopefully, if you guys have me. So,
hell yeah, man. Thank you so much.
We hate your ass, man. Get out of here.
I knew it. All right.
Oh, wait. Sumbro, real quick before you go, do you have anything for the viewers to stay tuned for on your end? Coming soon.
Yeah, actually, I will be appearing as a special guest on a very hype YouTuber's channel by the name of Gamebird Classic. You heard it here first. I'm going to be in a collaboration video of his, so go check it out when he drops that. I'll have my footage over to you here shortly, man. And then, no, I will plug this real quick because it's kind of separate from the kind of content you might expect from my channel. But as we talked about the name stuff earlier, I'm really going to be covering the Duskbloods with a fine-tooth comb. So if you're interested in the gameplay previews when they drop, I suspect I might have a video on that tomorrow because there are some outstanding rumors that there might be some previews going live. If you're trying to find out what this game is, what it's about, who it's for, I really enjoy the single player FromSoft games, and I can speak to my enjoyment of those style of games. But Night Rain was a game that was multiplayer focused that I did not expect myself to get into. And last I checked, I have 195 hours on that file.
Holy hell, dude.
Me and my buddies just go, dude, the same type of challenge that they present. And even though it's like an online thing where you're playing with friends trying to take down a boss cooperatively, it's multiple bosses. You have to survive multiple nights. It is such an addicting gameplay loop. I've gotten to a point with FromSoft games where I trust them like I trust first-party Nintendo with Zelda and Mario and Metroid, where I just know it's like, oh, I'm going to love this game. So I'm going to be deep diving all that stuff.
Oh, Sumbro, not to keep you any longer. I know it's late for you, but I want to add, I'm very curious to see your thoughts on Duskbloods. It's something that I've been very curious about. Night Rain didn't pull my interest. So just so you know, the Soul series, and that also encapsulates Sekiro and Bloodborne and Elden Ring for me. It's my second favorite series after Zelda. So
Great.
I'm very curious about this one. I'll definitely be interested in hearing your thoughts as a fellow hardcore Souls fan. And if I'm into it, if I'm curious, I'll have to get your friend code, brother, and maybe hop into some Duskbloods with you and your friends. That'll be cool.
Yep. Sounds like a plan, dude. I'm down for it. 8 players can go in all at once. So that's going to be a little chaotic. That's going to be cool. I don't think Game Chat can handle that. We'll see.
I'll be there too.
Yeah.
We should all get in on it.
There as well.
Sweet.
I literally have it downloading right now.
Yeah. It's even the title music, guys. It's like it is so Bloodborne-esque. It's crazy.
I haven't covered the part yet, but I'm like, well, if we're about to get, like, someone told me previews are about to come behind the scenes. I was like, well, I'll just wait then.
Yeah.
Like, it's gonna all be in the previews anyways. And I heard the previews are just what we're about to play in the network. It's the same thing. So
yeah, and I think that's probably dropping tomorrow because I
figure it's gotta drop the day before.
Yeah,
everything starts. I figure,
and it makes sense. They haven't really done the trailers, and maybe they do kick it off with the trailer and an embargo lifts. We'll see, sure. But I think we're gonna finally learn what this game is over the weekend, regardless. So stay tuned for all that stuff. So all right, well, thanks again, guys. Have a great rest of your night, and I'll catch you all later.
Have a good one, man.
Cheers, man.
All right. Where are we at in going on this?
Primal, you need to let the people know what you think is going to be the big one more thing.
Animal Crossing.
Damn. Okay.
It's due. It doesn't take as long to make. I think 3D Mario they can save for next year. I think they could potentially be like, well, it's a tease of that could overshadow our Zelda 40th. Animal Crossing is a completely different audience. We can really hit on that hard. It's really popular. And it'll be for 2027, of course, which would also be kind of crazy because if you think about if that's coming and 3D Mario, like Nate the Hate said, and Pokemon, those are 3 mega sellers. Like Switch 2 might sell more that fiscal year than it did during year 1, which was record breaking. So that would be huge. And then you throw Xenoblade in there, which I'm not counting that as like a huge system seller, but a very, very high quality game because it's Monolith Soft. That's a killer fucking lineup. You might be like, that's too many big games. I'm like, is it? There's going to be another gen of Pokemon at some point this generation. We're still got Mario coming, right? Still got Zelda, the big brand new 3D Zelda's coming. And we still don't even have like the big new Mario Party. That's got to happen at some point during this generation. That's another big one. So, there's a lot of big games still to come. And a lot of these things, they might do more than one. As an example, they have done more than one 3D Mario before during a generation. It has happened. That could happen again. We just got 2 Zeldas last generation, right? There's going to be more big. Look what they're doing in Ocarina of Time. It feels like the from the ground up remake. And if that goes well, we might see more from the ground up remakes from Nintendo because they haven't really done a lot of those. They've done remakes, done a couple from the ground, but they've always been like safe for like top down games or bringing back. Okay. But what about like a true remake of like say the original Zelda or Zelda 2? like a real remake of those games for modern times. You know what I mean? So, anyways, Animal Crossing, that's a big one. Where were we at on the rest of the predictions? Was it just Sombro who went?
Sombro's the only one who went for a
Okay,
regular.
I'll go last on that, so I'm not just talking all you guys' ears off. Let's throw it to Eric. Eric, man, let's go over. You already know what it is because you were already helping run that a bit, but just remind everyone. And this is from Pokey91 saying, "Hey, what are your ideas or predictions for the September Direct? Realistic ones and a little bit of out of the world. And what week do you think it'll be?"
Man,
Hold on, timeout. Tap the backlog. You want to come in quick and let me know what week you think it'll be? That's okay. All right, Eric, go.
Get him in.
Right.
Call him. Get him in.
Right. Man, the first week of September is obviously PAX. I don't know if Nintendo would drop a direct during PAX, but at the same point in time, it's Nintendo, so you never.
Here's the brilliant thing.
Yep.
If it is that first week,
Mhm.
all the days they do directs are before PAX begins.
That's true.
So actually, if they want to have something at PAX
That's true.
that they know footage will get out of, say Ocarina of Time,
Mhm.
maybe you want to run the direct that week. That's a thought.
Yeah.
A thought.
Right. So, I was kind of leaning me towards, it not being that week, but with that, it definitely could be. But, I could definitely see the second week being the target for let PAX clear and then bring the hype. But man, as for games,
You know what I realized? If they did a direct on that Thursday, it'd be the first time ever we can react to it together in person.
Yeah, right.
That would be really, really cool. Anyways, sorry. Just
Yeah, no.
I'll make sure I have an extra monitor with me just in case. We need 2 monitors to do that stream, right?
Yeah, right. Man, games wise, I don't know. My brain is just flatlining with what could be there. Yeah,
But you can just go to the wild predictions.
the wild predictions.
Yeah,
I mean,
things that are unrealistic, but you really want to see happen next in this direct.
Kid Icarus would be kind of cool.
Yes!
I mean, I haven't played Kid Icarus originally, but
Is that the first call up for Kid Icarus?
No, I think it's been mentioned once already today, but no, I do think it'd be a good thing for that to come back. Somebody did mention Captain N in the chat to have those games come back. So that would be kind of cool. I want to see something resurrected that we haven't seen in a long while.
Snowboard Kids.
Yep. NSO. Please. Again, I know Stash said something about Atlas is having a panel, and I'm like, we need to go just so we can ask when Snowboard Kids is coming to NSO.
I'll see them tomorrow.
Oh, there you go. Ask them.
I will.
Yeah.
Perfect.
If you just hey, if you're going to EA event, dude, NBA Jam.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
To ask everyone about it.
Yep.
I would. You know that?
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, I want to see some older franchises that haven't had a game in a while. Those always make me excited just because I know fans of those games are out there, and I'm always happy to see people, get new games for their favorite franchises. So I know I'm kind of copping out on the answers, but there's a laundry list of games that could be, brought back and things like that. So.
No problem with the brevity. It's okay. We got lots of hardcore gamers going next. Let's go to the long-winded, the never to be defeated 5-0 tournament champion NBA Jam Thunderstash Gaming.
Thanks, man. All right. So check this out.
Dude, I totally want to, dude, if they let us use a mic there, I want to do a big announcement of you coming in, the defending champion.
You should. They'll let us.
Yeah, dude. Oh, dude, we should almost live stream the whole thing. Say screw it.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be fun. Okay, anyways, we can talk about that later. Okay, go on.
Okay. So first thing I want to do is I'm going to share a screen. All right.
Let's go to the bingo.
Yeah.
It's good.
This was made on this was actually made December, I think 29th. We did it on January 6th. Okay. So as you can see, we've already been able to cross off Metal Gear, Kingdom Hearts, Classic Pokemon, Castlevania, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Xenoblade Chronicles X, Oblivion, Metaphor Fantasio, Monster Hunter Wilds, The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, Blueprints, Dragon Quest, and the next one we'll need to cross off is Diablo 4, because that is coming out September 15th. They just need to officially announce it. So I look at this list. I can tell you what's going to happen. We're going to get more Resident Evil, as you can see in the top left corner. We're going to get more GameCube NSO, as you see in the top right corner. The middle left, I expect Expedition 33 to be announced. I do expect Professor Layton news right here. And actually, I expect this to happen at Tokyo Game Show. Okay. Mark that on your calendar. I have Super Smash Brothers Ultimate Switch 2 Edition. Gamebird, I also predicted this in your direct predictions that this would happen this year. I can't talk about this. It's there for a reason. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I expect this rather soon.
Yeah, me too on that one.
Red Dead Redemption 2, again.
Yeah, I think it'll be next year. We could see it.
Doom: The Dark Ages, again. It's Doom's 35th anniversary. CD Projekt Red. I'll just say there's stuff I can't say. And I wouldn't say anything about that either. But Mother 3.
I can't talk about that either.
Yeah. Mother 3. I told you guys that when I first did this bingo card, that is a dream prediction. I don't have any knowledge about that. It is the 20th anniversary, though. It would be a great title to drop onto the GBA.
Every
NSO.
excuse we've had to get this game. Just get it over here. Come on.
Yeah. So again, this is my forecast, and you can see Metroid here as well, and you can see the Super Mario multiverse, and I do expect Silent Hill to remake Silent Hill F. Expect all the Silent Hill to no longer be silent on Nintendo, and they're trying to expand that IP. The only way to do that is to get it over to Nintendo, because you're not going to expand it anywhere else but Nintendo.
You know, you want to sell it in Japan, you better be on Switch too.
Yeah. So there's that. Now, a few more things here. All right. I actually wrote this all out, and I was talking to Michaela about it. We were kind of like, I was like pitching her stuff about my predictions. We're going back and forth. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to write this out because I'm sure this is going to have a place on the podcast. Maybe not this week, maybe next week. I don't know. But it's going to have a place soon. And I'm just going to say, I think I need to say it now because I'll run out of time if I don't. Basically, this is about Zelda. All right, so let me just show you the logic here. Now, for anyone who follows the rumors, some of this stuff you'll know already. If you don't, it'll be new, but there's probably a couple wrinkles to it. So again, my prediction, the date that I'm picking for Ocarina of Time is still the same date that I've said before. That is Thursday, November 12th, 2026. But I'm going to tell you why exactly, okay? Now, to me, the November 12th makes a lot of sense if you actually look at a calendar. So if you're on a computer right now and you look at your calendar in the bottom right corner, if you're on your phone and you look at the calendar app and you look at the Thursdays, and then you look at a few other key dates, like there's a Friday the 13th in November. I would say that would make sense to switch it to a Friday if this was Majora's Mask. So maybe in a few years we can do that. If you look at all the dates, obviously Thursday, November 26th is off the board, right? It's Thanksgiving. Not coming out on Thanksgiving.
No way. There's no shot you come out on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, no shot.
No shot because people aren't going to be able to go to stores and it's physical.
Hey, as Vince McMahon would say, no chance in hell, right?
Yeah. It's not a live show on the TV where people will tune in like the sports because everyone's around, everyone's together and gathering. No, guys, this is a video game. You have to leave your family to go pick it up. No.
Now, I will say that we would all give thanks for it at the Thanksgiving dinner.
Dude, I will say that might be I've never said thank you to thanks for video games at the family dinner table because I'm like, okay, it's not really feeling appropriate. I'm going to say Ocarina of Time drops that day. That will be part of my thanks. I'm thankful my son's alive. I'm thankful for my health. Also, guys, I'm thankful that Ocarina of Time is here. So when are we done so I can go play?
100%. All right. So jokes aside, it's not on Thanksgiving. GTA is November 19th. Remember the 5th of November? Is that how it goes?
Yeah. That's the quote. Yep.
It's not on November 5th. That's a Thursday. That leaves us with November 12th. Okay. This is not even going into the big stuff, but it leaves us with November 12th. Week before GTA, 2 weeks before Thanksgiving. Now,
Amiibo's dropping that day as well, and they always seem to release games the same day as Amiibo. That's like the biggest argument.
That's my next point.
People thought I was crazy when I brought that up in my video. I'm like, guys, I'm joking. Go look at the history of Amiibo releases. This is like very fucking consistent. They drop the same day as a game. They don't even have to be related to that game. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. So actually, that's my next point. So the final two Kirby Air Rider Amiibo. The key word there, okay, that I think a lot of people are missing is final. Final two. These are the final ones. This was long form planning. This was roadmap planning. Kirby Air Rider came out last year. Kirby Air Riders, right? They planned it ahead of time to obviously have the Kirby Link Amiibo. Yes, it's the Kirby Sword Amiibo. It is the Kirby Link Amiibo. We all know that. When people see it, they associate it with The Legend of Zelda. When you play Kirby and you put on Link's green hat, you're associated with The Legend of Zelda. It's very obvious that they planned a year ahead of time that, hey, we're going to release these Amiibo sparingly so that it leads us right into the last Amiibos releasing for The Legend of Zelda's 40th anniversary. I also think there will be Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Amiibo. When those sell out, people can buy the Kirby Link Amiibo if they'd like, because that will still be on store shelves. And this is cross promotion. There's going to be people that are picking up The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time and Nintendo Switch 2 for the first time. They're going to be going into the store to buy the Zelda themed Switch 2. They're going to see the Kirby Amiibo on the store shelf. Say, oh, what's that? They come out with a new Kirby game? Now, this is realistic that they're going to ask this question because if you're just buying a Switch 2, you don't know. And you have to take into consideration the casual gamer, not us, not not everyone in chat. You guys know Kirby came out already. The casual gamer is not going to know that. First thing they're going to do is open their phone and Google Kirby games Switch 2. We're going to find Kirby Air Riders. They're going to say, oh, wait, there's another Kirby game on Switch 2? I have that game. I didn't know there's a Switch 2 upgrade. And there's DLC. I'm going to buy that now. That's only $20. I didn't even play it. I just bought it sitting in my backlog. It's going to be like a brand new game now for Switch 2 for me. So this is cross promotional in both ways. It's for Zelda fans, they're going to see that. And if you're a Kirby fan, you're going to see the Kirby Link amiibo. Oh, what's this? And it's going to bring you to the Legend of Zelda. So the fact that they long form planned this a year ahead of time tells you that they knew that long ago. We've always said this. Nintendo plans years in advance. And they do everything for a reason. It's not by accident. All right. Now, next prediction is that the Kirby Sword amiibo will have functionality in Ocarina of Time and potentially other Zelda games, because they're going to position it that way. It's going to work in both Kirby games and it's going to work in the Legend of Zelda games. And that'll give people more incentive to actually buy this Kirby amiibo, which is great because you don't want that sitting on store shelves. And then let's see. As far as the hardware, I think, well, first off, everything we saw, yes. We've already discussed this. We've discussed it almost every week. But I 100% bought into that. And a couple other things. One thing is that you keep in mind that Grand Theft Auto is digital. Nobody's going to the store to buy a code in the box. The people that would be going to the store to buy a code in the box are the ones that already pre-ordered the code in the box. You know what I'm saying? Those are the people that are going to get it. It's already pre-ordered, meaning they're not going to be going into the store. Xbox has like zero presence at every store I ever go into. I don't go out a lot, but Walmart, Target, Best Buy, Costco, Xbox is nowhere to be seen. They have, the most they have is controllers and maybe one of their BS hard drives that they brand it, and maybe like Madden and NBA 2K. They'll have like 5 to 10 physical games, maybe. That's it. Their section is so small, and it's very sad. It's lame. It's weak. So people aren't going to be going to the store to go pick up GTA, but they're going to be going to the store to pick up The Legend of Zelda. Nintendo is really going to own the retail space this holiday season. I think we're going to see that in a big way. We obviously talked about it a lot, about how once Sony gets out, Microsoft's already out, in my opinion. I don't take them serious in the retail space. Nintendo's going to absolutely own it. It's going to be theirs for the taking. They're going to be creating all that foot traffic, but think about all the merchandising. If GTA was a physical release, do you think there would be merchandising in the store? Like big cardboard cutouts and stuff for GTA? I absolutely do. But guess what? It's not. It's not bringing in the traffic. There's going to be merchandising everywhere for The Legend of Zelda, for the 40th anniversary, for the movie, for Ocarina of Time, for the hardware. So when you walk into a Walmart, Target, video game section, Best Buy, it's going to feel like a Nintendo store because no one else is doing anything. By default, it's going to feel that way. I think that's going to be massive. And then this is how I could see the trailer going. The date's going to come up and it's going to say 11/21/1998. The original release date. And then the 2 and the 1 are going to transition backwards to the 12th. So Nintendo is going to recognize the original release date, and then the numbers are going to transpose to 12, from 21 to 12/26. That'll be the release date. That'll be how they show it. And I'm pretty certain that's how it's going to go down. Now, Bird, was there anything else as far as what I need to talk about for the direct or Prime? Was there anything else?
Any crazy predictions? Just wild stuff.
I don't think it's crazy, but of course, Metroid. It is Metroid's anniversary as well. Ravenous, of course, it's been rated. Not by the ESRB, but it's been rated. So it doesn't matter. There's a reason they didn't have the ESRB rate it. They're trying to keep it private. Because they want to surprise and delight us. Obviously that's an option. There's things like Luigi's Mansion 4, Smash Bros. Historically, Smash Brothers comes out within 18 months. Right around that time. November, December. When does Smash always come out? December. When is 18 months? December. Again, it's on my bingo card for a reason. I won't say anything else, but Smash Brothers seems very likely to me. Halo was also on there. I think we could hear something soon about that. But really, just back to the bingo card. I'm not going to pull it back up, but all those things they're all going to come to fruition. A lot of them already have, but there's more to come. I don't think anything's really crazy, though. I think that's all really it's realistic. Steven in chat said, "Oh, so you were doing bingo cards." Steven, I filled out this bingo card on December 29th, 2025.
Yeah, that was our overall predictions for the year. We do that. We do that every year. It's a tradition now.
Yeah, but as far as you saying, so you're doing bingo cards. We do bingo cards all the time.
Yeah.
Sure, we're gonna have one soon because
Yeah.
it's
It just kind
direct
of all
season.
depends. Like we're doing some predictions today, guys. We might have this again, especially depending on what guests we have, because we really like to hear from our guests sometimes about the predictions. But obviously, that'll be when the direct will be. Like, we're not going to do this again until the direct's announced. And it's also one of those things that if it does happen when we're at PAX, then we're probably not going to have a prediction episode, right? That's because we're going to do our show on Tuesday. If it's announced on Wednesday for Thursday, there's no time to do a prediction show in there, right? Like it's just not going to happen. But you have to get us live reacting to it and all that stuff as well. So that is the one caveat. That's one reason why having a little predictions now, it's on the off chance it's that first week. So there's at least some stuff floating out there from us, and we don't miss the opportunity to do predictions.
Hey, as far as the direct though, as far as timing, the GTA is the 26th. Gamescom is the 27th. PAX is September 4th. I was just thinking about those dates. Keep those dates in mind.
God damn it, Steph. You fucker. I hate when he does shit like that. But you know what? Keep the dates in mind. What's it for? I have no fucking idea. We'll find out.
It's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be fun. It'll be something that he thinks is fun, anyways.
The world may never know.
Yeah, I never knew. All right. Well, we have to hear from the Game Bird because he's got the sickest, coolest looking hotel room at the moment. Although I will say, Stash, when it was daylight out, dude, the stuff out the window, even though it was going in and out because it can't handle the brightness and stuff. But dude, when it would go to the background, I'm like, dude, that's a really sick backdrop of the building and stuff.
I forgot my camera.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Is it like the webcam? Because they suck.
Yeah, and so when I went to go turn it on, first off, I of course had to update software. I've never used it on the laptop.
Yeah.
And nothing came up. I didn't even know that there was a thing there, a slider. I didn't even see it ever.
Yeah.
So I had to open it up. I'm like, oh man, this camera's terrible.
Yeah.
Capturing light.
Yeah, it cannot handle light like at all. No, you need like a real camera. Yeah. It's all right though. It works out. All right, Birdman, Snack Man, sour cream and cheese chip.
I'm gonna keep it a little bit lighter on this one because I am making a video on it.
Absolutely.
So I don't want to throw everything out there. So a lot of the stuff that I'm going to put in there is probably going to be a little bit obvious, but I'll try and keep it fun with like one or two. Ocarina of Time, obviously, that's going to be the big one. The game is coming out this year. I think we're all expecting, early to mid November for that. Another one that I think will be there is Dustbloods. We're going to need a release date for that. We're going to need more information. Obviously, they've got the network test coming up. On another exciting note, I think Xenoblade. We got a really epic kind of story trailer earlier this year. I think maybe it's time to see some more battle system. What's going to set this one apart from the gameplay side. But Xenoblade, we know that one's probably coming next year. If it's not confirmed, I can't recall. But it just makes sense for that one to be in this big late summer showcase. One that I think we've all been expecting all year long, but we've yet to see any details on it. We know it's coming. Again, it's not if, it's when, and that's Mario Kart World DLC. This is one where like the timing really feels right for it, I'd be really surprised if we didn't get Mario Kart DLC announced in this direct. But yeah, let me see what I wrote down. I wrote down a bunch of stuff, but some of it I just don't want to go over. Winds and Waves. I wouldn't be surprised to see Winds and Waves in the next one. I know a lot of the stuff we usually see from the Pokemon Company, but the game already had a big, epic, sprawling trailer. I believe this game is going to be the first half of next year. I don't think it's going to be the second half. So I would not be surprised to see something new on the Pokemon front. I feel like the timing feels right. And then, let's see. Let's do a crazy one. This is one that I mentioned last time for fun, but it's wild. And again, we got Virtual Boy NSO. So who's to say we won't get Power Glove NSO? I'm going to say Power Glove NSO as a little fun wild card. They're going to announce that they're selling Power Glove replicas, which I will be first in line for because despite it being a terrible accessory, it's some of, if not the coolest hardware Nintendo's ever come up with. I freaking love the aesthetic of the Power Glove. Let me think. And then I guess the last one I'll settle on, this was the big plus, or the big finale. It wasn't mine, but again, I think logically it's the one that makes the most sense. And it's most likely what we're going to be getting as our big one more thing. And that's the next mainline Mario. As I alluded to before, and I asked Sunbro about it, I've been really thinking about art style and art direction and how they've been changing up the look of characters. And I really believe, hold me to this, mark my words. I really believe there's going to be some sort of Mario redesign. Kind of like DK got a redesign. I just got a feeling they're going to change something up. They're feeling ballsy with the Switch 2. Just like New Super Mario Brothers started to feel stale and sterile. And we got a little bit of it in Mario Wonder, to be honest. There was almost a retro look to Mario and Mario Wonder, but I think they're going to go a step further, and we're going to see Mario in a way that we've never seen him before in the modern era. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm landing for this.
Hey, PSA, Trails in the Sky second. Demo.
Smart man.
No, you see the demo?
Yeah, prologue and first chapter.
Yeah, for everybody. It carries over to the full game. So, PSA, get on that. Those prologues, some of those prologues are very long.
Yeah, the first game is like 10 hours, that demo. It's like the first 10 hours of the game.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, guys, look, I'm not going to go too crazy. Again, I'm going to be recording some for Game Bird this week, so you get some of it there. You might hear some repeats, but look, there's going to be a big direct. It's going to be huge. I think Zelda's 40 is part of it. So there'll be a bunch of Zelda stuff in there. Whether or not there'll be another Zelda game besides Ocarina of Time, I don't know. But if there is, you can see Twilight Princess on NSO. I could see maybe Twilight Princess or Wind Waker HD coming out on Switch 1. So you throw a Switch 1 a bone for the holidays as well. I can see that. And then obviously there could be like a Switch 2 version of that or whatever people want on Switch 2 up to Nintendo, or maybe they just do like a free update where it just, higher resolution and just higher frame rates. And that's all they're doing with it on Switch 2. I have no idea, obviously. And kind of like Stash is like, I'm going to leave this one alone and leave this one alone. Obviously, that means he knows something about it. I know something about some of the games too. Not that they're going to be in the Direct, though. I could straight up say I don't know what's in the Direct at all, right? Besides Ocarina of Time, that we should all expect. And maybe Switch Sports Resort, obviously, because that's in October. I don't really know what to expect in the Direct, because unless people tell me directly something's in the Direct, then I don't know. And people usually don't tell me what's in the Direct. I just know about stuff coming at times. Usually it's third-party stuff. I don't have like anyone at Nintendo that tells me anything, which is totally fine. It's kind of cool not knowing at times. So look, I'll just throw out some that I don't even know if are ever happening on Switch 2. The third-party games have been doing really, really well in terms of at least being really enjoyable on Switch 2 and having consistent frame rates. And yeah, okay, the haters will always mock, well, the internal resolution. Nobody cares what the internal resolution of a fucking game is. We care what we're seeing on the screen. Okay, we care about what we are physically seeing with our eyes, not what trickery was done for us to see it on those eyes. That's what DLSS is about punching above your weight. It's okay. I don't care if it's internally 360p, dude. If it's 1080p on my TV, I'll be fine with that. Yeah, I would love for it to be 4K, of course. But let's be realistic. It's a tablet. Okay? 4K isn't even really a thing on PS5. Let's just be frank. It's all trickery to get to 4K for a majority of their games. Even on PS5 Pro, they're still using trickery, such as PSSR, to get to 4K. Why? Because not even the PS5 and PS5 Pro are technically powerful enough to be a 4K machine for raw output of a AAA game. It's not. Guys, you need like a 5090. So $3,000 to get that. Let's just be realistic here. Okay. PS6, maybe. I have no idea. Let's see what they're rocking for specs, but I'm guessing PS6 technically won't be able to do it raw dog either. And honestly, why would companies do it raw dog when you can use PSSR, you can use DLSS to boost everything? So why not do that? Saves you performance, lets you use more of the power towards the actual gameplay. You know what matters? So with the magic we've been seeing with Switch 2, Call of Duty's coming. I can announce. I haven't technically announced it publicly, but I'm allowed to. I am in the Call of Duty Next thing, just like Thunderstash. I'm on the Discord server. I'm not really talking on it. No offense to the people on the Discord server. This is just my general advice to anyone who is allowed to do these things as like content creators or media. There's a certain professionality that you got to have at times. And some of the people on that server, I would say, are not necessarily being very professional about this stuff. They're still going to get in, and I think they know a lot of content creators are just gamers and fans and just kind of wild on the internet. But like, it is a little weird knowing that, like, okay, this wasn't random fans invited in. This is wild. Like, I just don't even want to talk on that server. I'll wait if the devs want to say something on there. Obviously, cool.
I haven't seen. I mean, I haven't had time. I just introduced myself and then peaced out. I'm too busy, but I can only imagine.
Yeah. Some of the chats, I'm like, dude, this is dumb. Like, this is so disrespectful at times. Like, you know, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna do me. I gotta worry. Look, I know who I am. I know what I am. They don't know who I am. Fine. These Call of Duty devs can find out who I am by how I cover their game. All right. I thank you for inviting me into the program. I didn't reach out. I didn't apply. They reached out to me. So they wanted me specifically to come do this thing for Switch 2 because I make Switch 2 news videos.
I had to look up what Call of Duty Next was.
Yeah, and
I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, and Stash does reviews, so it would make sense to reach out to him and be like, hey, you might, I don't know if you were thinking about reviewing Call of Duty on Switch 2, but at least do a preview. Here you go.
Yeah.
It's not the kind of game you usually would do, but hey, I'll preview this. Absolutely. People know if they like Call of Duty or not. I don't really need to tell them that, but they do want to know how it runs on Switch 2. I can do that. Yeah. So that's just, I was really happy to be invited to that program just because I'm not gonna be able to buy it this year. So I just want to check it out and see if it's going to get added to my to buy list, because I have this habit of every time a Call of Duty first comes to a Nintendo platform, I always get that first one because it's just nice to see Call of Duty on Nintendo because it's not consistently on Nintendo. Now, this is supposed to be consistent for 10 years, so I'm not going to worry about it. But that first one, I don't know, it's just like a moment. It's just like a moment. I like to be part of that moment. And while I might not be part of it day one, it doesn't matter. People will still be playing that shit next year, so I'm not worried about it. Not worried about lobbies or any of that. It's not like I'm going to log like hundreds of hours in it. I don't have the time for that. But I'll beat the campaign. I'll dabble in multiplayer here and there. Campaigns in Call of Duty are actually pretty good. I don't know if you guys have played a lot of Call of Duty campaigns. They actually,
that's why I reviewed it.
Some of the games have really good campaigns.
Yeah, I've reviewed the Call of Duty campaign.
Yeah.
I don't review the multiplayer. I say it in the review. This is not multiplayer review, campaign only. I really like them. Like some of them aren't great, which is why
there were some where you could tell
the
like
review is beneficial.
Yeah. Some of them are like an afterthought because there was a period where they were just focusing more on multiplayer and not really, but they admitted like people were getting mad because there's a ton of people that love the single player. And so then they started focusing back on single player. All right, we get it. We don't want to lose customers. We're good. We'll start putting good single player back in. Been pretty good the last couple of years. So we'll see if that continues. You wonder how I know? I had Game Pass. I got it for free. It's not on Game Pass this year, so it's fine. Whatever. So yeah, I do think. Look, one that doesn't really get talked much about, even though there's a network test coming up, Dustbloods is probably going to be in this direct. And whatever we don't learn about it from this network test and from the previews, we'll learn about it there. Whatever other questions come up, which look, when I do the network test, when I'm done with it, I might have more questions about certain aspects of it. I have no idea. So we'll see. Like, if the number, by the way, I suspect it's going to be pretty good from software, right? It should be good. The maybe the worst from software game I've ever played was Night Rain, and even that's okay. It's not a bad game. So I just don't see any way that this is bad and doesn't run well because it's made exclusively for Switch 2. Which is also why I think they decided to put in the effort with Elden Ring that comes out next week. Or next week. Because, they're putting an exclusive out and they don't want people's first taste of a From Software game on Switch 2 to be setting a bar of expectation for Dustbloods where it might scare people away from buying Dustbloods by having performance issues. So, obviously, we've seen the recent footage on that. It's looking pretty good. And again, comes out next week. Then, as for like Nintendo stuff in there, obviously I threw out the Animal Crossing one for like the big thing. I do think that's a realistic possibility. Actually, if you look at the history of development with that particular part of Nintendo, they definitely could reveal something for next year. And yeah, obviously 3D Mario is always that potential because it's been a decade basically. And technically next year makes it a decade. Everyone just, it's been a decade. You might hear that from Nintendo land, and sometimes like, it hasn't actually been a decade yet, but for all intents and purposes, it's been a decade. So Yeah, that could possibly be there. Although I don't think both Animal Crossing and 3D Mario would be one of the two. I actually don't think they're going to reveal anything Smash Bros. At all. I've been firm on this from day one, and I haven't had anybody that I know that has sources ever hint to me in any possible way. And this doesn't mean anything necessarily, just that even the people I know that have sources aren't saying anything or hinting at anything. I don't think Smash Ultimate's getting a Switch 2 version. I've been on this train since before launch. I'm going to stay on that train right now. I actually think Kirby Air Riders and Smash were being developed at the same time by different teams. If you think Sakurai can't work between the two teams, you don't know the way Sakurai's mind works. This guy's a workaholic. And one thing he was kind of suggesting, if you guys watched his YouTube video series, he talked about how at some point he has to stop. He has to hand over Smash Bros. At some point. He talked about it in his video series. And that means he has to trust someone to be able to do what he does with it. And maybe part of that trust was, hey, let me do the outline for what I want from the next Smash. Bandai Namco, the team making it. You guys start preliminary work while I'm working on Kirby Air Riders. I'll hop on over once Kirby Air Riders is done. And I will, obviously, we'll get this all on track. And I don't think, to be honest, I don't think it takes them that long to make Smash. I don't actually think this is a game that takes them forever to make. Look at Kirby Air Riders. I won't be like, oh, look at the symbols. Look at that. It's also running on like the same engine as Smash Ultimate. This game will probably run on the same engine as Smash Ultimate. So I think a new Smash Bros. Obviously, everyone thinks a new one's coming at some point. I know some people say, well, maybe they'll just skip this gen. And now Sakurai heavily indicated in his videos that like there's probably going to be a new Smash Bros. So obviously, though, they could do a Switch 2 version now and do it like 4 years from now and drop a Smash, right? That's fine, but I think they want a new Smash Bros. Out earlier in the gen for DLC purposes like that. That it sounds nice to drop DLC for Smash Ultimate. They make way more money dropping DLC for an actual new Smash game. Do I think that's going to happen in 2027? No. So I don't think they'll reveal anything Smash here at all, but I do think there's a target for 2028 for Smash Bros. And the maybe pair it that year with Zelda. We'll see. New 3D Zelda I'm talking about there. But we'll see. That's the earliest I think a new 3D Zelda could come out. And no, I don't expect. Well, look, I'll throw this out there because Nintendo does some, like, if 2028 is the target date for the new 3D Zelda, will say this. There's a possible that the closer is a teaser for the new 3D Zelda. They have teased new 3D Zeldas multiple years before release, almost every single time. Tears of the Kingdom 2019. Obviously, they thought it would be out before 2023, but they might have been targeting 2021. That's 2 years. There's no way they would have showed it then if they knew COVID was going to happen, right? So, like that. Look at when they showed up Breath of the Wild, right? 2014. Now, the original plan was 2015, but obviously they ended up moving it over. We know with Twilight Princess there was a delay, but Ocarina of Time, they were teasing that like 3 years ahead of time. Majora's Mask was teased 2 years ahead of time. Like, and the funny thing is, Majora's Mask was in that 2 years it was teased. They just made the game in that time. Like, it's kind of crazy. They just made the game in that time. They say, hey, we're making this thing. It was in a magazine. Like, oh, cool. And then it just showed up. You're like, oh, that was fast. I've never seen a 3D. We only had Ocarina of Time. That thing took like 5-6 years from A Link to the Past. Holy shit. How are we getting another one? It felt crazy at the time. For me, anyways. I know a lot of other Zelda fans or other people who played Ocarina of Time didn't even realize the game existed. Or they thought it was weird because it had the time thing. Over time, though, I think that time, dude, they were ahead of the game with the NPCs being on the schedules, the 3 days, it felt like real life to me at the time. Like everyone's on schedules and they're doing different shit and they're at different places at different times. This is awesome. So yeah, there is, and part of this that helps it is Zelda's 40th. We now know there is a console. There is. So that kind of leans weight that, okay, if they're going to go heavy on the Zelda, maybe it's not a Zelda they reveal for Switch 1. It's the future of Zelda they reveal. And it would just be a teaser, guys. It's not going to be, it won't even be like how they reveal Breath of the Wild. It could be a pan shot, but that might be all it is of whatever's going on. Right? That might be like just a pan shot of because it's going to be open air, aka open world. They said they're going to keep that. So I can see them just open with a pan shot, so we see the visual style and we see all this new location shit, and that's it. We don't know what the fuck's going on. We have no fucking idea. And then Zelda fans are speculating now to Kingdom Come for the next fucking 2 years till we see the game again. Nintendo has a history of doing that with 3D Zelda. So there is the possibility that 3D Zelda could get a teaser there. Just to let everyone know, Ocarina of Time is not the end of Zelda's journey. We have another game coming. We have the big one you're waiting for. And then the Zelda movie. I think it's like a no-brainer. They have to do something with the Zelda movie. I hope it's a trailer. They at least have to confirm. I say confirm the cast reveal because it still would technically be a cast reveal because it leaked to deadline. But I think at this point, after that leak, and that's like, I think they'll just go into a trailer.
I don't think they have to do a cast reveal for this one. I think they just need a trailer.
Because it's live action.
Well, yeah, because it's live action. Like, it's way different when seeing who's going to be voicing these iconic characters that you all know and love. But that's not the case with this one. So I know a lot of people speculate, oh, the cast reveal. We got to get that cast reveal. We've already seen the cast. These are actors in costume. Watching the trailer is the cast reveal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think just give us a teaser.
Yeah.
That's my thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, I just don't know how they do the Zelda 40th and then not show the movie at all in any form. Even if they just talk about it and they show set screenshots and stuff, like they already did that for once that video leaked on Instagram of them in costume shooting a scene, Nintendo decided, hey, instead of getting mad at that person and taking his shit out, let's just drop some set images of Zelda and Link, you know, the one official images we have for the movie. So there's like 2 of them. From that shot where it's like Hyrule Field, we presume. So, yeah, I think that's pretty good for Zelda. I think those are kind of all the possibilities that are sort of rolling in my head for that for the 40th. And as for the rest of the show, I think there's going to be third-party games that we don't like. Look, Kingdom Hearts 4 took people by the storm last Direct. No one expected like the real, true reboot gameplay reveal of this to be in a Direct. Because it's so been tied to Sony for so long. Even though we've had Kingdom Hearts on Switch streaming, and we've had other, adventures in Kingdom Hearts on prior like systems for Nintendo, including like on 3DS and stuff. It's like, yeah, but no one expected KH4 to debut at a Direct. Nintendo actually made a big deal out of it in the Direct. Even the slot they put it in the Direct was crazy. Like they treated it like this was a big reveal. So what third-party games could that be? Well, I don't think. Like, it's nice to say GTA 6. Let's say that is coming in 2027. But, and even Red Dead Redemption 2 that we keep, bringing up because of the rumors and also just because it just makes too much sense. And it's supposed to be an updated version for all the modern consoles. The problem is Rockstar has never revealed any of their games inside other people's events. They always do it themselves. So, like, it won't be in a Direct if they make the announcement. Now, opening night live, maybe, but I even doubt that. Rockstar would rather just, no, I'm going to do our own thing. Now, you could understand, like, well, if they're only bringing out the Switch 2 version next year, then why not do it on Direct? That's how you reach Nintendo fans. They just think they're too big. We'll reach them anyways. We drop that trailer. We drop that announcement. We'll reach them anyways. They might be right about that, by the way. It's not like the internet won't be talking like crazy. Half the internet being excited because you're a Nintendo fan. Other half of the internet being like, oh, it's going to run like shit. That's already happening when people discuss it. So I don't think that'll be there in any form. I don't think we'll ever see Rockstar anything appear in a Direct unless it's like an old collection, like when they did, 1 through 3 and stuff. Like maybe something like that, like a really old collection that they're not really that reliant on selling very well and just don't care. And it was like a partner studio that did that. And it really wasn't a high effort thing. Maybe something like that could be in a Direct, like in a sizzle reel. Even you might even just miss it as it passes by. But besides that, unless Nintendo wrote them a fat check to put it in a Direct, I guess that you can't. Maybe Nintendo did write them a check so they could put it in a Direct. I don't know. But yeah, there's a lot of like big third party games. Like I was trying to look up the big ones for 2027 right now. And
we're gonna get to that in the next topic.
Yeah, so I don't want to go too crazy on that. I will say we have that Halo amiibo thing going on. I think something Halo gets revealed here. I don't know if it's for this year or next year. I have no idea. But something Halo is happening in this direct, and I think that's going to be the big third party boom that Nintendo gives you. There'll be some other stuff, but that would be like the big one because it'll be Master Chief's first time on Nintendo, right? So like they're going to try to make a big deal out of that, regardless if you guys think Halo is no longer a big deal in this industry. Nintendo might still have that respect to treat it like it's a big deal, and hopefully Microsoft can use that momentum to try to do something right with the next Halo and really, really blow people's minds. That's what I hope. We keep hoping. Keeps not really happening. I'm not saying Halo Infinite's bad or anything. It's just it's not as good as the old ones, and I don't know what they're gonna like. There's nostalgia involved with the old ones as well. At some point, you just gotta get past the nostalgia factor. But let's just be real. They don't play as well as the Bungie ones did. It just is what it is. Now, Halo Infinite did some things right with the multiplayer. I'll say, getting it back a little bit to what it used to be, but. Yeah, that studio's had a lot. They renamed it from 343 to Halo Studios, and they've had a lot of problems. So I just hope that if Nintendo fans get excited about it, Microsoft sees that and they go, yeah, man, we gotta, because that can open the door for him being in Smash. It's like, okay, we might have a bunch of this extra promotion now for Master Chief. We should do something with this. Like we should get, we have campaign evolved. Fine, we've got to get something else out in the next couple of years. I think we'll see Tomb Raider. It's already announced for Switch 2. Both the big Tomb Raider games coming, the remake and the new one. I think we'll get updates on that. See some new looks. They've been doing a developer series on that. I just covered one of the videos in one of my news videos this week. I don't cover them all because they're kind of long and I'm not going to go over everything because I usually have a lot of news to go over. But I was like, hey, we haven't seen this game on my channel in a while. Let's take a look at it. Here's what they're showing in the video. It was really cool. I love these developer things, by the way. I wish every company did it. It's so cool to get behind the scenes details on how this shit's made. I care about that stuff.
Super interesting to me. Yeah. Super.
Yeah. And I'll just throw out one that isn't announced for Switch 2. And maybe this one might even make some of you guys more excited if you don't give a shit about Halo. Look, this is a company that loves working with Nintendo and wants to sell in Japan. Stranger Than Heaven. That would be a really huge get. And I know it's not Capcom, where at this point, anything not announced from Capcom, you just assume it's coming. They're already bringing their new big games over. They're obviously going to bring Wilds over. That's already been out in the leaked, and that's coming. So why not this? And that's Capcom's a different company, but we're dealing with Sega and stuff yeah, I think they're going to want to bring it. And one thing that might be interesting, and I'm just going to throw that out there because of its anniversary right now. What if this is the event they revealed the new Sonic game? Throwing it out there.
I do have my Sonic the Hedgehog 2 shirt out on the bed. Already ready to roll for tomorrow. I'm gonna ask him about Sonic.
Yeah, I know. It's like, and you can't say anything, but maybe we'll hint to you. It's like that's the thing. I don't know anything about it, haven't heard anything about it. Obviously, they're making a new one. So it's just it has been a while. It's kind of the right time. The anniversary, they're still celebrating it.
Yeah.
So maybe this is why they want to cap it with the big reveal of the new game. And they're going to do it at Nintendo's event, taking advantage of the momentum of Switch 2, because right now it's the only console that isn't being shit-talked on the internet at the moment. They kind of have some positive momentum by just doing nothing and letting everyone else fuck up. So if you want nothing but positive reactions, plus Sonic and Mario have literally been in games together. Sonic has sold millions on Nintendo systems in the past. It's time, baby. Whether it's Frontiers 2 or whatever they call it, I don't really care. And they might be more willing to show it on Switch 2 because unlike on Switch, it's actually going to look really good on Switch 2. It's going to look really good on Switch 2. People will be shocked and be like, this is a Switch 2 game? Yeah, it's also a PS5 game, and yeah. And here's the PS5 trailer, and they kind of look the same.
I'm going to ask tomorrow about Stranger Than Heaven.
Yeah.
For Switch 2. I'm under the impression that everything from RGG Studio is coming over. Mm-hmm. So, all the Yakuza.
I feel pretty confident in it, but it's not announced. they might not have it in the plans. Maybe that studio didn't get the dev kits in time for this particular game, and they might, hey, maybe it will be, but it might be a year or so down the road rather than releasing on launch day and stuff. Who knows? Or they might not be doing it at all. They might say, yeah, we're just not doing it, but we're going to include Switch 2 in all future developments of new games. Like, okay, cool. And that would be a big little scoop to get too. Like, oh yeah, they did tell me that, yeah, I can't tell you anything about that game, but all future games, they're planning at least to bring them to the Switch 2. Don't know what those games are. I'm not leaking anything. I'm just saying what the developer told me and they said I could share it. Here you go. They might also, that's the thing. Whenever I hear things from people, I always clarify, can I say anything about this? Like the Ubisoft stuff about Outlaws, when I asked them all the questions, I said, hey, this is cool if I talk about some of this stuff. I'm like, oh, yeah. So then why can't we record footage? I don't know. It wasn't my call.
Yeah, it's what it always is,
So I could share information. I could talk about my experience, but I can't prove I played it. Okay. Well, that's because showing's believing, baby. Like you would know I was telling the truth right away if I could show you it. But it was a really weird thing. I hopefully, I don't know, is what Ubisoft's a weird company. They keep sending me all the games for free, even though I keep telling them I'm not going to review them.
Yeah.
And they're like, we don't care. I'm like, okay, well, thank you for the copies. They just sent me the DLC for PAX Romana. I'm like, dude, I'm a Nintendo gamer. I'm not gonna, it's a PC game, but I do love it. I do have it. Sure. Thanks for the free DLC, I guess.
They
really don't care because they just hope, like, as an example, even though I'm not making content, what did I just mention? I just brought up their game that they gave me on this. So they're still getting mentions. So that's why if you're a content creator, screw it. You might bring it up anyways. Right.
They're really generous and respectful.
They are very
content creators. They understand. And it's cool because again, like you said, you're not even planning on reviewing it. I don't know if I'll review it, but there's never anything expected from us.
Yeah, they don't require you to do it. Just here you go, play it. If you don't want it, you don't want it. If you do, cool. If you want to talk about it, let's just any sort of publicity they can get, which I don't blame them based on how not well their company is. I don't blame them for doing any shot in the dark to try to get any sort of publicity. By the way, PAX Romana is really good, guys. If you like RTS and city builders and stuff, it's really good.
Yeah, they've offered me games like Skull and Crossbones, and
that's how I got that one.
Politely, no, thank you. Not interested. There's games. There's plenty of games. I mean, they've offered the whole library.
Yeah, every game they release, they offer.
Yeah, I don't want all of them. I really don't. I don't even care if you give them to me, no string. I just don't want them all.
Yeah,
they won't get installed. The code will sit in the email inbox.
Yeah, I did ask one time, I'm like, hey, if I'm not going to use it, can I give it away? And they're like, at launch.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. Yeah. And I'm not going to, it's a code they can activate now, obviously. Yeah. So sometimes they're even like, yeah, because what is that? That's promotion for them.
Exactly.
So that's one thing in the future, guys, especially if there's Switch 2 copies that I just don't care about, or I already have pre-ordered a physical copy or something, then I'll just be like, hey guys, on launch day in my news video, I'll just announce a quick little giveaway for a code. You know what I mean? Ubisoft's cool like that. If you guys remember, I've done Prime Gaming Fest. Ubisoft gave us codes for Prime Gaming Fest. They're very generous about this stuff. So credit to them. I think they understand content creators a bit more than some other companies. So a big shout out to them for that.
They do.
I'll throw this one last thing out there, but I'm not going to say what I think it is because I'm going to save that for Gamebird's video. I think an exclusive from Ubisoft gets announced. And I'm just going to leave it at that. They do it on Nintendo platforms every time. And we haven't had one announced yet. Mm-hmm. So they have a very good working partnership. I don't know what it is. Got a couple guesses. Save that for Gamebird. And I'm going to end it there. That's all I got. All right. Let's get to the last scheduled topic we had. Because it's a bit of a shorter topic anyways. Because it's very pointed.
Yeah. Okay. So just two parts. We're talking about Game of the Year contenders for 2026 and 2027 gems. And this is from the Greek One, who submitted the following question for a topic. So thank you to the Greek One. And the first question is, might I add, this is a great question. First off, I'm going to say this. I don't want to speak for the whole podcast, but I think I do when I say you guys all come up with some really good questions that actually make me, if I'm sitting like this and, the notes come over for the podcast, I'll literally sit back in my chair and go, huh, well, that's a good question. Like every time I'm like, you're making me think about things I wouldn't normally think about. Why didn't we do this sooner? By opening it up to the chat. So just want to say really good job on the questions. All right. So with that said, the question is the first one. What is the chance of Nintendo having 3 Game of the Year contenders? So I'm going to look at that as like a nominee with Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, Legend of Zelda, Green of Time, and Pocopia. Now, I just went back and double checked to make sure it was 6 games. It is. So there are 6 games every year that are nominated. So we're saying the question is, do you think Nintendo will get half the nominees? Then, just to give perspective a little bit, okay, I pulled up. Actually, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at so you guys can see it and so everyone in chat can see this real quick. Here we go. Present and share screen. And here it is. Okay, so this is this on OpenCritic, and I looked at Metacritic. This aligns pretty well. Okay, best games of 2026 so far. And I wanted to look at this because it's like, okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down. We're talking Pocopia. We know where that stood. That had a really good review score. We're talking Fire Emblem, which of course isn't out yet. And The Legend of Zelda, the highest rated game of all time. And so I wanted to look at some of this other stuff, right? So we have Mina. I think we all believe Mina's good enough to be included in the Game of the Year and not the Indie Game of the Year. However, I just don't know if it'll be presented that way to the panel. I don't know. So I can't say for certain that this would be a nominee because I don't know how they're going to do this, right? Forza? Do you guys think Forza is going to get a Game of the Year nominee?
No.
I don't think so either. I don't think a racing game is getting in there.
Strong
Yeah,
in the
I will
sports
say-
category.
I will say I did make a list of 6 games. Mina is on my list. I think Mina will get a nomination.
Hell yeah. There we go.
Yeah. Well, I think we all believe it's deserving.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, I guess, how they do it. If they're going to have that as an option. I'm not sure how these things go. Requiem. Resident Evil Requiem.
It's not on my list, but I don't think that means that it's undeserving.
Big Walk. That just came out.
I
Getting
feel like
crazy review scores.
I feel like every year there's at least one indie. There's always at least one. Indie.
Yeah, they usually put one in every year. Yep.
Yeah. So what is it?
Sometimes there are 2. I think it's Mina, man.
Okay.
I think not only did Mina get critical acclaim, but I feel like there's a story behind it too, with Yacht Club and the long development, them going all in, knowing that this game could be make or break from the studio. There's like kind of like a hero's journey behind this game that I think also adds to the score.
There
I
is.
think it's between Mina and Mugenics.
Yeah.
I think Mugenics has a chance because there's a really good story behind that game too.
There is.
And again, they're really close in review scores. They're both really popular. So I
Now,
think between those two for which one will get in.
right now, Mugenics is PC only, but I've spoken to the developer.
Yeah.
He's bringing it to Switch too. I haven't talked to him in a little bit, but the goal is to get it out this year. So I think Mugenics would have the best chance if it can obviously get out to more people because, you guys know what the panel looks like. I'm not sure if they've played or heard of Mugenics, sadly.
That game will get a massive boost. in
Massive boost,
sales
yeah. I
If
agree.
that comes to Switch 2, like massive.
It is.
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
He hasn't been shy about it. He's even talked about it publicly. He's not.
Yeah, he's
he hasn't been
posted
shy about it at all.
videos of it running on Switch too.
Literally, yeah.
He's working on getting out.
Yeah, he hasn't really put anything new out in a bit, but it doesn't matter. He literally did what he needed to do. It's running on Switch too. I got to finish it up.
Esoteric Ebb, same thing. Really cool game. I played it a little bit on PC. I don't think that's gonna get in because no one knows what it is. 007 First Light. I really enjoyed it. We'll see what happens when it comes out on Switch 2. It's going to be at Gamescom, playable.
Yeah, I'm very curious on the Switch 2 version for that. It's on my want list for Switch 2, but it's like, God, please run well, or I'm just gonna get it somewhere else.
Hey, I'm going to review it on Switch 2. Like everyone else, I'm waiting actually on that release date. So I don't see that though getting into the top 6 of the year at all. And then look, we're looking at games. Devil May Cry now. Go to the next page. Now we're at 87s. I don't see anything that sticks out to me. We have to look at now. I think what's still coming out.
I have one game from this list on my list.
That's good though. I mean, yeah, no, not yet. Let's not get to that yet because the next part of the question too is 3 predictions for Nintendo third-party games for next year, if possible. So like, and we want it to be like different for each person. Let's not blow our load yet, because we each have 3 different games than than anyone else said. So
first, we need to answer that though.
Yeah, we need to answer the Nintendo question. Can those 3 games all get into GOTY?
And this is why I pulled up those games because I'm like, well, what's the competition look like, right? I think GTA is getting in.
Yeah,
obviously.
I think GTA is winning in the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, but for the point of the question, GTA. What other, like how would Nintendo get 3 games? And looking at that list, I'm like, well, it's certainly plausible. Then you got to look at what's coming out.
I think Sony's
still
big
left?
game gets in. I think Wolverine, no matter what it reviews, is going to end up getting in.
I was kind of thinking that too because of that reasoning.
It could be, depending on reviews, Control could snub Wolverine's spot. But
it is a franchise.
But wait, are we just doing Nintendo right now? Or are we just doing?
No. We're just doing the can these 3. The question is, what is the chance of Nintendo having 3 games? So like discussing the other possible big games that could be in there is part of that chance of actually get 3, because Sony's had 3 in one game.
There's a lot of, just put it this way, there's a lot of big shit still coming.
That's what I mean. September hasn't happened yet, and that's when a huge chunk of massive AAA games are dropping.
Let me mention some of these. I'll just read them out loud because I can't share the screen because I have private notes on these.
Yeah,
but
good.
Orbitals, The Blood of Dawnwalker, which
the list of September games.
I've played both. I cannot talk about either, but I have them both. It's on right now. Onimusha. We got I'm looking at ones that are like serious. Obviously, Wolverine. Trails in the Sky second, I'd like to say, but
I'd like to say there's
Trails in the
no
Sky
chance.
first
It's not
didn't
no chance. Yeah,
got
So,
recognized
it
for
might review-
nothing,
It might review crazy and still just not even get into the award.
which is wild. So
Um,
that's why I'm like, can't really say that. Lego Batman came and went. It did its job. Got an 85. It's not going to be in there. Bird, you said Control. Yep. I'll throw in there Silent Hill Townfall. That I think is a possibility.
Yep. And hey, we'll have a better idea of that after PAX.
Mhm.
If we think, oh man, this is actually that good. We'll see.
We got, another indie one that looks really good. Bird, you know this game too, Neverway. That comes out October 1st. That game's on your list. You remember that?
Yep.
Yep.
Beautiful game.
I played Ace Combat 8 at Summer Game Fest. We're going to play it again. Really cool. But like Forza, I don't expect a racing game or a flying game to get into the top 6, no matter how good it is. I don't see that. There's Gears of War E-Day. That could get in, maybe.
Yeah. If it's top tier, which they'll let the streaming of the beta happen, and people seem really pleased with the gameplay. So we'll see.
Yeah, like I said, I played Star Wars Galactic Racer. Really loved it. I expected to get nominated for a racing game, but not for the main.
Yeah, sports
the
slash
main
racing,
thing.
Racing stuff. Yeah.
Order of the Sinking Star. Really awesome, unique game. I expect that for indies though. Got Castlevania, Balmont's Curse. It would have to do gangbusters.
Yeah, it would have to be like a 97 or something crazy.
Yeah, like a Symphony of the Night score.
Yeah, it has to be like an undeniable. You have to put it in.
Yeah. Which, hey, man, I know.
I don't think it has to be a 97 to get in. I mean, guys, think about this.
I mean, it could be a 90 to get
Balatro was a Game of the Year nominee, an indie solitaire game.
I know. It just felt like a feel-good game to put in there. I think they like to do
But
that stuff.
if Castlevania is anywhere as good as Dead Cells, like, I could totally picture that as a nominee. I don't think that's impossible.
Okay, let's keep going.
But let's keep going.
Here's a fun one. This would be wild just because of its origin, but Final Fantasy Resonance. Because it was obviously a cell phone game, but I mean, look what they did with Octopath Traveler 0.
Yeah, they stepped it up in the
game's
cell
amazing.
phone game port. It's not exactly 1-to-1 to the cell phone game, and I'm happy about that.
Here's a game that, this game's not going to come out this year. That's Emberville.
Oh, no, it's not going to come out this year.
No, the playtest is coming up. But Phantom Blade 0. So we were not allowed to record. I played this with S Game. I played for a full hour. This game is badass. I think it's going to attract people that normally are scared of. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I just saw AMC. It's on the TV in the background.
Mhm.
True Lies just started. Holy shit, I'm staying up late to watch this.
I love
One of my
Dude,
favorite
whenever
movies.
I that's why I don't put on that channel at night because I won't get
It's so
fucking
good.
off.
Oh god, I love this movie. Okay, so I think that people who are usually scared off by Souls-like games or games that rely heavily on parrying, I don't know about you guys. I see that shared a lot, like in my comments. Be like, well, do you have to parry in this game? Because if you do, I'm not interested.
Not interested.
So I always cover that in my reviews, if it's heavy parry or not, because there's a lot of people who don't like that. And with Phantom Blade 0, I felt like the window was very generous. And I feel like this is the type of game that reviewers, like game reviewers, could play and actually beat. If that makes sense. Like it wouldn't be too hard, but it would give them that Souls fix. But I also thought that about Beast of Reincarnation. I didn't think it was hard. Like I thought there was a really good difficulty level for everyone to enjoy it, and I think they still got their asses kicked by it. So tough to say there. Outside of that, I mean, it's Zelda, GTA, Dragon Quest Monsters. I mean, I'm excited for it. I loved Part 3, but we'll be, hopefully playing that soon. But that's what's remaining. And then I have a ton of games on my list that are still TBA for this year. That we're waiting for news on. So many, which is wild because it's August 19th and the calendar's already very full. So when you look at all those games, it's like, okay, so Resident Evil could get in, maybe Control, maybe Silent Hill, maybe Castlevania. Ultimately, I would say I think there's a chance, and Nintendo could get 3 games in, despite it looking lopsided. Because I think they want to be careful with that too, don't you guys? They don't want to look like they're favoring one side or the other.
Why?
Well,
that's Sony in multiple events. They've had 3 games up
because of participation trophy mindsets.
But they didn't care about that with Sony, so why would they care now?
Because
It's
when
Nintendo.
a Nintendo game gets nominated,
You know that when it's Nintendo.
When a Nintendo game gets nominated, people claim it's a Nintendo bias or that Nintendo paid them off.
It's funny because they don't say that about Sony's. Actually, you know what? People do say it about Sony as well. Actually, it's all over the whole fucking show.
I think
Well,
they just wanna
Sony's got a
try
game
and
in there.
prove
They're
everyone.
probably winning.
The discourse will be different this year. If there's any year that I think Nintendo could have a okay discourse with 3 games, it's probably this year.
I'm just going to say this on the idea: is Nintendo going to get 3 games nominated? That's the question. No, Fire Emblem has no fucking chance. It won User's Choice with 3 Houses, was never nominated for any major award at the Game Awards. These media people don't give a shit about Fire Emblem. As much as it's getting rave previews, they're not going to put it up for GOTY. You'll be lucky if it's in there for like another category, like RPG or strategy or whatever, but that's it. They don't love Fire Emblem the way that the fan base does.
I completely disagree with you, Prime.
Okay, if you go look at the year 3 Houses came out, it was higher rated than 3 of the Game of the Year.
I understand that. I totally understand that. I know how it played out last year. I think this is going to be the highest rated Fire Emblem game of all time. And I think there's a bigger precedent with this game. I think when you look at the on-hands previews, people have already gotten to spend 20, 30 hours with this game, saying that it blew their minds. I think there are 3 games that are guaranteed to be nominated this year. But I'll get to that when it's my turn to talk about that. I want you to continue, Prime, because I know you're
all right. So, it's fine to disagree. Let me finish.
Yeah.
Highest rated is wild. It has to be like a 93 or a 94 to be the highest rated. That to me is wild. I don't think that's happening. They said the same excited words about 3 Houses, and it wasn't rated that high.
But 3 Houses was landed on like an 89 or an 87.
It did, and they were
like that.
saying the same shit about that game back then.
I think it's gonna be different this time.
I think it might hit a 90, could hit a 91. I still don't think that's going to get it nominated. That's my opinion. You can have your take when it's your time. So that alone means I don't think Nintendo has 3 games that are, I don't say good enough, but that the panel would be willing to put in. I have a serious question. Would they be willing to put in a Pokemon spinoff game? I'm not even sure Pokopia would ever get in. I'm not sold on it. They've never given Pokemon any credit at this event. Why would they start now? Oh, because it was a sensation? Yeah, a long time ago. No one's talking about it anymore. It's very easy for them to overlook it for any number of the AAA games we talked about still coming out. So that basically to me means only Ocarina of Time really has a chance. And that's only because the Game Awards has made it very clear that remakes can be nominated for Game of the Year. It's in the rules now. They can be nominated for Game of the Year. And I do think Ocarina of Time, if it's done right, which we haven't seen anything really to know. We just think it's done right based on a small teaser. If it is, that could be a 90-something rated game. And it might be undeniable to put that one in. And my whole thought process is, because the next part of this question isn't about Game of the Year, so I can kind of talk about like the games I think would be in there. Yeah, one of those two indie games I talked about. I hope it's Mina. I hope Wolverine's going to get in as the big Sony game this year because they never leave out Sony's big game. So it's, as you just talked about, bias. They literally are biased for Sony. We know it. Wolverine's getting in. The media that votes on this, I don't think it's Jeff Keighley telling them. I think it's just the panel they have is biased for Sony. Wolverine's getting in. GTA is probably winning the whole thing. So that's 3 right there. Okay. I think they are going to throw Requiem in there. They're going to recognize it as a return to form, even though they've actually been pretty good in the last couple of ones. This one is the best, in my opinion, of the last 3 Resident Evils. And it was on all platforms, and I think everyone universally loved it. So I think that's 4. At least 2 spots? I think there's games that are coming out still that could take those 2 spots. I don't think this panel loves Nintendo. If it's not Zelda, it's not Mario. They don't give a shit. So Zelda could get in because it's fucking Zelda, and they let remakes in. That will be Nintendo's nod for the year. They're not going to give anything to Pokopia because look, they don't even give it for Pokemon games. Why would they give it for a spin-off Pokemon game? And Fire Emblem, it might go ahead and win the fan players vote again because Nintendo fans might just go fucking nuts to try to make it beat GTA. Because you figure GTA would probably win the fan vote because it's a popularity contest. But Nintendo fans often show up strong for Fire Emblem in the polls. It just is what it is because they want to make sure it gets recognized. Like, even if you don't play it, like 3 Houses, there were people voting for it that didn't play it. And everyone online was saying it's because it got disrespected. It's not in the awards it should be. So we're going to make sure it wins the fan vote. And it was a huge campaign pushing for it. I can see the same thing happening again this year. So and you could argue, people would argue the Players' Voice Award is actually more important than the Game of the Year award. I that's up to you on what you value, obviously. I don't really like the Players' Voice Award. I don't like any of those ones because it's a popularity contest. And you could argue the whole thing's a popularity. Yeah, it is. But when you have a smaller panel, there's often greater considerations and less bias involved. There's still bias. There's always going to be. You can't get rid of it. People like what they like. They don't like what it's all subjective, right? About what you like and don't like. So of course it's biased. Like, we know they have a Sony bias, but Sony games don't win every year. Hell, Nintendo's got to win. Only one in a decade is fucking wild. There's some other years they had strong cases where, we should maybe be GOTY this year, but we're not. It also doesn't help that Mario came out the same year. I think Mario releasing any other year the last decade might have won GOTY at a 97. Because that's what Odyssey is. It only didn't win because Zelda blew them away more as like this big transformation for Zelda, right? Like this huge step forward for Zelda. So, so I'm just, it would have been cool. It would have been cool that year if they would have been like, for the first time in Game Awards history, we just have a tie. It's Odyssey and Breath of the Wild. Oh, that would have been sick. Anyways.
Can I have a what about question for you guys?
Yeah.
What about, and again, this is not me saying it deserves to be there. This is me trying to think like the panel.
Yep. That's what I always try to do.
You have to.
You got to think of the panel. Like, what are the cases? Wolverine's in no matter what. If it's an 84, 85, it don't matter. It's getting in.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you a game that already came out this year.
Yep.
What about Mixtape?
What about Big Walk?
I know, but
the problem with Big Walk is, again, it's not really on anything else right now. I don't know how many of the panel actually played it.
But look at how the media propped up Mixtape.
Yep.
Like it was the second coming of Christ.
Oh yeah. It's the very kind of game the media loves. That can get in just because of that. I do think, as an example, we got down to the 87s. No, there's lots of 87s that qualify. I wonder if First Light would get in. I think that would get in over 2 of the Nintendo games that were mentioned. I think Zelda's a shoo-in unless they fucked it up. And if they fucked it up, then I will say the panel might consider something like Pokopia or Fire Emblem, because Switch 2's had an incredible first year. Didn't have anything in the awards last year, really, that mattered in any of the big awards. Besides Bonanza, right? Bonanza was like the one that got recognized, but it didn't win like anything besides like what, best family game?
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
it's the Nintendo category every year, you know?
for everyone in chat, I'm not saying that mixtape
It's bad.
would win.
Or
I hope you're listening to the words that I just said.
it's
I
about
said that it would get nominated by the judges based on who the judges are, that it could possibly happen because it's so stupid that it could possibly happen.
yeah. And
So
remember,
this is sarcasm, by the way.
and remember, every game nominated for Game of the Year gets a boost in sales. Happens every year.
Every year.
So it's not even
put the
about
badge on there.
It's not win. We know we're voting GTA, but we want this game to get more recognized.
Games used to do that back in the day. They put like, best of E3 2009,
Yeah.
and they just put like every honor. Like you didn't have to win. All you had to do was be mentioned, nominated as best of E3.
Mm-hmm.
You could literally put on the box best of E3 2009 and leave it blank.
Yep.
And you didn't win it. You were just in the conversation, so you put it on the box and it sells better now.
I'll just say this, guys. Obviously, we don't know the review scores of all the upcoming big games. If Nintendo's left out, if Zelda's like somewhere in the 90s, even if it's a low 90, and Pokopia and Fire Emblem, and none of those get into Game of the Year, I think Jeff Keighley needs to form a new panel, because there's no way there were 6 games better than one of those. There's just no way. There's no way, because you're just literally saying, sorry, Nintendo, unless you have a 97, we don't care. No way. They had Bonanza in last year with the 91. Come on. No way. They're going to have a Nintendo representative, because Nintendo, we don't know with Ocarina of Time yet, but factually should have about 3 bangers this year that reviewers love. Pokopia, Fire Emblem, and Ocarina of Time. And that's why I think Ocarina of Time, though, is probably going to be the nom. And I think they all are already thinking it in their head that they're going to nominate it before they've even played it.
Yep.
I think they're already thinking it and assuming it, because it's the highest rated game of all time, the original release. I know there's skepticism. Maybe it's the second high. It doesn't matter. It's one of the highest rated games ever. The original release, out of respect, they're already probably thinking, we can't not put that in. They are doing a from the ground up remake of one of the greatest games ever made. Unless it's fucked up, which I just don't think Nintendo would ever let that game be that way. They wouldn't let it release, even if it's a partner studio. Sorry, if you didn't do it right, we're not putting the game out. I don't think Nintendo would allow that to happen, because they value and respect Zelda too much. So I think in a lot of their heads, they've already penciled in. We're probably voting for Ocarina of Time. And like, just like they penciled in GTA. Those are like 2 games coming that haven't come out yet that are just penciled in on almost everyone's card is going up for Game of the Year. The question is, will Ocarina of Time be nominated for other categories and have a shot to win? I have no idea. Yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
But that's my thoughts. I don't think there's any shot they get 3 in. This is a panel. They've never come close to trying to do that with Nintendo. They've only ever put 2 Nintendo games in one time, and that's because it was undeniable. It was Mario and Zelda. The one thing's universally loved by all media. That's the only time Nintendo's ever had 2 noms. So suddenly we're going to think there's 3 because, Pokopia scored well. Yeah, it's old news now. And Fire Emblem, okay, this panel ain't voting Fire Emblem over Wolverine and some of this other stuff. It's just not happening. Go look at who's on the panel. These are not Fire Emblem fans on this panel. Like the guys reviewing Fire Emblem, most of them are not on this panel.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that point. That yes, it can be universally loved by the people who played it and reviewed it, but people who played and reviewed it are probably not going to be on this panel.
Do we know what the panel is, or are we just making?
Yeah.
It's on. Here's a list.
Yep.
I have not looked at the panel, so I'm not going to go off of that. I'm just going to go off of my gut.
No, that's fine. You know what, Gamer? But I like that because I had such this negative take, which sucks because I love these games and I think they're all deserving. Like this isn't my personal what I would put up for GOTY, and I do consider a multi-platform for that. But it's like I don't think this panel's doing it. I don't think there's any shot unless it was Mario and Zelda the same year that we'd even get more than one Nintendo game on there. That said, that's my opinion. So, I assume Game Bird's the last one to go, right? So what are you thinking, Bird?
All right. Well, I have not seen the panel. I'm just going off of my gut feeling. It's not wishful thinking. I'm just going off of a gut. First off, do I think Nintendo could get 3 nominations? No. No, I don't. I do agree with Prime there. That being said, I do feel there's 3 guaranteed games that will be nominated, just based off of multiple things, what they are, and their story, their journey. Those games are Grand Theft Auto 6. I mean, that one's a given. I think that should be a placeholder on anybody's Game of the Year list. Mina the Hollower. I think if there's always at least one indie game nominated every single year, sometimes 2. Sometimes we have 2 of them. I think last year we had 2. I could be wrong about that. I feel like we had Hades and Silksong last year. Either way, there's always at least one. I don't think there's any other indie right now that's out that has the story and deserves it as much as Mina. So Grand Theft Auto 6, Mina the Hollower, and this is where I disagree, is of all the Nintendo games, I think Fire Emblem is the one that I think is most likely to get a Game of the Year nom. Now, I do understand everything that Prime is saying. I do understand that a lot of people just do not care about Fire Emblem. I know that Three Houses is the most beloved fan entry and won Fan Game of the Year, but didn't even get a nom its year. I don't think that's a story they want to have twice. And not only that, if Fire Emblem ends up being revered as the greatest tactics game of all time, or one of the greatest tactics game in creation, I just have a gut feeling that it's going to make it this year. That's me. Now, for a potential second game, I think there's a potential for Ocarina of Time to make it, but I don't think it's guaranteed. And we don't know how this game is going to review. I know for a lot of us, this game is going to be a 10 out of 10 no matter what, because of what this game means to us and because of nostalgia. But just because it's a remake of the most beloved game, one of the most beloved games of all time, doesn't mean it's going to score 10s and 9.5s and 9s. This game can land on an 82, can average an 82, an 81. People can say that it's great, but it doesn't replace the magic, or, you know, some aspects still feel like they're left in the 90s. We just don't know. We don't even know the scope of this. We don't know if it's one-to-one. We don't know if they're taking creative liberties. We don't know if there's voice acting, if there's added content. This one's just too much of a mystery for me to be like, if anything's going to be there, it's going to be Ocarina of Time. Because this game could get mostly 10s. This game could get mostly 8s, for all I know. So I think it's a big maybe. I think Pocopia, the interesting thing about Pocopia is I normally would feel the same as Prime. They don't care about this kind of game. They don't care about Pokemon. But I do think there's something interesting about the timing when this game came out. There's been a lot of negativity in just the game space. And this game not only came out of left field and scored unbelievably well, but also had incredible DLC that just dropped up that's extremely well received. And it's a cozy game that brought people together at a time when a lot of industry stuff was feeling very yucky. So I think this one has a story behind it. Now, this next one is a little bit of bias and a little bit of wishful thinking, but I'm just going to throw my bets on it. I don't care what anyone says. Yeah, maybe the Game Bird's a little delusional, but that's okay. I'm going to put Onimusha here. I think Capcom's been on a wild streak. They can't strike out. They're just hitting home run after home run after home run. We got a brand new Resident Evil, kicked ass. We got a brand new IP with Pragmata, kicked ass. they're about to drop a reboot of a beloved old school Capcom series, one that means a lot to me, that has a very unique combat system, in my opinion. I mean, you guys, I'm sure you saw the previews. People are surprised at this game. Lots of times, they were saying lots of times action games have to sacrifice either style or substance, but Onimusha has both. And they tweaked their engine to add that really cool dismemberment mechanic. I think this game's going to have something really special in it. I think this is going to be an action game to remember, and I think Capcom's just crushing it on all fronts. My hope is that this is their magnum opus of 2026. But again, that's a little bit of bias, a little bit of wishful thinking. Again, I've heard nothing but great things about these preview events. I know, Stash, you've got to play more than myself. And I know, there's a lot that you can't tell me and you can't say, but I know you've been excited for me. So that's a good sign.
What I can say is you're not wrong.
There you go. And then this is where I'm stuck, because as of right now, this is where I'm really stuck. Without scores, without reviews, if I had to guess today, I know this goes completely against Prime's prediction. If I was asked today, I would say Wolverine doesn't stand a chance for a Game of the Year nominee. Because all I've seen from the previews is people saying they're underwhelmed, the game feels dated, been there, done that. In fact, the nicest thing I've heard about the previews is whelmed, from Greg Miller on Kinda Funny. He said he was just whelmed. That's the nicest thing other than the game runs very smooth. And I see that as someone, I have this game drafted. This was my first draft for Fantasy Critic, and I'm a hardcore X-Men fan, so I hope this game gets a 90, 95, 96. I pray. So I'm almost leaning Control, because I know Control's doing some really, really unique stuff that we've never seen in an action game before. I know Control, when the first Control came out, it was IGN's Game of the Year. So I know that team has a strong love. I'm a big Control fan, so I'm going to go with Control Resonance as my last pick. So I'm going to go Grand Theft Auto 6, Fire Emblem, Mina the Hollower. I'm going to lean towards Ocarina of Time, but again, I think it could be either Ocarina of Time or Pocopia, Onimusha, and Control Resonant. I'm not sure on if Ocarina of Time gets great reviews. I think that's shoehorned, and it's gonna be there, guaranteed. You guys know what I mean about some of these remakes. Like, even if fans love it, critics will be like, "Yeah, it's the same game with prettier graphics, but did we really need that?" They'll do that. Like, did we need this? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they love to do that. Hey, real quick, because we brought it up, I pulled up the list, the voting jury. Let me just give you a few highlights, okay?
Perfect.
From the
Stash,
US.
Stash, I just want to mention one last thing before I forget that I made a note of, because you guys touched on it, both of you. Trails in the Sky 2. The first one was not nominated for Game of the Year. It was one of the highest nominated games that year. I think it landed on like a 91 or a 92. Trails in the Sky 2 is leagues better than the first one. Yeah. This game should review. If Trails in the Sky was a 91 last year, this one should at the very minimum be a 92 or 93. It probably will not be nominated. And that's an absolute tragedy. I don't even think it got nominated for RPG.
It got no nominees,
which is absolutely insane. So I love you, Jeff Keighley. This game better be nominated. I know it's not all up to you, but I'm just saying, insane. But go ahead with the panel.
Okay, so I'm just gonna give you, I guess, the outlets that I don't think will play Fire Emblem that are part of the jury, and I'm just going to give you the U.S. Okay?
Yeah.
Entertainment Weekly,
Oh,
aka
wow.
Entertainment Tonight.
Weekly.
Yeah, I don't think John Tesh is gonna play Fire Emblem. Esquire.
What? Is this real?
I was so excited to read these to you. Okay.
When did this
more.
drop? Did this drop a while ago?
No, it's been this way.
What?
NPR. Yeah. Pride. Just Pride.
I've never even heard of that.
Rolling Stone.
Oh my god.
Variety. Like Variety magazine. Variety. And The Atlantic. The website that
How are they?
that specializes in political writing.
With this panel, how are they even going to come up with 6 games?
No shit, dude. That's what I'm saying. So I'm like, yeah.
Wow.
There's
Well, that definitely changes a little bit for me.
even in the UK, you have like the Daily Mirror. Are you familiar with the Daily Mirror? They're like it's like the tabloids that we grew up with at the grocery
that's
store,
disturbing.
Yeah, they're judges for the Game Awards. So yeah, there's some interesting stuff there for the US at least. I can't speak to
Some of those outlets are going to put Grand Theft Auto 6 and then NA.
they'll just pick
Like,
something.
Yeah.
Well, they'll just pick something. A lot of them will pick stuff that they haven't played.
Call of Duty.
Yeah, they'll just pick stuff, man. It'll be like when people go to vote and like 1 or 2 people maybe you want to vote for, and then you just you got to fill in one of the circles. You may not know who the hell these people are. This happens all the time, You do the same thing on tests in school. When you know the answers, you're like, all right, yeah, I know that. I don't know what these ones are. We're gonna make an educated guess.
I hate that I just went through my Game of the Year noms with like merit and the stories behind them. And then you just read off Esquire and Variety.
Hey, don't forget entertainment tonight.
And entertainment tonight.
John Tesh is going to play Fire Emblem.
How is that?
He's going to stop.
Why would any of those outlets be part of the panel? I don't even understand that.
I don't know. It's a good question.
No idea.
Good question.
It would be something I would like to. Then I'd like to talk to Jeff Keighley sometime and just ask him. Like, I'm not mad about any of it. Just hey, man, like what goes into the decisions on how you make the panel for your Game Awards? Because obviously you're not going to satisfy all gamers. People are going to be mad no matter what happens. But just curious, like what's the methodology behind getting on that panel?
See, I could see if like Famitsu was on the panel.
That'd be badass.
Yeah,
it should be.
I'm surprised.
Should be. That'd be
I'm
respect.
not surprised they're not, but like they definitely should be.
Dude, imagine if I went up to you guys and was like, "Yo, did you see the latest? Do you see the Fire Emblem review from Esquire?" Hey, man, did you see the latest review from Variety?
That's so dumb, dude.
I know. Like, if you think about it, it's like, whoa, that's crazy to even think that anyone in their right mind would say that.
I think it's just to get mainstream attention, probably. From
I think
outside
so
of the
too.
gaming sphere.
I think so too, but
Yeah,
They're all paid by video game lobbyists.
Yep. Kind of dilutes things too.
Rolling Stone. What I do love is there. Hold on, I think I was looking at this the last year. I don't think there's a single thing from Japan at all, and like half the games that get nominated are from fucking Japan. Like that's why Famitsu should be a shoe-in.
Yeah.
But literally,
Should be.
I'm looking again this year. No, there's still not a single Japanese outlet representing the fact that half of these fucking games are made in Japan.
Is Nintendo Life on the panel?
No. But
That's
their parent
insane.
company IGN is.
Yeah, but like the one cool thing about Nintendo Life that I earned a lot of respect for them a while ago is they do a lot of indie reviews.
Yes, they do.
Compared to most of the video game media outlets, they cover a lot of indies.
Yeah, they do.
I used to go to them before Stash covered all the indies. I used to be like, oh, let's see what they say about this on Switch.
Under Stash,
Now
you
I got
replaced
Stash.
Nintendo
Sorry,
Life.
Nintendo Life.
Yeah. You replaced Nintendo Life in his life.
That's awesome. Okay, Eric, thoughts?
Is it possible? Sure. Is it likely? No. To have all three games be in the game, of the year, conversation. I just there's so many good games this year. It's insane. So it's going to be hard to have half of the nominations be Nintendo, even though they probably could be, and they probably would be in any other year.
Yeah.
But there's just so many good games this year that it's just across the board. So is it possible? Sure, anything is possible. Likely? No.
Okay. All right. The second part of the question, what are your 3 predictions, Nintendo or third-party games for next year? And we're going to try to not overlap our answers. So just 3
predictions for games, Nintendo games coming out next year?
Yep. Or third party. Doesn't matter either way. Just no one overlaps. So if someone takes one, try to come up with a different one.
It's gone.
It's gone. It's gone. Maybe have him go first before he's worried about it being gone. What the fuck? I got a crazy prediction. Does no one want to go first? The
Go
first
for
is
it.
the easiest one.
Go Nate. I'll go second.
No, you can go first. I'm good. I got crazy ones. No one's gonna pick the ones I picked. So
these are games that haven't been announced.
yeah,
Like
Yeah.
and they're
You
not
can't be like,
now.
oh, it's gonna be Xenoblade Genesis. No shit.
Yeah, meaning
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
And
Yeah, I've got one. I've got one already that I already believe. I already predicted this like 4 months ago. I said, mark my words. These 2 are already announced, but the number 3 is not. I said next year is going to be the year we get Mario, Pokemon, and Super Smash Brothers. I think we're going to get the next Super Smash Brothers.
All right. Yeah. I think we get 3D Mario, but you guys already know that. Because I've been on 2027 bus the whole time. Nate's not allowed to predict that because of his prior prediction.
I don't even know
banned.
what was it again? What was it?
I said Smash. He said Mario.
Oh, okay. I wasn't gonna say Mario anyways. Man, you guys are having a hard time, aren't you?
I thought
Well,
we're going around
we're going
in
in
circles.
order.
You
Yeah.
want to go around? Well, who's going next then?
You or Eric?
Eric, you want to go before all the games get taken? You just look up games coming out next year. Okay.
Kind of what I'm doing.
Okay.
Well, I mean, is it coming out next year or is it just coming to
In
Switch?
general, coming to Switch. It doesn't matter if it's even been announced for any
mean,
platform.
Expedition 33, it would make sense to come to Nintendo.
Yes.
Oh, so it could be a game that's already out,
Sure.
but it just can't be announced for Switch 2?
Yeah.
Okay. So unannounced for Switch 2.
Yeah, that
Got it.
broadens it. Throw out one that's how about gosh. Metro 2039. Metro's been on Nintendo before. Now's the time to come back.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
All right. This might be wishful thinking, but I believe, and someone on this panel will know long before me. I think you all know who that person is. My next prediction is, wait, is this it has to launch next year or just announced?
Just announced.
Okay. Okay, cool. Because I would have had to change. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin by Platinum Games.
Yeah. It's a good one. I'm really excited for that one.
Well, Eric.
Hmm?
It's your turn. Or
Is
it's
it?
your turn for another one. Yeah.
No. Shit. Man.
It's just fun predictions.
No,
It don't have to be games already announced. You can just literally just grab whatever game you wish would exist.
Another the next thing in Mario and Rabbids. A third Mario and Rabbids. I'd love to see that one.
Hey, it's a want. Okay. Is that on you, Stash?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we'll get a 2D Zelda next year.
Oh, there we
Mm.
go. 2D Zelda, that's a good call. Let's go with like something a little wild. Look, I've been on this train since day one. Everyone on this podcast knows GTA 6. I've been very consistent about this before there was any rumors that this game's coming to Switch 2.
So have I.
Yeah, you were too. Yeah, that was really early on. After I think when they showed the first trailer, that's when we had that conversation. We're like,
Yeah, we're catching a lot of flack
"Yep, we
in the
were."
beginning for being like absolutely
No
that
doubt
shit
in my
crazy.
mind. Like literally no doubt that game was. Oh, I can't even run it, but dude, it's on Xbox Series S. Shut the fuck up, it's coming.
Yeah. That was always the logic. Could run on Series S, run on Switch too.
Right?
Still the logic today.
Yeah.
All right. This is my last prediction,
Yep.
right? All right. Paper Mario, a brand new Paper Mario.
God, that'd be great. Let's go, baby.
It's a good one. It's a good one. I'm gonna say Chrono Trigger.
I like that.
In case it doesn't make it this year. Well, as far as announced, it won't come out this year. But
This is
I had one, but
can't remember.
no.
You want to keep thinking about it? I can go get my last one.
Give me just a little bit more.
So I didn't really have one for this, but for a third one. But I'm like, I keep thinking about it, and I'm just going to go crazy. I'm going to go with what I would want to happen. Stash at 2D. I'll go 3D. I want 3D Zelda. Somehow
3D
a year
Zelda?
before I expect it, which is crazy. That'd be done in 4 years. That'd be wild. Not impossible. Especially if the dev has been kind of smooth with Switch 2 for them, potentially. And if they're reusing the engine they already have, but just new art styles, new other stuff, like I could see it. You got to remember, the director said back in 2023, before Tears of the Kingdom even came out, that he already had ideas for the next game. Which they were probably getting to work on that game like right away. There's no DLC for Tears of the Kingdom.
You think an announcement, right? Not release.
Either way,
I'll
bank on it. I'm not really banking. I wouldn't bet the 3D Zelda's coming next year, but for a prediction, sure, why not?
I think announced. I think that's very plausible. By September of next year, I fully expect to see.
I should have looked at gaming anniversaries
First
next
cycle.
year. That's why I should look that up. So what gaming anniversaries are coming out? Because there could be some new announcements for that stuff. But that's okay. I didn't bother to look that up before the show, so it's all right.
All right. I got my last one. I finally remembered it. I want like a It Takes Two split fiction type Ice Climbers.
Oh man, that would be real. That's smart. That would be really good, actually.
That would be sick.
On Nintendo, perfect, man. It's just such a great platform for games like that. You know, like It Takes Two and Orbitals.
You know what
Be
I would
very
love?
good.
And this would be announced this year, so I guess it wouldn't count unless it's coming out next year. Would be a Zelda 40, but what it is the Zelda 2 dungeons, and it's a race to the end of the dungeon.
Interesting.
And then they
That'd
could
be
spawn extra enemies in, and obviously it's a high skill game, so people are gonna get like pissed. But then like the hardcore players are gonna be like, "This is fucking awesome."
Yeah.
You know, people like me and Stash are gonna be like, "This is fucking great. Let's fucking go." This is a fun multiplayer game here. Race to the end of a Zelda 2 dungeon. Let's go.
You know what I really want to see in the next mainline Zelda game? Not to be on a side tangent, but just because you're talking about like little side things. I love, and it's definitely a product of me growing up in the 90s and the games that I grew up with, but I'd like to see more mini games in Zelda. And the game I'm thinking of is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and how many phenomenal games were packed into that game. I would really like to see that in the next open world Zelda, because we've had some pretty classic ones throughout the series, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it would be nice to have more. And I know Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom were more post-apocalyptic
Yeah. And there were still
versions of Hyrule.
games, but like they weren't to the heights of anything we had ever gotten before, really.
Right. So I hope if Hyrule is a more built up like kingdom, more built up civilization, I hope there's room for some really weird and quirky mini games, because I do really actually enjoy that.
I'm wondering if they level up the mini games in Ocarina of Time in the remake.
That'd make me very happy.
Level it up, add even more in.
Make them weird too. Like I love the guy in Wind Waker who's all sploosh and stuff when you do like the battleship.
Yeah, it's like the dumb. Oh, the
Yeah.
picture battleship. What the fuck is happening? Just love it. Yeah, I think I probably have like 20 hours just on that battleship game over the lifetime of that game. Like, you know what? I probably got about 20 hours on it. Dude, I just love him saying sploosh every time. It's great. I almost don't want to hit.
Dude, in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, that was like the mini games were like a point of like contention for players. There was people who dropped out because of the mini games, and for me, that was one of the biggest highlights of the game. Oh my God, Queen's Blood, the card game is unbelievable. It's
I'd
so
buy a
freaking
game.
good.
I'd buy a game that was just Queen's Blood.
Not just that, but also that tower defense one. Where you turn
Badass.
into little miniatures.
It's so good.
Amazing. Oh my God.
I know, and you know what? It's funny because I did hear the same thing, that people dropped out because of them. I'm like, what? Interesting, because I
was like,
love
this is so
that.
fun.
They were like a major highlight, and you know,
For me too.
that's the thing with reviews. You know, it's different
Yeah.
strokes for different folks, man. That's life. Some people like it, some don't. Would have never known though if I wasn't on the internet
That is true.
that people didn't like it. It's like,
Right.
interesting. Okay.
Sweet.
Yeah. I love mini games.
No,
It's my favorite part of Mario Party.
Bomb true bowling.
Oh,
Yeah,
Bomb
yeah,
Tree-
same
Bomb Tree
here,
Bowling
man.
is Great.
That's
Bomb
the
Tree
best
Bowling.
part of Mario
Yep.
Party. It's the mini games.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right, guys. Well, let's just get to the super chats and your guys' questions from the chat and all that. Let's go to hold on here. To our starred ones here. So back to the beginning, man. A member chat, just throwing some guitars out there. Just happy to have the show begin. Groover 001 says prediction for Super Bowl.
Is that the lottery
Yeah, right. I think
or
so.
Super Bowl?
I don't know. I don't know what they were talking about when I saw this. I was like, okay, well, we got to feature it. You paid. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm not sure either.
Unless it's a local state lottery, then like I have no idea. Then I mean, good luck if you're playing it.
Yeah. Best of luck to you.
Yeah, I might as well say I've never played the lottery. Like when it's like a bill, I'll go throw $5 and just whatever. But
Yeah.
Sorry that we don't really. If you meant like a game or something, like apparently we don't know what you're talking about. So I was hoping Stash. I'm like, well, Stash usually has that deep knowledge. If it's like an indie game or something, but like I'm not aware.
I think it meant Super Bowl.
Yeah, that would have been my guess.
Oh, well, I mean, we can do a quick prediction for that. What teams you think might make the Super Bowl? No long discussion. Just throw some team names out, even if you don't pay attention.
Yeah.
Eric, you pay attention.
Yeah.
Who do you think's going to the bowl?
I kind of want Bills Packers. Obviously, I'm a Packers fan, but
Bills Packers. So that way, no matter who wins, it's a feel good story.
Yeah, right.
All right, Birdman.
I'm gonna say calamari versus the ferrets.
There you go. I like it.
Halftime show. That's the halftime show. All right, Stash.
I could see the NFL wanting to get the Chiefs back in there. I'll say that. Who they play, I don't know, but I could see the NFL looking to get the Chiefs back in there to get a ratings boost.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
That's the halftime show right there.
It'd be funny if she was the halftime show and then they don't make it. So they get the ratings boost either way.
Matt in chat said, screw the Chiefs. Just so you know, I am 110% with you. I'm not rooting for them. I just think the NFL is crooked and that they will get the Chiefs in there if they want them in there.
Yeah. And
so is the NBA.
Even with the crooked NFL, I'll say this. Just because the NFL is crooked doesn't mean the players play along. And sometimes plays happen and shit happens and doesn't go the way they probably wanted it to. It does happen. There's times you can clearly tell that team wasn't good for them to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, there's times and when that does happen, for the people
it's like
who
you're beating
know,
the odds so much, it's like fuck yeah, dude.
It's gratifying. Yeah, it feels good because you're like they beat the system too, not just the other team.
Yeah. So yeah, I think look, if I'm getting realistic prediction on just teams I think are good enough to get there, obviously I have like a 6 or 7 team list that I think are likely to get there just based on how good they are, dropping any conspiracy theories. One thing I think we can all agree is the Cowgirls are never going back in my lifetime.
100% agree.
100%. They're going to shoot themselves in the foot. It'd be great for the NFL for them to get there. It doesn't matter. They can set up everything for them beautifully. They're going to fucking punt it into the stands every fucking time.
Yeah, it's Michaela's team.
Yeah, sorry, Michaela. I mean, at least your team goes to the playoffs. There's a lot of teams that don't, so enjoy that. Just to lose at home every single time. You have the worst home field advantage ever.
I think the Packers have won more playoff games at AT&T than.
Yeah, we haven't lost there yet. We've got two there,
has.
2 wins there,
something like that.
Yeah. Like complete underdogs, 9-7, 1 seed. Yeah, we fucked you up. Get up, get the fuck out. Oh, no, there's a 2 seed or whatever. Where the fuck? We get the fuck out of the playoffs. Apparently, you forgot we're the Green Bay Packers. This is Packer country out here. We got as many fans in the stand as you do, baby.
I mean, to be fair, back in the '90s, they did beat the ever living.
I know, but buddy, I don't care about fucking almost 30
yeah.
years ago.
I know.
I don't know. Example, I don't even have conversations about Brett Favre anymore.
No.
That shit was in the 90s. I'm good now.
Yeah.
I will say every now and then the highlights come up on like the NFL channel of Favre. I'm like, okay, that was a fun era. The era where everyone killed each other. Before the NFL's like, yeah, maybe we should protect people a bit more.
Right.
Brett lives on forever.
Yeah.
With NFL quarterback club.
Yeah. Dude, always.
As long as we have that game, he'll never die.
Yeah, right. Okay, so for my predictions, just based on teams, I think I do agree with Eric on the Bills. I also think there's a good narrative for them. They also just built a new stadium, and they've also are legitimately just a really good team every year, but they just can't quite get over the hump. So I think maybe this is a breakthrough year for them, and yeah, I think something like Chiefs Bills again in the AFC Championship game. I just think maybe the Bills actually pull it off this time. Because there's been some times where, like, no matter how rigged you think it was for KC to get to the Super Bowl, that guy catches catches the ball in the end zone. It's fucking over, and Bills are in the Super Bowl. Yeah. So I'm gonna go with Bills. I'm just gonna say this is the year just because of the new stadium, and I don't know.
If the Bills can find out how to pay the NFL's bills, they'll get in.
Yeah. There is comparisons that are like, that was such an easy catch. Was he paid to drop it? I'm like, same with Lamar, with Mark Andrews. Was he paid to drop that? I don't know. Probably not. But I don't think the individual player got paid. No, but I don't fucking know. Maybe someone told him, hey, drop whatever this fucking is. I doubt it, though. I don't think the players are really in on a lot of that conspiracies with the NFL because they're trying to get paid. So they know this all affects their fucking bottom line. If they legitimately thought it was rigged, there would be breaking stories because it's affecting people's paydays. But that, again, it's always a conspiracy theory. We think that one thing we can say for sure, it wasn't a conspiracy in the NBA because the refs got busted for it.
Tim Donaghy, he fixed the Suns Spurs series, and when it was going on, everyone thought I was crazy. Not everyone. There's a lot of people who agree with me, but there's definitely people who are like, it's a little out of line, Steve. I'm like, it's bullshit. It's clear. Played basketball my whole life. You haven't. You barely pay attention. Roll back the footage. It's clearly fixed. I could show you a million reasons why. And then, of course, he wrote a book about it and put it in the book that the series was fixed. NBA is the most crooked league of them all, by far. And I will not talk about it anymore. Otherwise, I'll get pissed off. Won't be able to fall asleep. I gotta be up early.
Yeah. So on the NFC side, I'm just gonna go Rams. I know they just went and everything. It's just one of those. Look at what's on their fucking team. And Aaron Donald, guys, he's playing. He's had multiple workouts and practices with them, even though he's not officially signed or back. He's gonna end up coming back, and he looks. From what we've seen, he looks just as good as he ever was. Like, everyone thought he retired a year too soon. He probably still had one more great year left, but that's the way sometimes people want to walk away like that. But then he's like, oh, look at this fucking roster. We have Matthew Stafford, last year's MVP, right? Their massive offseason acquisition on the defensive line that convinced Aaron Donald to maybe come back. Mm-hmm. So I think that team's just fucking loaded. And unless Matthew Stafford gets arm falls off because he's at the end of his career, I think they're going to the Super Bowl. That sucks. I'm a Packers fan. Mm-hmm. But until the Packers actually start consistently winning playoff games, I have no faith in them actually winning a playoff game this year. Unless it's against the Bears. Because I think it was a fluke that we shit the bed against them last year in the fourth quarter. And I think that's going to sit in the Packers players for a while. And if we end up playing them in round one, I think we're out for vengeance. And as long as Micah's playing and Jordan Love is playing, we're going to fucking destroy them. But that's the only way they get a playoff win, because I think we'll just lose to everybody else, because that's what we fucking
Or we
do.
play the Cowboys in
Okay,
Dallas.
You're right. If we're in Cowboys in Dallas, that's a free win too. Okay. I think those two teams are free wins for the Packers, but I don't think we're going to beat anybody else, unfortunately. I'd love to be proven wrong, though. I always have faith in my team. I always believe, but it's also
until you show
until it happens, like Jordan Love led Packers under LaFleur have not been able to get to the title game, have not been able to win more than one playoff game. So we'll see. That's it for my prediction on that. All right. Here we go here. Demonic Brawler. Bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, and NHL Hits. Fuck yeah.
Yep.
There was 5 gifted over on Thunderstash from Demonic Brawler.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep. Then you gifted a couple on my channel, so thank you so much, man. Member chat here. Just telling everyone to like the stream. I hope you guys do like the stream. It'd be sweet if we can get to 200 plus likes on all of the streams. That'd be great. Brandon just did some jewels. Thank you. We got Demonic Brawler. I just pre-ordered black and yellow Wolverine themed PS5 controller. Still plan to get the Zelda 40th Pro controller for Switch 2 and an 8-bit Ultimate 3E. Oh, I want that controller. Anyways, for my Xbox Series S. Good stuff. I can tell you that we're going to be trying out a new controller at PAX, the Manta by Genki. We'll let you know about that. You can go look it up. There's a Kickstarter and stuff. They're already talking about it publicly. So we're going to get to go hands-on with it before it releases. We'll let you know. We'll definitely let you know on that. We love accessories, and if it's high quality, we want to let you know. And if it's If we think there's a better value for the same sort of stuff somewhere else, I'll let you know. We'll see. Genki, though, I love all their products. So I assume that this is just going to be another home run like most of their products are. But we'll see. Just want to shout that controller out just because we are going to. It's one of the few controllers I know for sure we're going hands-on with.
You know what it reminds me of? It was like the early 2000s, the all-in-one TV remotes that control everything and have a screen.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of that, of course, but for video games because of the amount of control you have. So I'm interested to see that.
Yeah, they're promising a lot with that
interesting.
controller. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna have a lot of questions for you at the show, and let's see what happens if it's working there, and we get to let's do it.
Yeah, should be cool.
Yep, love Genki. They've been very kind to us. Demonic Brawler. Because my wallet has taken such a big hit for gaming this year, I've limited myself to only 3 more games in 2026 to pick up others next year. That's understandable. I get that. I'm on a game buy-in freeze entirely. I'm not spending any money on video games. It's the first year of my life that I can remember since I got a job that I haven't bought a single game. And my list just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And I'm like, okay, so when I finally am off the freeze and I'm buying this list, there's a whole nother year of games ahead. I might have to be a little choosy. I might not be able to get all 60 games I want to buy. So I'm not, to be fair, one thing about being on a game buying freeze, by the time I get to them, a lot of these games will be on sale. So that'll be nice. That'll be nice. So especially the indie ones, I suspect they'll be on some pretty good sales by the time I can buy them. So that'll be nice. Demonic comes in, says, it's been hard to decide, but here's my choices. I'm 100% locked in on the new Lego Batman for Switch 2, GTA 6 on PS5, and obviously the Ocarina of Time remake. Well, there you go. I mean, that's a good list.
It's a lot of playtime.
Yeah. I mean, that should satisfy you the rest of the year easy.
Yeah.
Demonic Brawler for Poke 91. Put Pokemon Coliseum on it already.
Yeah.
She's never going to let it go until it happens. Ever. 200 Joules, Sunshine. I don't know. Mario Sunshine. Just saying. Demonic Brawler. Not a YouTuber, but when I was 13, I wanted Mortal Kombat style game called Demonic Brawlers. All the fighters are horror movie monsters like Freddy.
Nice. That's
Yes.
Pretty cool.
Why doesn't that
I like
exist?
it.
Yeah, come on.
So that's where the name came from.
Yeah. Dude, that'd be so sick.
That would be cool.
Would be cool.
That's a really cool. I don't even like fighting games, and I still would be like, I'd check that fucking out. Dude, there's so many good horror characters, like really famous ones that would just make sick in a brawler.
It would be.
True Dude. First direct in a bit, I'm super hyped for and not worried about how others feel. Zelda's 40 is going to be big and some insane teases for 2027. Here's the thing. I'm going to probably like the direct either way because I like most directs. But the fact that I know, I don't know. I'll just say this. I'm like 99.999% confident Ocarina of Time's in the direct. That alone, it's an A+ already. I'm sorry. It's bias. I don't give a shit. Unless that game looks like shit. Again, I've already stated that I literally doubt they fucked it up. That alone already, dude, I just told you guys earlier in a different topic. That's the game that started my career into this shit. So this is like a revisiting of how I even fucking got to where I am on YouTube. How the journey even led to here. It started with that game. So it's a special, I know guys, people razz me because it's not in my top 10 Zelda games, and who knows, maybe this remake will, with some changes and some update, maybe it'll get into that top 5. I don't even know till I play it, right? I'm not gonna know till I play and beat it. But it's one of those things that it didn't matter. I've said this whole time. Every time someone makes fun of me that Ocarina of Time is onto my top 10, I'm like, guys, I love Ocarina of Time. I fucking love it. I just love all Zelda games, and I just think 10 of them, 11 or so are better for me, and that's okay. This game started everything for me. That's how special it is. So I have a nostalgic, emotional attachment to it because I wouldn't be here today without it. That game didn't release, I wouldn't be here. I'd still be playing games. I probably would have never started a content creator journey. So, yeah, man. I just love it.
To reply to what he said,
Yeah.
Everything you said is true, dude.
Yeah, the fact that Zelda 40 is stuff in it's like, oh, okay, that's already a dub. The rest is gravy. We got the main course. That was good. Dude, how Stash comes up with all the dad jokes, having not been a dad. It's like, dude, he just has them all. It's just built into his DNA.
I've been doing it since I was like a teenager.
Yeah, dude. Well, guys, and you think it's just for the show? No, man. He's doing this shit at Pat. He does it everywhere. It's just who he is. It's awesome. And sometimes it's super cringe. Dude, that's just like when people come to my stream like cringe. I'm like, dude, that's a compliment to me. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to be cringe, but I like cringe. So thank you. You're complimenting me.
Yeah, at least we're being different. Not like everybody else.
I'm definitely different. That's
a good thing.
All right. Went to Man then says, I think the next Smash Bros will be revealed in the next Direct. It's a fair prediction. There's other people thought that too. Having said that, or the Ultimate Deluxe or something new. Yeah, that was briefly touched on that. Some of you guys think that's what we're gonna get, maybe with the new DLC pack. So we kind of talked about that before, but yeah, all of that's on the table because we don't know. Nintendo's like, look, I can know developers and learn about game. Like Nintendo's like the one thing you don't really learn anything about. They're really tight-lipped out there. Like, yeah, I know obviously Nate the Hate's got his connections and stuff, but like we're literally in the media while Nate the Hate isn't. So like us getting to know that kind of stuff, unless we're invited to a private event that we're under NDAs for, we don't know anything. So and then we're under NDAs and can't say anything anyways until after the fact. So.
And even half the time I still don't understand half the shit. So.
Yeah. like guys, I've literally said this whole time. As an example, if Nintendo's at PAX West, which they usually are, and they have been for like X amount of straight years, it'd be weird if this is the year they're not. If there's a private play sessions, which they usually have at PAX West, and Ocarina of Time is there, but we haven't had the Direct, the only thing I will say is I think access to the private demos will be very limited. The only people they know will not leak anything. If you're a content creator and they don't know you that well, you ain't getting in. They need to know you've been here before. You've listened to our NDAs. You haven't screwed stuff up for us, our marketing. Yeah. So I think that's one sign it'll be too, is if it's very limited and very hard to get in, and maybe even we can't get in. We don't know. But Nintendo, I'll take that public announcement. You're going to be at PAX West any day now. By the way, PAX West is going to be amazing, even if Nintendo's not there. Like, it's so much fun. Just the fun alone of hanging out with everyone is worth going.
We got so much lined up already.
Yeah, we already have a shit ton even without Nintendo.
They'll be there.
Obviously, Nintendo is like the coup de grace for a lot of us. So it's like, obviously, that's what we get like really hyped for. And by the way, Nintendo, when they come, they're also having third-party games on Switch that haven't come out yet. Yeah. So exciting stuff. Really, God, I'm just so excited for PAX. I just want to fast forward a few weeks. Let's just get the fuck out of here. It's not that far away. It's 2 weeks.
I know.
Like literally, it's Wednesday. It's 2 weeks. I'm gonna be there already.
Yeah, 2 weeks from today.
Fuck.
We'll be there.
Fuck. It's awesome.
Jeez.
I know. I'm like 2 weeks. I'm like, yeah, because the podcast will move to Tuesday, and our flight is fucking really early. What's that? I'm like, so I'm just not. I don't think I'm sleeping. I'll try to sleep on the plane. I don't know. Like, it's gonna be really, really hard to sleep.
I'm glad we moved the podcast.
I'll be really excited. And the podcast always goes late, and I'm only going to have a chance to sleep for like 2 hours anyways before we have to fucking get in the car and leave. So
we moved the podcast, right? That week?
Yeah, we moved the podcast to Tuesday. I forgot how early our flights were on Wednesday, and I was like, oh, shit. Well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, I can't be mad about it because, dude, when I get there, and yeah, whenever they let us in the hotel, obviously it's when the rooms are ready. I don't suspect they'll be ready when we get there. We're getting there in the morning, right? So, yeah, they'll probably be ready till at least noon or later. Yeah. But like as soon as it's there, I can guarantee, okay, well, Stash has got his own stuff going on. We might just fucking go sleep.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Just get some rest. We have no plans that day anyways on Wednesday. The plans begin Thursday. So I'll probably say hi to Stash and Michaela and stuff. But like if we're fucking dead, we're like, yeah, you know what? Let's just get that rest, get the good energy. But we'll see. We'll see. We might also just be jacked up and excited and not give a fuck. I have no idea. Julio might be well rested compared to us. All right, last one. Super Groover 001 Call of Duty was over after the 2008 World at War. Okay. All right. Everyone's got their opinions. All right, guys. That's going to do it for the show. Let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on and where they can find us. Don't forget we had Some Row Nation on. Go check him out. You know, he drops daily news videos just like me, except he's way better at it. He's like an inspiration that I can't match. It's all right, man. Keep crushing it. Yeah, go check him out, and make sure you check him out when he's on Gamebird's video when that comes out as well. All right, let's get to Eric, man.
Yeah, you can find me here and on our Clips channel and the audio podcast.
All right,
That's it.
Gamebird.
Yeah, you guys know where to find me. You can find me on Gamebird Classic here on YouTube or on Twitter at @the_Birdmaster. Like Nate said, I will be doing a special collaborative predictions video like I try and do twice a year on the channel. I'm hoping there's a good turnout for it. I got a lot of yeses, but I have not heard from any of them since. Obviously, Sunbro finished his, but if everything goes according to plan, we'll get Prime on there. We'll get Botox Games on there. We'll get Landon from Nintendo Land, ATB, as well as, let me think, Sky Swords Alyssa, and I don't want to forget anyone. Oh, yeah, Rob from Rule of Two Review. They've all agreed to participate. I sent out reminders, so fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. I always get nervous when I'm a few days out from the deadline and there's no submissions yet. But regardless, we're getting a predictions video. You'll only get one submission.
All right. Let's go to Stash, man.
Yeah. Just again, if you weren't here earlier in the show, it's an update. I'm here in LA right now. That's why I'm in a hotel. And tomorrow is I'm attending the Sega Summer Showcase. So I'll be playing Alien Isolation 2, Crazy Taxi, World Tour, Persona 4 Revival, Sonic Pico Park, Total War Warhammer, Stranger Than Heaven, Metaphor Refantasio, and Shinobi for Switch 2. These all have different embargoes. So, yes, I'll be playing tomorrow, flying back tomorrow night. I get in around, I think, 10:30, 11 at night. I'm going to go to sleep for a little bit, and then I got to be up early. Nate's got to be up early for Call of Duty. Call of Duty Next, the big event for
what time was that again?
Switch 2. It's at gameplay starts at 9:10.
Okay.
So I'm probably going to go live around 8:30, 8:45. Just hang out until it's go time.
And that's your time, right? So it's probably 11.
Yeah, Pacific time.
So I'm going to set I got to make sure I have everything set up and installed and ready to go.
So that's what's going on. Like in the interim, I have a bunch of reviews I'm working on. I can't talk about my experience, but Michaela and I played Orbitals last weekend for,
Oh yeah,
I don't know, 5 or 6 hours.
nice. That's a nice chunk.
Yeah, I know. I gave her a high five after. It's a good job. You did good today. Playing that long. I know you're not used to putting in the hours that I do, obviously, on games. And then also working on the Blood of Dawn Walker on PS5. And then there's some other ones I can't talk about yet, but I'm going to try and get as much done as I can, as I'm sure everyone else is going to be before we go to PAX. And I got a lot of videos to do for Sega here after this event, so it's going to be busy.
Stash, is it ever hard for you not to talk about some of the stuff that you get to play? Obviously, I know you're good at staying true to your NDA, but I also imagine that as someone who loves video games and passionate, sometimes you're probably just itching to talk about stuff. I'm sure.
Thankfully, there's always stuff to talk about.
Sure.
That I can talk about, but that's not out yet. I would say that I really enjoy the element of surprise for myself
Yeah.
and for others too, because I enjoy it
Sure.
for myself. And so I want to give that enjoyment to other people. So I never have like the urge to say something because
Got it.
I'll be honest with you. I said this before, but I really like the surprise and delight.
Sure.
I've thrown lots of surprise parties over the years for friends and family. I just love surprising people. You guys know I like doing that on the channel where I'll find an indie game, but I'm like, oh, I know nobody knows about this and this game's badass, so I can't wait to tell everyone. And I'll literally I won't even preview it here on the podcast. I won't even mention the name because I don't want anyone to know. Try to keep it private so I can break it for you guys. So, yes, I don't. Oddly enough, I don't even want to tell you guys.
All right. Guys, I plan to get a video out tomorrow at some point. Could probably talk about my experience with Call of Duty, of course. All that might be streaming. They were kind of pushing me to stream it. We'll see. We'll see if I decide to stream it. Just kind of I get everything set up, and now my dang audio is all messed up after updating it. But it's cool. I'll get things figured out. But I don't want to promise I'm streaming it, but I will be playing it. I will have some gameplay recorded. And it'll at least pop up probably in my news video tomorrow, at least just some quick thoughts on it. Don't expect to be like a full preview right now. Might do a full preview later. We'll see. That's it, guys. That's what you got to look forward to from me. So we'll catch you guys same time next week. Yeah, I had to make sure next week wasn't the Tuesday one. Yeah, same time next week. Peace out, everyone.
All right.